Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 3 of Devcon. I hope everyone has been having some fun in the side event.
and like invite him to let him go down the stage and you can
Hi everyone, please get your seats. We are starting in 10 minutes. So for those of you that's still out there, you can make your way inside. We have 10 minutes and we'll be starting on time at 10 a.m. Thanks. All right, everybody, we are starting in 10 more minutes. So we will start on time at 10 a.m. Please make your way into the auditorium and get seated because you don't want to miss this. Hi everyone. So another 5 minutes till we get started with the first speaking session of Devcon Day 3. I'm sure everyone is excited, so please get seated. For those that are outside, you can come in as well. Get seated, get comfortable. It's going to be a fantastic session. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 3 of Devcon here. So my name is Ben, I'm your MC for this morning. And today on this stage, we're going to be covering several different topics. So we're going to talk a bit about the real world, we're going to talk a bit about layer 2s, we're also going to talk a bit about crypto economics. So the energy has been good so far. I'm sure everybody has been having fun at the side events at Devcon. I know I've been having fun. And yeah, I would like to introduce the speaker for today. His name is Poom. He is a local Thai. And one fun fact about him is that he organized the first music coding event at Thailand's oldest museum. So without further ado, let's give it up for Poom.
Hello, my name is Poom, and I'm a software engineer at Metabase, and I work on open source analytics. But in my free time, I'm actually the co-founder of an open source initiative in Thailand called Careers Garden, where we basically work on open source projects and create events to explore things like synthetic biology and topics like philosophy. But we try to explore those mainly with coding. So while working on these projects in Careers Garden, I got asked 2 questions mainly. First is basically how do we get Thai people or specifically Thai builders to be creative? And second thing is how do you bring builders to your spaces? For example, if you have basically an Ethereum space or Web3 space, how do you get people hooked or interested? So we have been hosting these events in Thailand for about 8 years now. So since I was in middle school actually. And I'm going to talk about 2 of these events that kind of gives me this idea on how to engage with builders. So first is on hacking Thai beats. So this is a project I work with Thailand's oldest museum. So I was working with this guy, Kun Hanoi, and he might look very traditional to you, like a Thai musician, but don't let that fool you. He's actually an AI researcher at TikTok and at Google. So he was working on a program that would be able to synthesize music out of AI. So I was thinking, what if we would take Thai instruments, for example, the Pinai and Granat, and we would be able to use computer and coding to basically synthesize sounds out of nothing. So that's where the idea comes in. What if you can use algorithm or algorithmic audio synthesis to basically create an event where musicians can come together? But instead of instruments, they do coding. And instead of Western music, they do Thai music. So in this event, we actually did a big projection mapping onto the wall of Thailand's oldest museum. And people were using things like AI synthesis tools and algorithmic coding tools, where they can basically build sounds out of nothing. And I think this is one of the most important lessons we know over the years, which is it's very important not to only have a strong domain or a strong theme or a strong tool, but to combine that. For example, a lot of hacker house, they only focus on the technology. For example, they focus on Ethereum, but they didn't really let people know what they can build with it. In contrast, a lot of hacker house, they focus on themes. So for example, finance, but they don't really see it what other interesting tools you can interact with that. So with the juxtaposition, it kind of helps a lot. So Seymour Papert kind of puts it best when he says, people really learn best when you build things that you're interested in. He was talking about children, but this really applies to anyone. So that kind of brings me to my second project, hacking Thai cities. So everyone knows Bangkok is a great city, but there's one catch. Well, there's the air we have right here is probably not the best, and maybe the traffic is not the lightest. And the mayor of Bangkok didn't actually just stop and did nothing. He actually hosted a hackathon. Actually, it was done about 3 years in a row now. And I kind of like that idea. But the problem is in a lot of these hackathons, the idea just stop and really go nowhere. So I was thinking, what happened if we use the power of open source? I know the space where Ethereum really got this far because it's open source, so why not the whole city? Why not make an open source city? So we started with the idea of basically letting people come together, but they don't have to formally form a team, but rather an open source project where anyone can join anytime. If you're interested in someone, well, just open a PR. And we started by basically bringing the domain experts in Bangkok, people who have the data of the whole city, like what are the problems in the city, what are the areas that have flooded, and the distribution of those people, as well as people who have accessibility problems, like people who are in a wheelchair, for example. And I think the greatest thing about open source is it lets everyone contribute. So it follows the principle of low floor, high ceiling, and white walls. Low floor means you can contribute like anytime. Like if you know how to do translations, you can do it. But there's also very high ceiling. So if you're an AI researcher, you can kickstart a new project. And it has white walls. So no matter if you're a scientist, if you're a researcher, well, there's a place for you to contribute. And this brings like very interesting projects in the hackathon we did. So for example, there were a lot of motorcycles that were parking near basically the sidewalks. And you cannot basically get over that. And it was really annoying. So someone developed a software that used computer vision to check that and automatically report that and get a bounty. So in Bangkok, we have that bounty system where you can make money by just catching the people who are on the sidewalks, the motorcycles. And you can automate that with computer vision or automating the tree detection of every tree in Bangkok. So we did that. And the last project I want to share with you is hacking Thai dance. In 1923, there was this photo, which is the first ever photo taken of the Thai dance. And the interesting thing is it's 100 years later, but nothing has changed. We're still teaching dance the same way in school. And to be honest, a lot of kids like my age, they don't really get interested in dance anymore. It's unlike K-pop where you're able to hack. So we were thinking, can we use AI to basically change that? So we think of the project where you can generate new dance out of old dance moves, like for example, the 59 principal dances. So we were turning this into an art performance called Cyber Subin, which lets human dancers kind of dance with AI. So we built a software that would try to learn the characteristics of Thai dance. The way we did this is we started basically a group of builders, but also a group of Thai choreographers. And we were going through the old documents of how people would decompose the dance. That makes us learn that there are 6 principles in a Thai dance. For example, the energy in your body and the circle and curve that surrounds you. And from the knowledge we gained from the choreographer, we were able to build a software that allows us to basically generate new dance out of old ones by tweaking the parameters. So we think of things as basically a set of animation transformations where you'd have the original dance, for example, the dance of Tepannom, which looks like this, and then you generally run that through a series of programs that would generate like very new dance that you can command. And we turn this into an interface where dancers can use to basically generate dances. And we put this all together in a dance performance. So we just showed this up in Bali, I think that was Indonesia, and also in Taipei, Taiwan. So this dance performance, we got a lot of people like off stage to kind of join in the fun and play around with Thai dance. So generally, I think this brings me like all the 3 projects to a final conclusion, which is if your culture or your domain is very hackable, for example, if you make finance like very hackable or you make Thai culture, like there are some elements where people can go in and can use their tools, use their technologies to hack. Then it makes it really fun. So compare, let's say, a Thai student who were learning the Thai dance in school and they were really bored because there's nothing new to make. Versus like kids who know how to use AI and they're able to construct new dances and have fun with it. Yeah, so I would like to say thank you to my team in Cyber Subin for the dance production, and thank you to you too for listening. This is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Poom. That was an insightful experience. I think, has anyone been searching for the frog cryptos here in Devcon as well? So, okay, I don't see any questions right here. However, I know that you are curious to ask something as well. So we can open the floor for anyone with any questions. Going once? Going twice? Sarah, okay. Yeah. I think that's it. Thank you so much, Poom. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We will be starting at 10:30 for the next session, so please stay tuned, hang around. It'll be back shortly. Thank you. Hi, everybody. I hope everyone's ready for the next session. So, just a reminder before we get started, there will be a QR code on the side of this screen. What you have to do is just scan it and send in your curious questions. We would love for you to have the Q&A. So, without further ado, I will be introducing Louis, who will be talking a bit about the Franklin Fallacy. Take it away. Big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I'm going to take you back 241 years to 1783 in Paris, France, and the first untethered manned hot air balloon flight took place. This was a big deal. It was the first time man was taken to the sky untethered. Most people think of the Wright brothers as the first time humans took to the skies, but actually it happened over 100 years earlier. And there were lots of people in the crowd to witness this event. And one of those people was Benjamin Franklin, the American polymath, inventor, and diplomat. And there's a famous story. After this event, Franklin was asked a question about this innovation. And that question was, what use is it? Like, what's the point? And his response is quite famous, and it went something along the lines of, what use is a newborn baby, right? And this was kind of quite a profound response in terms of the way we interpret new technologies. The point he was making was that we don't look at a newborn baby and judge it based on the things it can't do, right? We understand that babies grow and evolve and learn, and so do technologies. And you just wouldn't point at a baby and say it can't walk, it can't talk, and so it has no hope, and it's a write-off, right? That would be irrational. But we do this people do this with new technologies a lot, and with hot air balloons, they evolved just like babies grow and evolve. And I call this the Franklin Fallacy. It needs a name, and I'm calling it the Franklin Fallacy, and it's something you notice will rear its head whenever a new technology comes along, right? And this is a really useful framework. I mean, most people at this conference aren't going to be falling for this fallacy, but it's a good framework to explain to people why they should put their doubts to one side and maybe not be so cynical. And I'm going to run you through the history of this fallacy. You saw it happen when the aeroplane emerged, bicycles, light bulbs. Shortly after the Wright brothers did their first public demonstration, the Manchester Guardian, now just the Guardian, you'll be familiar, said shortly after, "We are not belittling the exploit of Mr. Wright. It is a great triumph of mechanical ingenuity, a magnificent feat of acrobatics, but we cannot understand to what practical use a flying machine that is heavier than air is to be put. The English government, like the French and the German, shows its wisdom in neglecting aeroplanes and concentrating its attention on the improvement of the airship." So ironically, just as the hot air balloon suffered from the Franklin Fallacy, so did manned flight. And what people said was, well, you've just made a worse airship. It can't take off and land vertically. It can't carry many people. It has to constantly keep moving in the air. There were lots of reasons why you would think that airships were the future. Headlines like this appeared using that same logic. Aeroplanes only a fad. And airships were socially accepted, more developed. It was easy to make a convincing argument that aeroplanes were only a fad because it was hard to kind of predict how it would grow and evolve. You couldn't really predict jet engines and stuff like that. The bicycle suffered from a similar thing. Early bicycles were called bone shakers because they didn't have inflatable tires, which acted as suspension. So early bicycles were quite uncomfortable to ride, and depending on the surface. So again, you take an innovation, you see its early flaws, and you can quickly dismiss it. But it's a mistake because it's hard to predict how things will improve over time. Light bulbs. Early light bulbs didn't last very long. They were a cool science experiment, but they didn't last long enough to be practical or make sense. But Edison looked at that and thought, what if there was another way? And he and his team tested over 1,000 different materials until they came upon bamboo, which he used to create a long-lasting light bulb, and suddenly this thing had legs. But if Edison had just looked at the limitations, the early limitations, it would have been easy to dismiss the light bulbs. And my favorite example is home PCs. So in the 1970s, early 1980s, lots of hype around personal computers. Everyone's going to have one. There was a lot of hype and people painting a picture of the future that's now become true. But then it was all speculative. And there were limitations. These things were expensive. They had, limited use cases. And again, the Franklin Fallacy came along. These quotes are my favorite. The home computer may be going the way of video games, which are a dying fad. For most personal tasks, such as balancing a checkbook, consulting airline schedules, writing a modest number of letters, paper works just as well as a computer and costs less. Very, very amusing in retrospect. Even more amusing when you realize it was actually Steve Wozniak who said these quotes. So this was 1985. The Macintosh had been released a year earlier. It wasn't selling as well as people expected. And Woz did an interview where he basically said, they're just too expensive and not useful enough in the home. And he basically said that they've been oversold and this isn't really going to pan out. And interestingly, the same year, Steve Jobs basically echoed what Steve Wozniak was saying. He admitted in an interview with Playboy that the home PC was more of a conceptual market than a real market. But the difference between Steve Wozniak and Steve Jobs is Steve Jobs wasn't suffering from the Franklin Fallacy. He saw the short-term limitations, but he was a long-term optimist. And he did this interview with Playboy, which was super fascinating, and it really summed up the challenge of countering the Franklin Fallacy. And he said, the hard part we're up against now is that people ask you about specifics and you can't tell them. 100 years ago, if somebody asked Alexander Graham Bell, what are you going to be able to do with a telephone, he wouldn't have been able to tell them. And the interviewer kind of said, well, are you just asking people to have blind faith in this vision of the future? You just want people to put down thousands of dollars and just hope everything pans out? And Jobs replied with this. He said, I can only begin to speculate. We see that a lot in our industry. You don't know exactly what's going to result, but you know it's something very big and very good. And this kind of sums up the problem with arguing against the Franklin Fallacy. You can't be that specific. The limitations people are bringing up, that's a fact, that's reality. And then you're asking people to kind of have a faith. But history shows that when there's a lot of smart people working in a new technology, you can be damn sure that a lot is going to change, a lot is going to improve, and you shouldn't judge a new technology based on these early limitations in the same way that you shouldn't judge what a baby is going to become in the future. And this is all very relevant to this conference because we've seen this happen with cryptocurrency. Bitcoin energy usage was a big thing. The World Economic Forum projected it was going to consume more power than the world does in 2017. Bitcoin itself has a bunch of limitations. And then stuff like Ethereum came along, which removed them. And Ethereum itself, its energy use was really quite high for a long time. When NFT art collecting blew up, there was a lot of criticism around the amount of energy and carbon emissions. A lot of people protesting selling art in that way as a result. And of course, we saw the shift to proof of stake, which reduced the energy use by 99%. And as we saw at the beginning of this conference, the opening speeches, the improvements to Ethereum over the last few years have been incredible. And to judge Ethereum 2 years ago based on its limitations would have been a big mistake. Now, of course, everyone here knows this. That's why you're in this space. If you were suffering from this fallacy, you wouldn't be here. But the reason I'm doing this talk is because I think it's a really useful framework to explain to people how to think about new technologies and why their reservations and doubts might not be so rational, and they should think beyond the current reality. Yeah, I'm a little bit under time here, but that's it. I run a project called Pessimist's Archive. We explore the history of technophobia and moral panic. We have a Twitter account. We have a newsletter. You can scan the QR code for that now. But we catalog a lot of examples of the Franklin Fallacy and other things. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Louis. So, I really like the animations that was used in the slides.
Yes, AI.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
All right, so we have 2 questions here. I urge everybody to continuously send your questions over, but let's talk about the first one. So, in your opinion, what point is the technology ready to be judged without the fear of the tech being too early?
Wait. At what point is the technology ready to be judged? I mean, what is a technology? I don't really know, in your opinion.
We could take the second one first. Maybe you can have some time to think about it.
Well, no, I think if a limitation persists for many, many years and it's starting to look like that's kind of hard to solve, then okay, that's fair enough. But in the early days, it's like, let's just hold out, right? Let's not assume this is going to persist. But obviously there are some things which you can't overcome. But it's best not to act in too much haste around that. So.
Understood. Okay. And the second one would then be, what are some of the times where the Franklin Fallacy turned out to be right? So it's a counter-argument to that.
I mean...
Maybe metaverse?
Yeah, I mean, I guess telegraphy had its limits, and then the telephone came along. So, I think it was fair to doubt that, it's funny that in the Playboy interview, Steve Jobs talks about this. He talks about people predicting there'd be a telegraph on every desk. But he said that, learning to use Morse code was just not practical for most people, and the telephone came along, and it made it more accessible to people. So, I guess that's one, telegraphy kind of hit a wall there. Okay. And, I guess you could say, Ethereum was created because Bitcoin had some hard limitations.
Yeah.
But I guess, the the broader technology is blockchain technology, and that's what people were judging based on the limitations of Bitcoin. Yeah, there are hard limits, but you shouldn't be too hasty in deciding what those hard limits are, I think.
Well, fantastic insight from Louis. Thank you very much. For anyone who there's one more question actually that just came in.
Oh.
Has it worked for you to convince people of blockchain potential by explaining the Franklin Fallacy?
I mean, I'm not sure, but I hope it does. I hope it helps. I kind of concocted this concept about a month ago, so I haven't had all that much time to deploy it. But it's really worth using history to point this stuff out and point to headlines about people dismissing the airplane, dismissing the light bulbs, because these are all things we accept wholly and we understand their value. So I'm hoping I will be able to use it. So
Could probably be a fun story at Christmas.
absolutely.
All right, thank you very much, Louis. So our next session will be at 11. Please stay tuned. For those that wants to use the restroom, it's outside on the right. And yeah, feel free to stretch. I'll see you later. Thank you. So we are underway for the next session already. Can I get a quick check here? How many people are currently using or have used restaking protocols? Anybody in the crowd? Okay, that's amazing. So we are in for a treat because next we have Tarun, who is a renowned expert in this field, and he's going to be talking about security on restaking protocols. Can we get a quick round of applause? Thank you very much.
Hey everyone. So I think you know, in the kind of current era, there's been a lot of new protocols that are being built on top of Ethereum. Some of them are rollups, as many of you know, and some of them are sort of these kind of new kind of amphibious things that are sort of known as AVSs or networks or services. So a natural question you might say is, you know, what's the difference between these? You know, when do I need to pay for a rollup security? When do I need to pay for something that's less? And how do I quantify that? So there's sort of three things we'll talk about. We'll talk about restaking sort of being a matching market. We'll talk about how to think about threat models for determining economic security. And then finally, we'll talk about how do you quantify that. And so most of this talk, there are a bunch of papers that have sort of the formal results, but this is sort of going to give a high-level description. So a natural question is what is a matching market? So matching market, kind of the most common one people think of, is, in this example, sort of matching partners. And so each person has a preference, and based on their preferences, you can kind of construct this graph and then try to find a valid matching. And so it's sort of a natural thing where you want to match two different types of goods, one side that's the supply side and one side that's demand side. Of course, I guess in the dating one, maybe they're both symmetric, hopefully. But you know, what is a matching market? So matching markets are sort of things that are studied in economics, but also used in practice a lot. So probably the most famous type of matching market is the kidney exchange. So this is for people who need kidney transplants. You know, maybe I had some type of accident, I need a kidney transplant, but I can't just take any kidney. There's some constraints on it. It has to be a certain size, it has to be the right blood type, it has to have a bunch of different things. And so there are people who are donors who are willing to donate kidneys, and then people who need kidneys, and there's sort of, you'd be surprised, but there are algorithms for kind of matching them. But the main thing to think about is there's a supply of inhomogeneous goods, i.e. people whose kidneys have some properties, you know, blood type, size, etc. The key thing is there's some similarity between them. They're all kidneys, but they have some special properties. And then there's sort of demand, which is people who kind of want to receive those. So, you know, in crypto, you hear a lot about auctions. In fact, someone yesterday told me they were surprised I went an hour without saying the word auction, which I felt embarrassed about. But so you might say, you know, how do matching markets compare to auctions? So matching markets are sort of more focused on stability under perturbations of different kind of mechanisms, versus auctions are focused on things like maximizing revenue or maximizing welfare. So, for instance, a matching may prefer to sell all goods to all people participating, even if it doesn't maximize the amount of money that's transferred. And in crypto, we have a bunch, right? We have MEV auctions for the auction side, and we have intents and also restaking for matching markets. So a natural place to kind of formalize matching markets is using graph theory, using sort of bipartite graphs, where the idea is you have one side that is the set of suppliers, the different types of supply, and the other side is the types of demand. But in most classical matching markets, this graph is sort of static, i.e. the set of people who want kidneys or need kidneys is fixed, and there's usually a central planner. Now, decentralized matching markets don't have either of these features, because people can join and leave whenever they want. They can change their demand whenever they want. And this is why you know, we need to start a little bit by thinking about restaking in terms of being a decentralized matching market. So decentralized matching market, you can have the supply side and demand side join and leave at will. And so a natural question is, you know, why are these harder to analyze? How are they harder to analyze? First off, if people can join and leave, you can get matched and unmatched. Which means that you have to consider kind of worst case drop out from different participants. The second thing is, without having a central planner, without having kind of like the National Kidney Registry, you rely on how you pay incentives, fees, token incentives, et cetera, to get people to figure out the matching. And finally, you sort of need an explicit adversarial model. So you need to kind of model all the different types of attacks. So just to kind of explain how restaking looks like a matching market, restaking is really focused on people who are running Ethereum validators who are offering to run extra services. So you can kind of think of them as the supply side, and the demand side are services like these AVSs. So, a natural question that I think is a meme in a lot of ways is economic security. As you can see from this, there's many varying definitions. But we'll take a tiny detour to talk about economic security, and then after that, and sort of how to compare economic security between rollups and restaking, and then kind of talk about the kind of risks in restaking. So a natural question is what does it really mean to have economic security? So the classical definition in proof of stake is, 1/3 of the total amount of stake is enough to corrupt the network. Well, that's true for a double spend, but suppose I want to do an Oracle manipulation attack. It might be much cheaper. So defining economic security in absolute sense, sorry about the font color there, it is actually quite difficult. Partially because you have things like MEV. You have to think about the attack space. Sorry. All right, well, I guess we got a little ahead of ourselves. But basically, there's sort of a bunch of different things you have to consider. So there's a lot of different attacks. There's sort of MEV. There's attacks that come from competitive pressures between networks for competing for the same fees. But generally, we try to think of the cost of an attack as sort of something bounded by a sort of linear function of the numeraire, i.e. maybe stablecoin, maybe Bitcoin, whatever your choice of numeraires, value of the stake. So in this figure, we have the amount of asset staked, we have the price of the asset, we have a notion of the expected time it takes to execute an attack. This is sort of a measure of opportunity cost, and then we have a sort of fixed constant up front that's sort of what fraction of the network you need to execute the attack. So the natural question is, what does economic security look like for restaking? So in restaking, hopefully this is not. There are two competing pressures. The first pressure is, if people see higher yields from restaking, they purchase some fraction of stake, so they increase the amount staked by a multiplicative factor delta. On the other hand, the slash staked, so if you get slash for a kind of penalty in the AVS, the slash stake reduces your overall network security. So here is something that looks a little more mischievous, but let's go through the terms. So CR is the sort of cost, kind of attack cost for restaking. So first we have a risk measure. So this is sort of a measure of how much stake, what fraction of stake do you expect to be slashed. The second is we have a notion of a price impact function. So all of these people who were not staking in the network, but they see the excess yields from restaking, they actually go and buy stake, so they increase the numeraire value. And this sort of abstracts this to this function G. That's sort of a price impact function. Basically, the idea here is, if we look at this cost says there's two competing forces. One is the risk measure, so how much gets slashed, and the other stuff is about how you increase the value of the stake. So the natural question to ask is, when is restaking safe? So restaking can be kind of thought of as safe when you have this invariant, where like the cost of attack in a restaking network is greater than the cost of attack without the restaking network. If we write out the previous equations, we get this condition which says, hey, this risk term, the amount that has to be slashed, the maximum percentage that can be slashed, is bounded in terms of this sort of price impact, like how much more people are buying new stake to participate. So there's sort of this dependence on how elastic borrowers are to the incentives, i.e. the new fees. So we'll make a tiny detour and make a comparison to rollups. So rollups have a number of sort of natural economic trade-offs within Ethereum. A lot of the execution revenue now goes to the rollup. A lot of the MEV revenue goes to the sequencer. Again, sorry about the font. I didn't expect this. The DA revenue, which is blob space, can be dwarfed by execution revenue. So a natural question is, when do rollups, if I have an L1 with n rollups, when does that network break even with the monolithic L1? So a paper that I have coming out soon kind of shows for n rollups under a bunch of kind of generic assumptions, you actually need n squared more revenue. So you can kind of think of this as a sort of inverse Metcalfe's law. So Metcalfe's law is sort of a kind of heuristic network law that says I have n participants in network, the total value they get is sort of omega of n squared. This sort of says that's true for the rollup users, but the L1 is sort of paying the price, and that's sort of what this result shows. Now you might say, well, how does the revenue from AVSs compensate for restaking risk? And it turns out that if you have S AVSs, you only need this kind of factor that's decaying in the number of services. So what this says is restaking actually can provide a lot of value to the L1 and sort of increase its monetary premium in a way that's very different from rollups. So the main thing in this entire line of logic is that the risk, this R factor, is sufficiently small, right? You need to not have slashing that cascades in order for the value for the restaking network to be higher than the underlying. So a natural question is, how do you model that risk? In the previous example, it sort of relied on this notion of, are the incentives high enough for people to buy more stake and deposit? And so a natural thing to do is to now think about how to model this formally. And again, this talk has none of the proofs, but you can find them on archive. I should have put a QR code, my bad. So what does this look like abstractly, mathematically? So the basic construct is what's called a restaking graph. A restaking graph, like the matching market graphs, is a bipartite graph. In this bipartite graph, one of the bipartitions is the set of node operators. That's the set V. Each of the node operators, it's a vertex label that is stake, which is how much stake each of them have. There's a set of services, S, this is the AVSs. There's a set of profit from attacking. So this is sort of, if I attack the network, what's the maximum profit I could get? There's a set of corruption thresholds. So this is, in BFT protocols, 1/3 is sort of this 1/3 of BFT stake needs to be aggregated to do a double spend. Or in the longest chain, this is the 1/2. That's sort of how you can think of these. And one key difference between this restaking and proof of stake is you can have the same node operator operate multiple services with the same stake. So that is represented by this middle thing. So this operator labeled V intersection, you can think of as taking its 5 Ethereum of stake and operating both services at S1 and S2. So you might say, hey, is this thing real? Like, do these graphs exist? This is the live eigenlayer restaking graph from, I think, May to August. And you can see basically on the left are the node operators, who are Ethereum validators who are also running these services. On the right are the different services. There's actually far more services now. I think it's about double the number. So this graph is a lot more dense than what you see here. So when we talk about risk, we need to also talk about what it means to be an attack. What does an attack against the restaking graph look like? So the idea is you, A, need to be profitable. So that means the maximum profit for attacking a set A of services has to be greater than the maximum slashing penalty for a group of validators who are colluding to attack. So this kind of says, even if I lose my stake from doing the bad action, the profit that I get is higher. So this is what it means for a profitable attack. The second thing is a feasible attack. A feasible attack says that for every service that's being attacked, the amount of stake that the cartel that's attacking, the group of validators who are attacking that service, have is greater than the threshold times this total stake of that service. So it says, for instance, if there's 2 services in our previous example, one that has alpha as 1/3, one that has alpha as 1/2, the attacking cartel has to have at least 1/3 stake in set 1 and 1/2 stake in set 2. So you can write this in symbols using this way. This comes from sort of the eigenlayer white paper appendix B, and then it was sort of cleaned up more by Dervisel and Roughgarden, which sort of lays out the initial version of this. So unlike proof of stake, the interesting thing here is how to think about attacks here. So here, every service is actually over collateralized. So service 1, there's a profit of 4 and stake of 6 that could be lost. So it's not worth attacking. And service 2, the same thing. However, if all the validators collude, it's actually profitable to attack both services simultaneously. And so this sort of says that unlike proof of stake, where you're isolated, proof of stake is sort of a graph with one service. When you have multiple services and you share, you can have these kind of profitable attacks from the shared stake. So what does this look like? What does sort of the bad case of this look like? So what we're going to talk about is something known as a cascading attack. So a cascading attack is some validator somehow drops out. Maybe they're DDoSed, maybe they lost their stake, maybe they committed an infraction that got themselves slashed, and they get knocked out. Now, by them being knocked out, they open up an attack against the service that they were validating. So in this case, you can see the middle node operator attacks the service. And then once the middle operator attacks the service, they open up an attack on the other service. And now you can see that the entire stake has been burnt. So this is the worst case. This is R equals 1 in the previous example. And you can think of this as the proof of stake analog of like a lending liquidation cascade or perpetuals liquidation cascade. So how do we define these? So we take sets of services and operators where each of them is a feasible attack after the previous attacks are executed. And we define this quantity R psi, which is the maximum percentage of stake that can be lost due to initial loss of psi. That's how you write it formally, but don't worry about that. So you might say, hey, this tells us how much money we have to spend to secure an AVS. If we're willing to, if we only want, we choose a psi such that R psi is less than some threshold. So maybe I want that to be less than 5%, maybe I want that to be less than 10%. So this gives you a concrete way of computing how much security you need. Unfortunately, there's a bad news, which is this result, which says there's an infinite family of restaking graphs, which you burn the whole stake that have the cascades like what we saw. In the sense of time, I won't talk about it, but this is sort of what they look like, where the dots are validators and the boxes are services. But there's a slightly less bad news, which is a theorem from this paper that says R psi is actually bounded if the system is really over-collateralized, and we won't talk exactly about what that definition is, but this is sort of, you can interpret this as the proof of stake analogy of a decentralized stablecoin needs to be sufficiently over-collateralized to avoid cascading depegs. The problem is this over-collateralization condition is so strong that each service needs stake potentially proportional to the sum of all the profits. So as an example, imagine I have the network with 2 services where one of the profits is 1 ETH, and one is 1,000,000 ETH. Well, the 1 ETH service needs to attract 1,000,001 ETH to be secure to cascading attacks under this over-collateralization definition. That's not good, right? Like, if I'm a service whose max profit is 1 ETH, there's no way I can attract that much. I'm not going to generate that much revenue. So you might say, okay, is this like bad? Does this mean AVSs are kind of hard? Are we never going to be able to control this risk so that we can get this kind of safe cost of attack that we started talking about? And the key here is to consider the incentives. So what we do is we now consider incentives that are paid. So think of this as like block rewards that are paid by each service to the validators. And then we also allow the validators to adjust their stake in response to the rewards. So they can change which services they're validating. And what you can show is this sort of lets you halt some of these cascading attacks. And the key things to know about this are we kind of include some notion of a cost of attack. If an adversary is attacking a bunch of services simultaneously, it costs them more than if they were just attacking one. And so having this cost actually is more realistic than the rough garden model. The second thing is we assume the node operators are smart. They are looking at the rewards and they're selfish and they're like, how do I optimize my payout? And if you get this, our result is basically you can bound this risk, this R psi, in a way that decays in the number of services. And so there's also a way to approximate this. So the interpretation is if adversaries who are attacking face costs, if node operators are smarter, and if AVSs and services can pay sufficiently high rewards, the risk is small. So that actually means you can actually have these things be safely added to your network, and they generate revenue. So how do you reduce this in practice? So EigenLayer proposed a new mechanism recently, which is called unique stake. Again, sorry about my font. Where each service is allowed to say some fraction of any stake that is delegated to my service, only I can slash. Someone else can't slash it. Which sort of caps the overlap, like how much a single validator can share their stake across multiple services. And if you use this, you can sort of get very nice verifiable proofs that the risk is small. And you can think of these as sort of verifiable capital requirements. And with that, I'm ready for questions, I think.
Wow. Thanks for the very informative session, Tarun. If I could invite you to stand in the middle
Sounds good.
to answer the questions. So we have one question so far. Please feel free to continue submitting more. But the first question, what's the TLDR? What's the main takeaway that you want people to know?
Main takeaway is restaking networks, generally, if you can bound the risk that they create, like from this stuff we were analyzing, they're actually very good revenue generators for L1s. They generate sort of premium for the L1 token. It's a little bit, it actually is somewhat counterintuitive, but the result is that they actually generate more value with a smaller number of services that generate fees than rollups. You actually need way more rollups to generate, you need way more fees from rollups to compensate the L1. Whereas in restaking, it's actually a lot lower. And so the point is this is only true if this risk is bounded, that it's sufficiently small. And so most of this result is like, how do you show that risk is small? Under what conditions is that risk small? And that's kind of what we're showing, which is basically that validators need to be active management and the adversaries face costs.
All right, so we see a couple more questions coming in. Let's go to the first one. So should we advocate or enshrine restaking protocols then?
Yeah, so this is a great question. I'm not sure about the political liberty on this, but I actually think restaking protocols, because they generate so much revenue potentially for the L1, it actually does make sense in a lot of ways for them to be enshrined. Of course, you also have to keep in mind all of these extra risks you have. And so I think it would take a lot longer for the L1 to really be able to justify it. But yeah.
Okay, so we see a couple more that's coming up. I'll read the one. So what do you think about asset migration from one restaking protocol to another?
Yeah, great question. So I think like in a world where there's no restrictions, no unbonding time, where you can immediately move your stake, you have a lot of problems where you can open up attacks. But generally, if you look at Symbiotic, EigenLayer, Jito, all of the major restaking networks are actually have sort of unbonding times and sort of friction for you moving between them. And that friction is actually quite important for their security in a lot of ways. And I think this is one of the reasons it might not make sense to enshrine right now. It's probably better to see how these different restaking networks work in practice, how much revenue they generate, and then over time figure out how to internalize them. But I think restaking is a little bit different than MEV in the sense that it's not really parasitic to users unless you have these cascading slashing events. And so as long as you limit those, it's just more money for the L1 stakers.
Okay. Yeah, great answer. So wait, there's a couple more, and we still have time as well. So let's talk about, can you go over the one ETH and one M example again?
For sure. So yeah, imagine I have two services. Let's take two AVSs. Let's say one is EigenDA, and let's say the other one is an Oracle. And let's suppose that EigenDA doesn't have that much in fees right now, and the max profit you get from getting the validators to collude to attack it is 1 ETH. On the other hand, suppose the Oracle is tied to a perpetuals exchange. So if I could manipulate the Oracle, I can cause a price to move a lot, and then I can earn a lot of profit. And imagine you could earn 1 million ETH from that. Now, if these were two separate proof-of-stake networks, like the DA network was its own POS network, and the Oracle network was its own POS network, then the cost of attack or the amount of stake you need should somehow be proportional to the profit. So for the Oracle, I would need 1 million ETH. For the DA layer, I would only need 1 ETH. But if they're used in restaking and they have a lot of overlapping validators, the 1 ETH service, the one that has 1 ETH of attack profit, has to attract an amount of stake that's equal to 1 million and 1 ETH, so the sum of their profits, if they have a lot of shared validators. And this is because if the shared validators get slashed, it kills both of them at the same time. It doesn't just kill one of them. And so this is sort of one of the reasons in the worst case you have this additive behavior.
Okay, I think we have a short while more. I'd like to thank Tarun for the questions. Please give him a round of applause for the insights that he shared. We'll be back at 11:30 for the next session about MVVs. So please hang tight, stay tuned, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, and we are back for the next session. So if everyone has good insights, good learning so far, I encourage everyone to please feel free to share it on social media with the hashtag Devcon 2024. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speakers, and they'll be talking about Ethereum block building options. Introducing Dani as well as Burak from Flashbots. Take it away.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Burak. Today, we're going to present our work with Danning to you, and our co-author, Thomas, is unfortunately not here today. As you might see from the slide, and if you were here for Tarun's presentation, the title is heavily influenced from the famous book, Who Gets What and Why. And we're actually going to look into that, but in the concept of Ethereum blocks. And if you were around in the past couple of days, a couple more folks from Flashbots actually had quite nice presentations, and specifically Phil and Christoph. And one concept they were talking about was the centralization in how Ethereum blocks are being built today. And in fact, we're going to start from right there. So how are the blocks getting built today? And we know that as an Ethereum validator, when it's your turn to propose a block, you can either build it locally, meaning that you will use your own execution node and pick the transactions which go into your block. And this has the benefit that you pick the transactions that go into your block. But also, the same thing is kind of also occurs because you have to pick the transactions which will maximize your earnings from that block. And if you are not like a sophisticated validator who is aware of block or bundle merging techniques or block building techniques, well, this can lead that some validators could make really good money while you are left behind. And to avoid this kind of heterogeneity in block rewards, we proposed or implemented MEV Boost, which is a PBS implementation that's been active since the merge. And the idea is that now the validators could actually just delegate their block proposing rights or auction them off to a set of external entities called builders. And the builders will simply bid for the right to earn this proposing rights. And in this trade-off, now the proposer simply gets easy access to rewards, which is good for the protocol because now ideally we have homogeneous access to MEV rewards from the validator side, good for consensus security. But the problem is that now the validator has no say in what goes into their block. And from an individual validator's perspective, this might not be such a bad thing, but we see that now this could be bad for our protocol. And we see that around 10% of the validators only actually produce their blocks locally, while 90% opt in for MEV Boost. And what we see today is that, as you might have seen already, only 2 builders are actually building 95% of MEV Boost blocks right now. In our study, it was 3 builders, but right now it's a duopoly. And why is this bad? Well, if these 2 builders simply don't want your transactions in their block, or if they have an economic reason to exclude you, they are free to do so. And what this simply means is that the following slide is not available. So we need to avoid this, and there are a lot of gadgets or protocols that's been under development for this right now. And in this paper, we simply wanted to understand, okay, how did these guys become so powerful in the first place? And there are 2 aspects that we tackle this problem. One of them is how do you earn market share? How do you get to win more auctions? And the other one is how do you actually increase your profits, or how do you become profitable while doing this? Because we see that there are some builders who are not building that many blocks, but are extremely profitable, whereas some builders who have relatively higher market shares, but they are not actually that profitable. And we want to understand how this can happen. And what we see here in this slide is that if we classify the transactions based on their objectives, like what they achieve, or we call them order flow labels, we see that Telegram bot transactions and MEV transactions, so your arbitrage, Sexlex arbitrage, sandwich, and so on, they cumulatively contribute 51% of all value to Ethereum blocks, while only consuming 10% block space, or 10% of the gas. Whereas less valuable transactions, like, I don't know, like your simple ETH transfers or your retail swaps, they consume around 60% of whole gas while contributing much less value. And like one takeaway we have here is that the more valuable transactions are usually exclusively submitted, so they skip the public mempool, and the blocks are usually filled with less valuable public transactions. And on the right-hand side, you see an order flow composition of the top 10 builders. That is like what percentage of value comes from which order flow label. And like one of the results again we achieve is that the valuable order flows are also like available in higher percentage in these more successful builders. And one thing we actually find is that the diversity of the order flow is positively correlated with the market share. So those builders who have more diverse order flow can simply be more competitive or be competitive more frequently than those who are dependent on a single order flow type. For example, like if you are a searcher builder, which you only get the order flow of your searcher, then you are dependent on that opportunity to arise so that you can win the auction, whereas a builder like Beaver Build or Titan, who is like getting diverse order flow, can simply be competitive more frequently. The other thing, of course, is yes, you can win the auction one way or other. Maybe you can subsidize, but how do you actually make profits? And to keep profits in the MEV Boost auction structure right now, you need to have exclusive order flow, which gives you the competitive edge to win the auction, but on top of that, keep some profits. So, or in other words, you don't have to express your full value to win the auction. And we see that if you have an exclusive order flow provider, which means you have a provider that is only providing meaningful order flow to you and no one else, and you can think like canonical examples like SCP and Beaver Build or Wintermute and rsync, then you can actually be more profitable. And again, there is a positive correlation there with having an exclusive provider and the percentage of profitable blocks that you can produce as a builder. And in fact, we find many other features which are correlated in the same direction with being profitable and having a high market share, especially among the top 10 builders. And this kind of indicates a chicken and egg problem. That is, like, if you want to be profitable, then you need exclusive order flow, which like gives you this competitive edge, which differentiates you from others. But that kind of an order flow only goes into those builders who already have high market shares, because those order flow providers, they want inclusion guarantees. And hence, like as a new entrant to the market, you simply have no chance. And this is why like we see such a convergence in the number of builders who are like simply winning the auction today. And Denning will tell more about like reasons of that, but this is like one of the key takeaways. And we also go further into some builder strategies. So like one of them is you can think it as like how they pack blocks and what percentage of value they drive from their block regions. And this is specifically interesting for the top of the block region, because those competitive transactions, which are okay to pay high fees, they want priority. And by priority, this could be like acting first on a state that was stale, so like the last block, for example, or like doing a SEX-DEX arbitrage, which means that someone shouldn't touch the same state before them. And for this, they're okay to pay high money, but of course, as a builder, you need this order flow to come to you so that like you can place them in the top positions and get the money from them. And we see that the builders who have high market shares are also the ones, again, who are making the most money from top of the block. And you can also see some interesting behavior in the end of the block region, and we can discuss that later on more. But simply, you can think it like some builders allow some searchers to do searching after they construct the block, so on the state that's already transitioned before simply like we move on to the next slot. Another interesting strategy here is the latency and bidding behavior. That is, of course, this auction happens in a 12-second period, And as a builder, you need to relay your transactions to the intermediary relays so that they can make them available to the proposers. And of course, latency matters in this structure, because even if you have like a really high value bid, which like you just maybe created in the last like 200 milliseconds of the auction, if you cannot relay this information to the network, then simply it's worthless. And we see that this structure simply incentivizes latency and co-location with the relays. And like one strategic behavior is cancellations that these builders use, which is simply like lowering their bid in a strategic way, which is maybe because they see that like a signal, like an external signal, is not in their favor anymore. Like if they're doing a SEX-DEX arbitrage, now they want to lower their value that's available in the auction. And now Denning is going to continue with, so how do we ended up like with such a centralized market structure?
Yes. So with all these learnings of all the behaviors and strategies the builders are doing to win the market share and to make more money, back to the critical question, how do we end up with such centralized market structure today? If we revisit this data, if we compare how the transparency label, or basically meaning if the transactions are going through public or private mempool, we can see this also interesting 80-20 rule here. On the right side, you could see pretty much only 20% of transactions are going through as exclusive signal, meaning they're going through private mempool, while they are providing more than 60% of value to the final payouts to the proposer, meaning the MEV value of the block. Pretty much as Brooke already hinted, the exclusive auto flow is providing much higher value than the public mempool transactions. With all these learnings, what's the outcome? We can see that like from the right side of the chart, from the bottom to the top, we ranked the block builders from the biggest market share to the lower one. We can see pretty much the bigger the builder is with the market share, the higher private order flow percentage is. Everyone learned that, okay, we need to make sure get to acquire more transactions order flow privately and not have other people to access it, so we can basically be able to keep more value to ourselves rather than competing in the bidding to the proposers. We can also see pretty much that on the left side, most MEV valuable transactions are pretty much all private today. What does that mean? If we look at a time zone horizon, you can pretty much see that this behavior or learning has been pushing all the transactions on Ethereum towards private mempool more and more over time. During a 2 years time frame, if we look back from the beginning of 2023, in the beginning of the 2023, we only see 3 to 5% of private mempool transactions, meaning every day when the transaction landed on Ethereum, only 5% are going through private mempool. But this number has going up to 10% and then 15% in the end of last year, and then actually bumped up to 35% right now. So today, there are pretty much, one-third of the transactions on Ethereum are never seen by all those public mempool nodes. So why did it happen? What happened to the jump in 2024 Q2? If we examine on all those top block builders block and basically break it down by the order flow content, you could see that besides the order flow that belongs to themselves exclusively, for example, the thing we identified as the Beaver build, who is also a SEX-DEX trading firm that has the SCP flow, rsync has their Wintermute flow, we could see some critical order flow, for example, like the orange one, Banana Gun, has been going up in Titan's block. Very interestingly, it correlates with this like dotted line on the right side, which represents the profit of the builder that has shooted up crazy in the beginning of this year, which correlates with the growth of the Banana Gun flow. So the answer to the question, why did the private order flow went up over time, is that we have seen this movement of block builders trying to compete and almost like competing in an order flow acquisition war, which happened quietly. Everyone is trying to get deal to the basically most valuable Telegram bots or potential researchers. Who is the winner? We can see that Titan has got the Banana Gun flow here. Beaver build had an increase in the Jared from Subway, the famous searcher who is doing sandwiching attack on Ethereum. The result is that basically we have a more centralized market structure. one interesting to highlight is that there's another thing that happened, which is in Q2, MetaMask, the wallet, they're starting to monetize their transaction order flow to block builders, which then drove the crazy 35% up. So to revisit how did we end up here today, you could see that with the order flow acquisition thing that we mentioned in the beginning of this year, there is a huge change or like a paradigm shift of how the block builders started from pretty much 3 builders in the past half years, become now only Titan and Beaver. rsync pretty much gave up after they lost the biggest deal and decided to not to like try to keep their market share up because to do so, they will have to give out more profits from their searching flow and also subsidizing potentially. So this is our takeaway. MetaBoost have successfully enabled uniform access to MEV rewards for Ethereum validators. However, the current market structure is not ideal, and it undermines Ethereum's censorship resistance and neutrality properties. And we know that everyone in the market wants a more decentralized market structure, including the top builders. By talking to the top builders are also sick of this basically order flow acquisition competing game. And because there's a lot of inefficiency in current design. For example, if the top block builders are trying to acquire order flow exclusively to each other, meanwhile, these order flows are actually not really conflicting in terms of the state accessing of the block space. They are basically competing, say, for example, the centralized exchange and exchange, searching flow competing against the Telegram bots flow, which can totally exist in one block. But today, because they belong to different block builders, they will have to compete to land in the next block and so to pay more to the proposer, which also causes proposer monopoly. Another thing is that it's really hard for any new builder to come to the market without adding a lot of subsidy to kickstart and market themselves in the inclusion rate charts, which have evolved into a pretty toxic zero-sum game where everyone is trying to subsidizing more, which also then causing the top builder to subsidize more, and which is very unsustainable for the whole game. So what if we are able to find a way to decentralize the market set and redistribute value to all the people in the game? So our team, Flashbots, we believe that decentralizing the block builder set is one solution towards solving this centralization of the market structure. We believe it has to be achieved step by step. One is we have to basically design a set of the multi-operator set where multiple builders can run and you can trust them to be run by any of the neutral entity. And another thing is that we can have this neutral platform to allow any block builder to come to the block building algorithm and just bring their order flow, keep them private, potentially in a TAE, and we can be able to fairly redistribute value for the order flow they provide. One thing we have implemented so far is a gas refund rule. So the idea is basically like whoever you have a set of order flow that you want to build and land in the next block, you have a measurement of the realized value, which is the on-chain payment, how much these transactions are paying, including gas fee and tip to the builder. You also have a block value delta, or we call it marginal contribution value for the block. So meaning for the block, when we simulate to build a valuable block without this order flow, how much is the value compared to how much the value will increase, including this order flow. The delta would be your marginal contribution to the block. And then we can basically calculate how much refund we can potentially refund back to the order flow providers based on how much profit the builder can take. We have already collected around 60 ETH refunds for the order flow providers that are sending to Flashbots builders. We have processed 3 ETH of them, and we're hoping to see more and more adoption for this. Thank you. That's our talk. And if you're interested in all those details of the data, feel free to check out the paper, which is included in the AFT conference this year. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you, everyone. And thanks for the speakers. I do agree, a monopoly is never good, right? If I could invite you all just to stand here to answer some of the questions as posed by the audience. So the first one, and most outvoted, what do you think about ePBS?
Yeah, so if you have attended Christoph's talk yesterday, simply his theorem shows that, or suggests that the centralized structure of the market would not change under ePBS or any APS designs. And hence, that's why we are at Flashbots trying to put the building logic inside a TE where like the outside interference is not possible, and thus achieve some kind of a decentralization in the process. Because again, ePBS, yes, has benefits in terms of like providing an enshrined market for the same purpose as MEV Boost without relay intermediaries, but it won't be a solution for centralization.
Okay, thanks. On to the next one, which is how do you get the metrics for order flows, for example, the Telegram bot?
Yeah, so I guess we should have defined the metrics, MEV, what does that mean in our context? It simply means how much value are paid out to proposers. So we're calculating how much basically each transactions are paying in gas priority fee. The base fee is burned, so it doesn't really count. And there is a function called Coinbase transfer in MapBoost the software, which pretty much looks like a value transfer in traces. So them all together would be the value or the payouts from the transactions. Then there's a layer of bidding involved. So when the block builders are collecting all the transactions, this is how much value they're receiving, which is the true value of the block. And then we are looking at how much builder are bidding to the proposers. So the value of the Telegram bots is simply basically looking at their payouts on chain and labeling based on their routers.
Okay, thanks for the insightful one. Okay, on to the next one. Is the code publicly available for labeling order flows?
We have all the queries that we have used on Dune available and actually referenced in the paper, but then some of the internal logic is, I think, not yet publicly available, but we can definitely share it if you reach out to us.
Okay. Next one, did introduction of block markets have any effect on builder market?
Yeah, one thing we observed and also we note in the paper is it's not directly on the builders market in terms of like who wins, etc. But we see that after the introduction of blobs, the gas space or the block space consumed by these rollup transactions, simply like which uses call data and so on, actually lost significance. So you can see, I guess, a positive impact in that sense.
Okay. Next, pretty interesting one. Isn't T just trust me, bro?
It's definitely not trust me, bro. There is like remote attestation and many other things you can verify. Like if the code running in TE is actually what they're saying. We actually have a teammate, Dimars. He had his talk about this more specifically. So I would suggest you guys to check it out. I would say TE wouldn't help with censorship resistance, and there might needs to be other solutions to patch to that. But
and also just to add on to that, I mean, aren't we trusting anything everyone so far? We trust the relays. I don't know, we trust the builders who we send our order flows to. Maybe this time we can try trusting like cryptography a bit more and give a shot to TEs.
Okay. I think we have time for one final one. So can gas refunds increase spam, as it will mean the spammers can get the most of the gas back?
it's an interesting question. I'm curious your take too. But I think I don't think it will increase spam, or maybe you meant a different meaning of the spam. But like, if you're paying that much money, like the refund is capped at how much you're paying as of today. So I don't know if what are you getting out of spamming us.
So to get a refund, you simply have to end up landing in our block and have a contribution, and of course, depending on your unique contribution, you get refunded. So, like, you can spam, but it will be just like bad for us in terms of like dealing with that, but it won't like affect anything in your refund.
As a matter of fact, spamming might actually hurt your refund because we then will see similar order flow that is competing with your other flow, and which makes the marginal contribution of your flow less.
All right. Thank you so much for the Q&As. There was a lot of questions. Thank you very much. We will be back at 12 p.m. So feel free to get a toilet break, stretch your legs. See you later. Hello, hello. We are back with the next one. Yes, if you don't mind, could you take the discussion a bit to the side so it's not disruptive? All right, I'm really excited for the next talk. I'm going to introduce Sean, who, just a little fun fact, he's been training for a marathon while he's here. But more importantly, for today, he's going to be talking about bootstrapping a block builder. So let's give it up for Sean and take it away.
Hello. Okay. So, bootstrapping a block builder. Oh. Well, over the past few months, we've been looking into how do you actually join the block builder market. I think the last talk did a good job setting up how difficult it actually is. So we're attempting to do the impossible, I guess, on some level. This is a picture of Relay Scan, which many of you may have already seen. I think it illustrates the problem with the current centralization of the market pretty well. You can see on the right-hand side here, there's two builders that are really dominating the market, producing about 95% of blocks. And that's obviously a huge centralization vector for Ethereum. The block builder, at the end of the day, acts as an arbiter of inclusion to the chain. The proposer's outsourcing its ability to pick which transactions to include, and the inverse of this power is that a block builder gets to decide which transactions to exclude. So it has power over censorship of the chain as well. So let's look at the builder profitability tab here. As you can see, it looks like 600 ETH per week is being made by each of these block builders. You might think, you know, this is a pretty good business to get into. But this isn't entirely illustrative. Like, it's not entirely comprehensive. This number is derived from the balance changes on a builder's address after it builds a block. It doesn't include any information that's off-chain. So, like we saw in the last talk, there's a lot of competition for actually getting the transactions that you can then extract MEV from and then include in a block on-chain. So payments for these types of things are probably being made off-chain. And the purpose of that is, one, just privacy for the transaction flow provider, and two, front-running protection, or at least like exclusion of front-running rights, something like that. So these numbers are actually a lot more opaque than this. We don't know exactly how far off this is. It could be something like a factor of 10. We don't really know. All right, so where's the competition? Because in spite of this, you would still probably expect there to be more builder competition. You can see 2 years ago, Relay Scan looked a lot different. There's something like 9 different block builders that each had more than 6% of blocks being built, and no block builder had more than 17% of blocks being built. Over the years, more than 40 block builders have ceased operations. So why have they been failing? I think you could chalk it up to competition on some level. Just they're simply being outcompeted in a zero-sum market. So let's hone in onto like what is the role of the builder to try to figure out like why are they failing, why are they shutting down. Here I want to make a distinction between a searcher and a builder, where the searcher is the very specialized party that's actually extracting the MEV. The builder is more of an aggregator of the searcher's output, and then the party that's participating in the bids to actually get blocks on chain. So that's the interaction with the relay there. Some builders choose to collapse these center 2 blocks, the searcher and builder. It could be more efficient to run both of these processes in process. There's no like communication overhead there. The downside though would be if you have that type of setup, you may not be able to get other searchers to work with you. And the builder, since it's an aggregator, it has a high incentive to get bundles from as many searchers as possible in order to get the most competitive block. And over here, if we look at the order flow provider, This is another party that like may or may not be distinct from the searcher. A searcher may have with it its own unique order flow. If it's doing sex-dex arbitrage, the searcher itself might be an order flow provider. But at the end of the day, the flow of money here, it sort of moves away from the builder on both ends. The searcher is paying for the rights for transactions on some level. The builder can be like a proxy for this. It could be like a broker for this. And the money being paid here is going to an order flow provider, something like a wallet, something like an RPC. And on the other end, any excess bid that a searcher is sending to a builder has to be aggregated and used in order to be competitive in the block building auction. So in the limit, the money is moving away from the builder on both ends. So the margins are compressed as there's more competition between builders. So you can start to see how it could become a very tough market to participate in. So specifically, what is the builder doing? Why should it exist in this interaction? Well, one thing is it is the expert in actually getting a block on chain. So it has a broad, like a breadth of knowledge as far as what transactions are available. It has the ability to make certain guarantees for certain transactions that they can get in a timely manner. This might be important for sex-dex arbitrage, for example. A builder can also provide privacy guarantees. So it can provide privacy to an order flow provider, which would be good for not front-running potentially. It can provide privacy to searchers as well so that their MEV strategies aren't leaked. And it can also provide other sets of guarantees. So for a MEV searcher, it might be a specific position within a block, which enables some strategy. Can guarantee atomicity of bundles of transactions, so they like execute in sequence on chain. And then also giving a guarantee that if there's contentious state, like your transaction will execute, like it won't revert. So these are all valuable things that a builder can provide. If we go back to this diagram, if we start to think about the privacy component here of a builder, we need to look at the private transaction flow. So order flow provider to builder, and eventually to searcher. The searcher needs to have access to these transactions in order to extract MEV from them. So it needs to see the private transactions, but we don't want leakage. So how do we add privacy guarantees or some conditions of privacy to this? Well, one way to do it is if there's public order flow auctions, you can add obfuscation to transactions. So this is what Flashbot's MEV share does, MEV blocker does. They allow like a more permissionless auction for order flow, but there's some degree of obfuscation for transactions. So searchers can, on some level, extract MEV, but not like perfectly, perhaps. Another major way to do this is via like off-chain agreements, probably legal contracts. So that would be like the order flow provider and the builder, and the order flow provider and the searcher enter into legal agreements to say like these transactions have to be private. These are the conditions if not. And the need for these types of legal contracts is a big centralizing force because this requires like administrative overhead for the builder. It requires some degree of reputation in the space. You have to be a public figure on some level. And a lot of actors in this ecosystem prefer anonymity, especially searchers. So that's another big barrier to entry. Okay, and so this is actually the paper that was in the last talk. And I think it does a good job illustrating how critical the order flow is to this whole, the success of the builder. And some of the key takeaways included the diversity of order flow is very key. It correlates to the success of the builder. And I think hand in hand with that is the exclusivity of a specific builder's order flow. And it makes intuitive sense because if two builders have access to the same set of transaction, you're probably just competing on computation, on latency. But if one builder has the most important transaction in the set, all of a sudden he just has perhaps an insurmountable advantage. So this is the key thing to focus on, I think, as far as bootstrapping a builder. And how do you do it? Well, you could just try to win these order flow auctions. They are very competitive. If you have a separation between a searcher and builder, then you need to work with a searcher as a builder to get like a specialist to like work with you to win this. It would be better if they worked just with you. That might be easier said than done. Another interesting approach, this is sort of what Titan has done over the past year, is to focus on like feature richness. So making features in your builder that are conducive to a searcher's searching, and that might attract them to use your builder, and they might bring with them maybe order flow that they possess. So a specific feature would be if you send the Titan builder a transaction that runs out of gas, they'll just front the payment for the gas for you so long as the builder's balance increases at the end of the transaction. And then subsidization, you could view this also like a feature on some level. Like it's a feature very directly in that the searcher ends up having to tip less because you're just paying for the searcher's inclusion. But also, if a searcher is running some sort of strategy where they need maybe like a 10% chance that their block ends up on chain, you might have to subsidize in order for them to have that probability. And then, yeah, a major component is just business development. So this is like actually making the relationships with order flow providers, with searchers. The things that go into this include like building an ecosystem reputation and making legal agreements, contracts, being a public presence. All right, and can we get rid of these off-chain contracts? Because these are like really highly centralizing. I think it's reasonable to think of TEEs as a potential replacement for a legal contract, because if what you really want is just to keep the execution of the transactions private, or the execution of the builder over private transactions, TEs can let you do that, and they can let you do it with a pretty minimal performance impact. They're not bulletproof though, and because of this, like if it's really like high value transactions, it might still require a legal agreement in conjunction with the TE. So this isn't necessarily a catch-all solution. Something that would hopefully be more of a catch-all is like a pure cryptography solution. Something like threshold encryption or fully homomorphic encryption. But both of these add a lot more of a performance overhead, especially presently. But maybe in the future that can be reduced to where the performance trade-off versus the trustlessness isn't quite as great. So let's look at specifically the builder software, because actually working with this is a barrier to entry in itself. There are some open source options that are good. The RBuilder, MEV-RS. What you can do is you can extend these. You can start with these to like help you hit the ground running. At some point, you might need like more optimization, maybe optimization you don't want to share, because you're trying to like bootstrap your builder. You want every edge you can get, especially if you're trying to overcome these other network effects like order flow. So that might lead you to trying to start a builder from the ground up. That would also help you build some expertise in your builder. All right, then infrastructure. This is another barrier to entry. A lot of the game for a builder is minimizing latency. You want to minimize latency because if you're able to include a transaction that's produced later, then that broadens your set of transactions for potential inclusion in your block. Like maybe the most valuable transaction in a slot comes like just before the end. And you can include it, and no one else can. That would be an advantage. You want to minimize latency from transaction origination to your builder, and you also want to minimize it from your builder to the relay. The way to minimize transaction origin latency, there's a few ways, but you could use like an optimized mempool. There's some third-party services that do this. You could build your own sort of infrastructure for this, where you have sentry nodes around the network, and maybe they're directly connected to each other and just like sending transactions back and forth. You could also potentially co-locate at an order flow provider. That would be like how to minimize it maximally. But on the other end, you probably want to co-locate with a relay, because that's an easy way to minimize the latency from the builder to the relay, obviously. And relays might be geographically distributed to serve different proposers around the world, like with lower latency. So you might also want to co-locate your builder with a single relay, but at each instance of a relay. So generally this leads to, you probably want a very flexible DevOps infrastructure setup. You probably want to use something like Kubernetes, because at some point you might want to horizontally scale as well. So if you want like multiple clusters around the world, horizontally scaled, it gets pretty complex, and the cost runs out pretty quick, because you're dealing with full nodes for a lot of this, and full nodes are expensive to run. All right, and then projecting the role of the builder into the future. This is another challenge in trying to start a builder. It's not really just a stagnant target you're aiming at, it's a moving target. So you'll probably want to incorporate what do things like base sequencing, pre-confirmations, EPBS, like how do these impact how your builder will develop in the future. Like maybe if you can get ahead on one of these things, that would give you a bit of an edge to try to enter the market. It's interesting, pre-confirmations are actually similar to the guarantees you would get now from a builder, as far as like, oh, like I want this traction like not to revert. But they happen earlier in the slot, and they can happen with the risk of the builder losing collateral otherwise. So there's kind of like some overlap with a pre-confirmation and like a builder's current role. And yeah, so right now we're building blocks on Hleschky. It's a lot easier there, lower competition, thankfully. Our intent is to try to make a builder that's competitive, and from there, work on trying to push the boundary of how to decentralize it, how to make it more transparent, how to make it more permissionless. This feels like a more natural approach to us, as opposed to starting with a theoretical solution and trying to make it performant. Probably because we're a team of engineers. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. I hope that inspires a few people here to try something out. If I could just have you in the middle. We're going to take some of these questions, but please feel free to keep submitting them. First one, what prevents a builder, relay, or proposer from themselves front-running a searches bundle?
Builder, relay, proposer. All right, so the builder wouldn't front-run the searcher's bundle, because they would have some sort of agreement, and this is where like either the obfuscation comes in, or maybe a legal agreement, or just trust, that like the searcher will continue to send the builder bundles unless, you know, the builder front-run them. But from the relay's perspective, the relay is like a trusted intermediary where they'll see the bundles, and they serve the purpose of actually blinding the payload and caching it before sending it to the proposer. And the idea there is that the proposer is going to be like the most distributed anonymous actor here. So they would have the easiest way to, I guess, just steal the MEV and, you know, just wait for the next proposal in like 6 months. They don't really care. But the relay has to have some degree of reputation because it's acting like every slot. So yeah.
All right. So next question, does builder benefit from being closer to popular public RPC servers, such as latency benefit?
Oh, yeah, I think definitely. It's tough to say, like we don't have like empirical evidence of this yet, but you want to minimize that type of latency if possible, if that's where you're getting order flows from, but also latency to the proposer or to the relay. And which of those dimensions is more valuable to optimize for, I'm not sure. It might be better to do it near your order flow provider because you don't know which relay is going to have the block that wins the auction, for example.
Okay. Next one, do RPC providers like Alchemy or Infura sell a transaction for order flow? Should we take precaution against this?
Yeah, they might. I don't have personal insight into this, but yeah, they might. Should you take personal action? I mean, you could try to put pressure on these RPCs to say like, oh, if you're selling this, like I should get a rebate. Like if my transaction is going to you, I should get some money back for that. I think that's like the natural end state of the market. It's just not quite there yet.
Okay. What do you think of execution auctions and how they might change the function of the builder?
I think execution auctions are really cool. One thing it does is it kind of generalizes the interaction between the builder and the proposer. All of a sudden, the builder doesn't have to like go directly through the proposer to broadcast a block. It's like you buy the block beforehand, a builder would, and then you have the rights to like do your best job building. So in some ways, it simplifies it. It's sort of like it could be viewed as making the building set more permissionless, but you obviously have these other barriers to entry still, so maybe not quite.
Okay. What if a proposer, such as a node provider, is launching his block builder without a relay? Is it bad?
A node provider with his own block builder without a relay. I think it depends if the proposer, if this is like a big set of proposers using a single builder, that would be bad. If it's a single proposer with their own builder, that doesn't seem so bad. That seems the same as like you're using a local block builder, but the best version of that. If every proposer had their own highly optimized block builder, you'd still have this really centralized block production network. So you'd still have the same like censorship property as we have today.
Okay. Next one, I'll allow you to choose which one of the three as the last question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, is the link between searcher and builders public on chain? For instance, which builder a famous searcher like Jared from Subway uses? Oh, okay, I think they actually touched on that in the last talk. And they were able to see that recently Beaver build is getting more flow from Jared. So there is a way to track it on some level, but we haven't dug into this too much. Sounds like the last team did.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sean, for your session. Please, another 7 minutes and we'll have our next speaker. So please hang tight. Thanks. Okay, we're back. So the next speaker, she's also from Flashbot, but fun fact, she's also an MC that did other sessions as well. I'd like to introduce Elaine, who'll be speaking about empirical analysis of AMM loss versus rebalancing on layer 2 chains. So please, everyone, give her a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone. I know it's near lunchtime. You must all be a bit hungry, thinking about lunch. Hopefully after this talk, you'll be more hungry. Not just hungry for food, but hungry for more information on this topic. So loss versus rebalancing. Whenever I talk about loss, people tend to wish they didn't hear about this term because nobody wants to talk about loss. But actually, this kind of loss, you could avoid, and you could potentially turn it into a profit. So if you're a liquidity provider, you've never heard of LVR, loss versus rebalancing, hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll get a better idea. You will probably know how to reduce it. So let's get started. First, why do we care and what is LVR? Some people say that this is bad blood in the AMM system, and I tend to agree. But first, let me quote the original authors who defined this idea in their paper in 2022. They say that LVR is the cost incurred by AMM LPs due to stale prices that are picked off by better informed arbitrageurs. Well, today at Devcon, I say, this is my quote, that LPs live on an isolated island and they don't know what's going on outside, so they rely on the arbitrageurs to bring them information. And they pay this unjustifiably high cost, which is what I call LVR. So in this scenario, the LPs are always worse off because they're waiting for the arbitrageurs to come in and snipe the AMM stale price, make a profit. So whenever the SEX price moves away from the DEX price, it's like leaving cash on the table, right? So at the moment, this cash on the table is only picked up by the arbitrageurs. Some of it goes to the block proposers, but none of it goes to the LP. So that doesn't seem right, and surely there's something we could do about it. But before we try to tackle this problem, we want to know what's the magnitude of the problem, right? How much LVR is out there? So these are some key questions we're trying to address today. First, how much LVR is out there, not just on Ethereum, but also on Base, Arbitrum, because there are more users using L2. We want to know how much LVR is out there on all the L2s. And secondly, we want to understand if this theoretical value that's proposed by this paper is anywhere close to the empirical value, because the theoretical value is an easier calculation. It will give you a very easy ballpark number of the estimation, right? So if it's close, then that's good news. Lastly, we want to see what are the factors that affect LVR. And this includes looking at different hedging frequencies, looking at hedging on centralized exchange like Binance, or perpetual platforms like DYDX. We also want to look at block time, and also the design of the transaction ordering for different chains. These are all very important questions we want to answer and see if we can find ways to reduce LVR. I need to talk a little bit about the methodology here because I'll be referring to empirical versus theoretical LVR, and it's important to understand what these terms mean. So in the original paper, the LVR is defined as a function of liquidity providers' P&L, the rebalancing strategies' P&L, and also the LP fees. So on the left-hand side here, we have the hedged LP P&L. So if you're a liquidity provider, you hold WETH USDC, and you don't want to be exposed to the risky assets, let's say you don't want the price volatility of ETH, so you can perform this so-called delta hedging strategy or rebalancing strategy by selling exactly the same amount of risky asset you hold in the liquidity pool in a centralized exchange such as Binance. So if you do that, you're expected to be risk neutral. You won't be exposed to any risky assets. So on the right-hand side, the only expected return should be your LP fees. But in reality, this is not the case, right? Because we always have some kind of residual left, because the SEX price is not exactly the same as the DEX price. You will always have something that can't balance this equation. And that residual is defined by the authors of this paper as the LVR. So in my analysis, I reshuffled the equation a little bit. On the left-hand side, this is what I call empirical LVR. You can calculate this using observable on-chain data. And you can also perform a rebalancing or a delta hedging strategy using Binance price. You can calculate everything on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you have the theoretical LVR. Here, I'm just showing one of the formula, which is for constant product pool. It's a simple enough equation. You just plug in these parameters. You can calculate theoretical LVR. So the point is that we want to understand if the theoretical is anywhere close to the empirical. If it is, then we can avoid all the hassle on the left-hand side. We just apply this simple formula on the right-hand side to give a ballpark number measurement. Now, enough of the theoretical, empirical, let's take a look at the analysis. So first, we want to know how much LVR, right? We just want to know not only Ethereum, but also Base, Arbitrum. We want to compare the empirical versus the theoretical. We want to compare different hedging frequencies. Here is a chart showing if on Ethereum with USDC pool, that if you're an LP, you provide liquidity from the beginning of March, and you hold it for 7 months until the end of September, what is your cumulative expected LVR? So this is a loss number, right? Even though it's showing as positive, we want this number to be as low as possible because it's a loss. And the theory goes that if you hedge more frequently, your loss will be lower. And these different lines I'm showing here actually aligns nicely with this theory because you see that 1 minute hedged LVR is the lowest. You're only losing 800,000 USDC. But if you're lazy, you hedge every day, you're losing almost 3 million for the whole 7 months holding period. Just remember that this number is the maximum number because I'm calculating it for the entire liquidity pool, right? So if you're only a single LP, this is only this is the maximum number. You're only getting a portion of that loss, so don't worry. You won't be losing 3 million if you just provide a small portion of the liquidity. You also see some theoretical values here, so that's the 2 dotted lines that's more smooth in the middle. And these are the theoretical formula I mentioned about, and why there are 2 lines. I'll explain in the next slide. So in the original paper in 2022, the authors have made an important assumption. It assumes that there is no trading cost to the arbitrageurs. It assumes that the arbitrageurs trade against the DEX pool, they don't pay any fees. And that's obviously not true. It's not very realistic, right? Imagine you're in a very volatile market. Of course, you have to pay some fee to trade against the DEX pool. So they realized that, and they produced another paper in the next year considering trading fee as a factor in the LVR calculation. So that's why here you see 2 different lines. The line with trading fee taken into consideration gives you a lower LVR because a cost to the arbitrager is a gain to the LP. That's fees you're collecting. So you have a lower LVR here. And we want to compare the impact of this fee feature, and you can see it's around 0.2% of the total pool value. Now let's take a look at Base. Base is similar to Ethereum. It's a priority gas auction. It only has 2 seconds block time, but we expect it to be very similar to Ethereum. So you see here that we have the different hedging frequency. The 1 minute hedging frequency again gives you the lowest LVR, only 13,000 USDC loss. But if you hedge 4 hour, it increases to 66,000. Although it's not totally monotonic because you don't see the daily number being the highest here, 4 hours the highest, but we can say that, pretty much in general, we still follow the rule that the more frequently you hedge, the less LVR you get. And again, looking at the difference between considering the swap fee and without considering the swap fee, the difference is similar, 0.3% of the pool value. Now let's look at an outlier, and this is Arbitrum. Why do I say it's an outlier? Because first, Arbitrum is not a PGA, priority gas auction chain. It's a first-come, first-served chain, which means that if your transaction arrives early, it will be executed earlier. And also, its block time is very short. It's only 250 milliseconds, right? So we expect something to be different. And I used two pools here. The first one on the left is the same USDC West pool from Uniswap V2, but unfortunately, the pool is not very liquid. It has very few swaps. So if you do the same analysis, you see different hedging frequencies. It doesn't really follow the rule of, the more frequently you hedge, the lower the loss, right? You see the daily hedge actually has the lowest loss. Doesn't really follow the rule, doesn't make much sense. So I thought, okay, then maybe I'll look at a pool with more volume, more swaps. So I found this other pool, Camelot V2, which is also a constant product pool, and I performed the same analysis. And here you see that actually it comes back to the theory that the more frequently you hedge, the less LVR you have. So the 1 minute, you have the least LVR of only 9,000 USDC. And again, we compare the impact of fees. On the left-hand side, you see the difference is about 0.1% of the pool. On the right-hand side is about 0.3% of the pool. So this result is very similar to Ethereum and Base. Now, the next interesting question is, if I'm an LP, I want to perform this rebalancing strategy, this delta hedging strategy, where should I do it? Should I do it on a centralized exchange like Binance, or shall I do it on a perpetual platform like DYDX, right? I might want to just stay in the ecosystem, do it on DYDX if there's not much difference. So here I'm showing you the rebalancing strategy P&L. If I hedge every minute, this is the chart on the left, there's almost no difference whether I do it on Binance or DYDX. But if I hedge daily, it seems that I have an edge on hedging on DYDX, right? Because my P&L is higher on this chart. And we found the same for Base and also Arbitrum. So now let's take a look at the empirical LVR. And we also see that the LVR is lower on DYDX. Remember, I said the P&L was higher on DYDX as an LP. So what does it mean here? It actually means the price discrepancies between the DEX on Ethereum and DYDX is actually smaller than the price discrepancies on DEX and Binance. This means that the arbitrager has less of an opportunity trading DEX DYDX. So less opportunity for them to make a profit, more opportunity for you to reduce your LVR. So you're better off doing this hedge on DYDX if you are providing liquidity on Ethereum. But Base, we don't see much difference here. Even you look at the daily chart, it's quite similar. So you can choose whichever you want. For Arbitrum, again, this is very different because we see the other way around, right? This time, you're actually better off just doing the hedge on Binance because the discrepancy between DEX Binance is smaller than between DEX DYDX. So that's what you know. You can choose based on which chain you provide liquidity. The last question we have here is to compare different chains across and see what's the LVR in terms of the percentage out of the total pool value. So the theory says that LVR is a function of square root of block time. So if the theory follows, the shorter the block time, the lower the LVR, and you'd expect Arbitrum to have the lowest LVR. And let's see if that's the case. I have 4 charts here with different hedging frequencies, also including all the chains. And for Arbitrum, I've included 2 pools. One is the pool with low activity, one is a pool with a high activity. But let's just ignore Arbitrum for a second because it's the outlier. Let's focus on the blue line, which is Ethereum, and the red line, which is Base. So you can see for all the hedging frequencies throughout all the 7 months holding period, you almost always have a lower LVR for Base. And Base only has a 2-second blockchain time. So we could say that this follows the theory that the shorter the block time, the lower the LVR, right? But Arbitrum's outcome seems inconclusive. Because whichever hedging frequency you look at, whichever high activity pool, low activity pool you look at, sometimes it's higher than base in Ethereum, sometimes it's lower. So we can't make any consistent conclusions here. And this might be because the chain is a first come, first served chain. It's different, right? It could also be because the volumes I looked at in these two pools on Arbitrum is actually quite low. So the number of swaps are very low here. The US dollar, USD trading volume is also very low. You can see the two at the bottom there from the two pools from Arbitrum, much lower than Ethereum and Base. Now we know Ethereum has the highest LVR, followed by Base, followed by Arbitrum. But this is only the LVR from one single pool I'm showing you, right, with USDC. And there are many, many more pools, as we all know, on each of these chains. So imagine if you can capture all of these LVRs. All of this is not a loss. It could be your profit. It could be profit that you can give it back to your user. So imagine the potential you can gain a lot more users using your protocol, using your chain, and the list goes on. Now coming to conclusions. So we've compared a lot of things. We've compared the empirical versus the theoretical. We know the theoretical is kind of similar to the empirical. We can use it as approximation to give us a ballpark number if we want a quick estimation. We also look at trading on a perpetual like DYDX and trading on a centralized exchange like Binance, and the results seem to be very similar if you hedge very frequently. Then we compare the trading fee feature. With trading fee, you have a lower LVR because the trading fee is a cost to the arbitrager and it's a gain for the LPs, so you have a lower LVR. We also compare Base with Ethereum, and Base has a shorter block time. It has lower LVR, so shorter block time, lower LVR. And we also know that the more frequently you hedge, the less LVR you have. There are some inconclusive results from Arbitrum. We don't know if it's because of the first come, first served chain nature, or is it because the pools I choose have too low of a volume, not that many number of swaps, right? So these are inconclusive. Lastly, how can we reduce LVR? So as an LP, you obviously want to hedge more frequently. You can reduce LVR by not being lazy. You could also provide liquidity on a pool that has more activities, so your price stays stale for less time. And I want to mention something that I pointed out earlier. So the trading volume and the number of swaps actually play a factor in the LVR. Because imagine if you only have a 250 millisecond chain, but the number of swaps on your pool is only once per hour. So at the maximum, your price update is only going to be once per hour, no matter how quick your block time is, right? So actually, the frequency of the pool, the activity of the pool makes a huge difference. That's why you need to choose a pool with more activity. So as a protocol designer, you want to be thinking about how to internalize LVR and capture it at your protocol level and redistribute it back to your LPs. And I think that's what our next speaker will be talking about. They've done something in this kind of design, and I think she will show you some of the practical analysis. You could also improve the real-timeness of your DEX by bringing in some Oracle updates, or even by just charging a dynamic fee. Lastly, if you're a blockchain architect, you might want to think about shorter block time. You want to think about different transaction ordering designs that potentially will increase the opportunity cost of the arbitrager. So first come, first serve chains, or priority guest chains, or any other kind of different design that will help your user to reduce LVR is worth looking into. And that's the end of my talk. I'd like to thank this list of people and also the data providers, Ethereum and CC Data, for making this analysis possible. Question?
Thanks. Thanks, Elaine. You can tell how much. The mic's not working. Okay, hi. Yeah, thanks, Elaine. You can tell how much effort she put into the presentation just by the charts. So let's take a look at some of the questions. So the first one, what percentage of LP rebalance their portfolio with a comparable frequency as arbitrageurs?
I would say the LPs are definitely not as professional as the arbitrageurs. So I would expect the hedging frequency at the maximum you could do. I mean, if you can build a bot, you can do it very frequently, right? But if you can build a bot, you're probably an arbitrager. So I actually like to ask the audience, how many of you actually do hedging if you provide liquidity? I only see one hand. Oh, actually a lot more, yes. Yes, so that's good to know. But yeah, it's a lot of hassle. I doubt users will actually use like a highly frequently hedged position, which is why the protocol designer needs to find ways to help the user to tackle this problem.
Okay. So the next one is, how does LVR look on V3 versus V2?
Yeah, so that's something I didn't have time to look into. Well, I had time to look into, but I didn't have time to show you here. V3 actually has a lot more LVR, just because the trading volume is much more, and there are much more activities there. So it's something that's worth looking into for sure.
Yeah. And the next one is, does liquidity concentration increase or decrease LVR?
I think a large part of it is due to the price discrepancies. So liquidity concentration, in some sense, if you have LPs who have these thresholds, right? You have the upper tick, the lower tick. If suddenly the price moves and you suddenly have a lot more or a lot less concentrated virtual liquidities in the V3 pool, your pool's price is going to change, right? Because the less liquidity, concentrated liquidity you have, the more price movement there is. So it depends on how fast the price moves versus the centralized exchange. I think that makes makes more sense than purely looking at the concentrated liquidity.
Okay, on to the next one. Is there a trading fee for hedging activities? I would assume 1 minute hedging will lead to a lot more trade costs compared to daily.
I would say the main fee will be, let's say if you hedge on Binance, I think the fee is around 0.1%. If you hedge on DYDX, this could be lower based on which side of the thing you are. If you're a taker, you pay a fee. If you're a maker, you pay a different fee. I remember the mid price is like 0.03%. So it's actually less cost if you hedge on DYDX.
Okay. How can you explain that the 1 minute empirical LVR is smaller than the theoretical LVR?
Well, the theoretical value is actually in the formula, it's using volatility based on the daily volatility. So that's why. So in the formula, one of the parameters is the price volatility, and in the paper, they use the daily volatility of the Binance price. That's why you get a higher number. And 1 minute, if you use a 1 minute volatility in that equation, you probably get a similar number. Yeah.
Next question. Does execution prices and size of hedging plus how hedges are executed is taken into account?
So the execution price in this paper is just the centralized exchange price, right? So you're assuming you're hedging on Binance. So you look at exactly what the price is on Binance. And the hedging size is just whatever you hold on the LP pool as the risky asset you want to hedge. So in my example, it was ETH. So you hedge exactly, let's say you provide liquidity to ETH with, 6,000 USDC, then you'll be just shorting 2 ETH on the centralized exchange price using Binance price.
Okay, so we are out of time for the questions already, but please follow her on X. Perhaps you can answer it there. Yeah, we have one more session after this, so hang tight, and yeah, we'll catch you back later. Okay, this will be the last session before we go for lunch break, but I want everyone to keep the same energy and welcome our next speaker, Anna. So she's known for the cauda that makes the moo sound when you make a swap, and today she'll be talking about revolutionizing liquidity and how they go about it. So please give a round of applause for Anna.
Hello. Hi, I'm Anna from Cowdell. Wait 1 second. Perfect, now we have the right slide. And today we're here to talk about AMM designs, why they're currently broken, how we can fix them, and what other positive side effects it will have if we fix AMMs. Who here is currently depositing liquidity on Uniswap? Yeah, you might find out, and I think in the previous talk we actually had the question, who of you is hedging against LVR? And not so many people were raising their hands, so we are here to talk about today to let you know why you should rethink about how you want to provide liquidity in the future. So let's start. Why do we want to change the system? It seems to be working fine. AMMs have been around for a few years at this point. They have a ton of liquidity, so they seem to be okay. However, research has shown in the last couple of years that actually liquidity pools leak a lot of value. And this phenomenon we are calling loss versus rebalancing, or in short, LVR or lever. And it essentially describes this adverse selection risk that you take by potentially taking the wrong side of a trade. So in traditional finance, this happens if you trade against an informed trader. But on blockchain, this problem is accelerated. It essentially happens on every single block. And so you basically are guaranteed to trade at an information disadvantage. So I don't call it adverse selection risk. I call it adverse selection guarantee. And to describe it with help of an example, today most of the price finding, unfortunately, is still taking place on centralized exchanges. So if you see that the ETH price is dropping from $3,100 to $3,000, then you can now go to Binance and buy 1 ETH for $3,000. On Uniswap, the pool will still show you the outdated price. So you can sell your 1 ETH for $3,100. So the arbitrageur is making a $100 profit, and then the liquidity providers on Uniswap, they sell at a loss. You can measure this loss by looking at how your liquidity position is performing compared to a rebalancing portfolio. If we look at concrete numbers, research, or basically what we can see is that there's a lower bound of at least 30% of the volume that has been settled on Uniswap v2 post-merge is coming from arbitrageur traders. So arbitrageur volume isn't equal your LVR loss, but you can be assured that arbitrageurs will only trade if they can make a profit. If you look at concrete numbers, research suggests that between 5 to 7% of liquidity providers' liquidity is lost annually due to LVR. This equals in US dollar an estimated amount, lower bound of $500 million. And this is on Ethereum alone. And from everybody who was raising their hands that they are providing liquidity to Uniswap, part of this money is coming from you. So in other words, providing liquidity on chain currently is not the happiest thing for liquidity providers. So we need to look into how we can solve this problem. How can we solve LVR? And in order to understand how we can solve it, we first need to also understand how the current systems are operating. So if we look at the traditional AMM market, most of the AMMs are using some type of constant function AMM. The reason is that essentially on blockchain currently, you have a lot of different transactions in a single block, and then they get executed sequentially. So you are first, second, third, or wherever in the block. One trade gets executed after the other. However, you get different prices, right? Like the first trader might get a different price than the second trade. So now this turns out to be a bit problematic because at the same time you also want to then fulfill to satisfy path independence, which means that there shouldn't be an incentive for you to split up your trade. If you trade $1,000 worth of a token, there shouldn't be an incentive for you to instead settle 10 trades of $100 each. Or maybe to have like a very simple way of describing it, on the constant function, your price is determined deterministically, whereas the actual price might be somewhere outside. So you basically have these two constraints on traditional AMMs, right? That you're processing trades sequentially and that you have to fulfill path independence. Now, we were going back to the drawing board and like see, is there like a different way of how we can actually fulfill this or make this less problematic? So we looked into batching as a solution. And if you collect all the transactions of a block into a single batch, and you execute them actually at a uniform clearing price, then the order of the transactions doesn't matter anymore because anyway, all of the transactions within this batch receive the same clearing price. And then it also doesn't matter anymore if users want to split their trades into multiple, because in any case, the batch is re-aggregating all those trades. So, as I mentioned, I'm from CowDAO, and CowDAO has been looking into batch auction mechanisms for a long time. So we have a live mechanism for over 3 years. And so we decided, okay, let's try it out. Let's build an AMM on top of this existing batching mechanism. So, really brief overview of how it works. Our transactions are collected in a batch over a certain period of time. And then there's an auction where multiple external parties, who we call solvers, are competing to finding the best possible price for the orders that are in this batch. And they also have to comply to some rules. One is this uniform clearing price. Essentially, all traders with the same assets should get the same execution price. And then there's another criterion, EBBO, that requires that also the minimum price met is at least equal or better to existing other on-chain prices. Having this competition guarantees then that even if somebody is trying to take advantage of of a price discrepancy, there's an auction, there's this competition between different parties who will all drive the price up. And then lastly, there's this consolidation of all transactions in the batch. You can net them out against each other, and only the leftover amount is executed then against the AMM. And by having this additional noises of additional transactions, you can generate additional surplus that is then all distributed. This captured LVR and the additional surplus that is captured is distributed to the liquidity providers. So in other words, the LVR is captured and redistributed. In this way, the AMM doesn't suffer from it. Just to show you briefly how the price functions differ, on the left you have the constant function one of the traditional AMMs that is sort of deterministically defining where your trade gets executed. And then now with the new approach, by batching, you can now think of a price function where the actual price point sits outside. So with every trade that you execute, you can move up this price function. This is why we are calling it function maximizing AMM. And looking concretely into the return of your investment, on the traditional AMM, it is sort of like a rebalancing strategy, just that you have the loss that LVR incurs, and then on top, as a bonus, you get the fees that the AMM collects. On our new approach, the function maximizing AMM, it also operates in a way like a rebalancing strategy, but you do not incur the loss from loss versus rebalancing. And on top of that, you get additional surplus. So in other words, batching combined with this new price function removes LVR and can finally make liquidity providers happy. This sounds great in theory. How does it actually perform? So as I mentioned, we did do an implementation of top of Cow protocol, and we call it Cow AMM. It's been live for a little over 3 months, and it has around 20 million in TVL at the moment. It's deployed across Ethereum, Arbitrum, and Gnosis Chain, and has essentially 29 pools that have more than 10K in TVL. The most interesting data point up front, it currently outperforms Uniswap v2 pools in 50% of the cases. You might wonder, why do we compare against Uniswap v2? The reason is that Uniswap v2 is currently performing best for passive liquidity providers. So we wanted to compare Cow AMM against whoever is performing the best. Let's look into the methodology we're using. We looked into growth of 10K. So essentially, if you deposit $10,000 US into a pool on Cow AMM versus the equivalent UniV2 pool at the same moment in time, how does the strategy perform? And the reason why we like this methodology is because it can be negative. Because at the end of the day, as a liquidity provider, what you care about is the total assets that you hold in your balance, in your wallet. We also look at APR comparisons, just because this is what users like to see. They're really used to it. But in a way, it's somewhat misleading because it can be very positive. You can sometimes have moments where it shows, oh, amazing, I have 100%, 200% APR. But it doesn't tell you so much. We use it for essentially like short-term price volatility. Okay, let's look concretely at the pools. The interesting part here is, I already said that CowAMM outperforms UniV2 pools in 50% of the cases. But the interesting part here is we also looked at TVL. And so Uniswap has larger TVL than CowAMM across all the pools we compared. And the interesting component here is that in those cases where Uniswap TVL is only between 3 to 9 times higher than on CowAMM, CowAMM already outperforms Uniswap. And only on pools where the TVL of Uniswap is between 30 to 80 times higher, CowAMM is still underperforming. And this is kind of expected, because the more TVL you have, the more over proportionally, it also attracts trading volume, so it will also generate more fees. So we should expect that as TVL is growing on CowAMM, so should also increase its performance. Then we were actually curious to see if there's currently surplus left on the tables, because we literally, CowAMM was just launched 3 months ago, and it also, of course, relies on good solver support. And unfortunately, so far, only 3 solvers integrated CowAMM natively. So we looked into a token pair USDC West pool and looked at different performance periods. I think this one particularly shows for 1 week, or a little longer, actually. And looked into how many trades could have been settled against CowAMM, but didn't, and what is the surplus that was left on the table. And it turns out that, unfortunately, 96% of the surplus is still not captured. And then we rerun the analysis across different time periods and also across different token pools, and it turns out that this captured 4% is even an upper bound. So sometimes even more surplus is left on the table. So we're currently working together with solvers that do natively integrate CowAMM, because then also the performance will significantly go up. Loss versus rebalancing LVR is particularly problematic in times of high volatility, right? Like the more there's a price discrepancy between a centralized exchange compared to a DEX, the more value can be extracted. So we looked into those high volatile times, and there's actually a bunch of examples. I'm only going to show 2 now that are both pretty recent. So the SAFE token got listed on Upbit, and within a time span of 15 minutes, it had a huge price increase to over 80%. So we looked into this time interval, and there was a bunch of rebalancing transactions on CowAMM. A bunch of them were juicy. One particularly juicy one generated over 10% in surplus. If you compare this with how it would have performed on Uniswap, there, to remind you, how does Uniswap capture LVR? Not at all. The only thing they have to kind of circumvent the losses of LVR is by taking a fee, but the fee is fixed. And the fee is fixed to 0.3%, at least on the equivalent pool. And so if you compare the profitability, CowAMM essentially did 30 times better than Uniswap. Then, to give 1 second example, just to show this is not a rare occasion, last week the Cow token got listed on Binance, also led to a really big price jump. And there, essentially, even 15% surplus was captured in 1 single transaction. Again, price jumps, like the price movement obviously happened over a time interval of a few minutes, not in 1 single block. So there's a bunch of individual rebalancing transactions on CowAMM. And I just picked here one particularly juicy one. And again, if you compare this to a 0.3% fee on Uniswap, then on this particular trade, CowAMM outperformed Uniswap by 50 times. So what's the lesson here? That's essentially if we remove LVR and we add surplus into the mix, we can actually really maximize the returns for liquidity providers. Now, if we remove the problem of LVR, we can finally also think of cow AMM as an investment strategy. Why is this the case? It's because, in a way, it is performing like an index fund because it automatically rebalances. The reason why Uniswap wouldn't work as a good index fund strategy or rebalancing strategy is, again, because you have the loss due to LVR, which is now fixed. And then it essentially even outperforms an index fund because instead of having to pay fees to pool managers that are doing the rebalancing for you, it does it automatically. And then on top of that, so you don't have to pay fees, and on top of that, you even gain additional fees from the surplus. We call this new product DTFs, or decentralized traded funds. And it has all the financial upsides that I just mentioned. And it can also already support multi-tokens, because you can just create 2 different pools with like a 50-50 or 80-20 weight, and then you can take those newly created IP tokens and put them in a new pool. And this way you can already create your multi-token asset pool. We will also build on top of Balancer v3, so then there's going to be a more native, more straightforward integration of multi-tokens, but you can already do it today. And you have full control over your assets, naturally, and can access them anytime. And then there's this last really, really nice benefit also that comes from integrating on top of Cow Protocol, which is that you can actually leverage your yield-bearing tokens. Because if you look at the Uniswap pools, they're all against WETH, right? But a lot of people want to hold Repstake, ETH, SDAI, whatever, any interest-bearing token. And you can use them and put them into an AMM. One, because you have this really nice rebalancing strategy, but the highlight of Cow Protocol is that its underlying solver mechanism can easily swap in and out to this token. So if somebody is interested in buying WETH and not Repstake ETH, they can still take advantage of the liquidity that's in the pool that you created. So instead of keeping all your idle assets, all your idle yield-bearing tokens in just your wallet, you can now think about, hey, why don't I deposit them in an AMM and earn additional yield on top? So rebalancing on Cow AMM, plus generating surplus, and leveraging interest-bearing tokens is essentially a little bit like providing liquidity on LSD. The summary is, by removing, so LVR today is the reason why liquidity provision doesn't work well. We can fix this now with a function maximizing AMM. And the current implementation of it, Cow AMM, is already outperforming UniV2 in 50% of the cases. And the performance will increase as there's going to be more solver support and as the TVL will grow. And as of today, this function maximizing AMMs can already unlock the potential of passive investment strategies. So I'm inviting you to try it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I am definitely interested to try it out. So let's take some questions. First one, if Cow AMM volumes come from the leftover of the batch, meaning that the noise trader volumes don't hit the AMM, aren't LP getting very little trading fees due to low volumes? And how do you solve that?
I would say that at the moment, yes, probably if you compare the fees, obviously that they receive compared to Uniswap volume, it's lower. But the real benefit is, so essentially there's studies showing that the fees that Uniswap v3 is making are not making up for the losses that LVR is creating. So just by comparing this, Cow AMM is already performing better, right? Because Cow AMM is removing LVR by pushing the prices to the real price where the price should be. And then even if the surplus might be slightly lower than the fees, the surplus is on top of this LVR removal. And on Uniswap, it's only trying to make up for the LVR.
All right, next question. How much of the Cow operation happens on off-chain?
Well, they're basically I mean, we are working on a decentralization white paper because the goal is in the future to have everything fully on chain, but the matchmaking currently is taking place off chain.
Okay. Right, so the next one, if it outperforms Uni V2 on 50% of the trades, what happened for the 50% remaining? Does it perform the same or worse?
I think I showed actually the performance on the slide, and it's currently performing worse. But it's like by 0 point something percent. It depends on the pool, depends on how much TVL it has, and depends on how much volume we are able to capture on those pools. So there's no, this is the fixed percentage across the pools, but yeah, it is slightly underperforming at the moment.
Okay. Does COW LPing work similar to Uniswap V3?
No, because Uniswap V3 is leveraging concentrated liquidity, and this is not the audience we are targeting. We are targeting passive liquidity providers. Actually, if you look in the performance of Uni V3, everybody who's like trying to do passive, like who's not super active and is not an informed trader and like a specialist and knows what they're doing, are actually suffering even worse. Like their positioning return is much worse than on Uni V2. So our target group is the passive liquidity provider who wants to get a return on their investment and not leak value. And so it's different.
Definitely. How can you come up with lower bound on percentage of swaps that are arbitrage?
Let me try to understand the question. How you come up with lower bound of percentage of swaps that are arbitrage? Do you mean I assume that is what is meant is essentially the slide where I showed this. So this is not research that we did internally. But there's a bunch of research papers that I think are quoted in the source of the presentation. So if you're interested, you can look into it.
Okay. Okay, so the next one would be, in the example you gave, COW AMM outperforms Uni V2 in 50%. Okay, that has been answered. So we're going to the second one. Can you call it an index fund when the token holding strongly depends on the price? Isn't hedging strictly necessary?
So as if you, like basically, if you look at an ETF strategy, what you do is you invest into it, right? And then you have like a company who's doing rebalancing for you. Actually, much less frequently than it happens on an AMM. So, depend on the price. So, in other words, for this particular, like, if you're like an informed trader who's providing concentrated liquidity on UniV3, then probably you also do hedging. If you're a normal passive liquidity provider who essentially just wants to earn some interest on their hard-earned tokens without being a professional at what they're doing, then no, you don't need it because overall you're not losing money, but you're making money on top.
Okay, so we have time for one last question. Do COW AMM LPs outperform the HODL strategy?
Yes, we did look into it, and so the problem is we only have data periods of 3 months, but the short answer is yes, it outperforms it. Maybe if you look at like if a newly created pool was just set up in a couple of days, or then maybe there might be cases where it doesn't outperform it, but over time, yes, it does.
Okay, thank you very much, Anna. Thank you. So we will be closing this stage for the next hour to have lunch. And I urge everyone to go out, stretch your feet, get some lunch, get some food, and also explore. So I'll see everyone back here at 1:30 p.m. Ciao.
Thank you so much for moderating. You're doing so good.
Thank you. I think I want to try it out too.
Yeah,
Yesterday I was researching on your page actually, but I didn't manage to like anything. Okay, 2:30 p.m. Okay. Oh, my bad. Okay. All right, so we're closing for the next hour. We'll see everyone back here in 2:30 p.m. Hello, hello. Hi there, everyone. So, back from lunch break. I hope everyone had a filling lunch. Get settled, get comfy. So, we're going to start the next session for stage 5. It's going to be all the way to 6:30. I want to introduce to you Max. So, he is often mistaken as Mark Zuckerberg, but I'll let you be the judge when he comes on later on, right? So, yeah, Max today is going to be talking about onboarding and all the flows. So, without further ado, let's give it a shot. Big round of applause, please.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming to our talk on how crypto goes mainstream. It's a topic that's very near and dear to our heart. I work at Privy, and Privy is an easy and powerful way for crypto products to onboard their users. And Privy powers many of the most popular crypto apps, from trading apps like Hyperliquid and Pump.Fun, to restaurant loyalty projects like Blackbird, to social apps like Zora and Friendtech. And so from supporting many of the most popular consumer teams, we've gotten a really good lens into what makes a great consumer crypto product. And it's really exciting at this DevCon to hear how many people are talking about consumers and apps. And one of the things I've seen a lot on Twitter is people saying, where are the apps and how are we going to get more users on chain? And this is a problem we think about a ton. And at Privy, actually, I'll tell you a little bit about what we're going to talk about first, and then we'll dive into it. So we're going to talk about the changes in our market, like why, as an industry, we've gone from not giving much airtime to consumer to it being something that everyone is referencing and talking about. We're going to talk about the crossroads we're in and why we're starting to see a really exciting acceleration in the crypto market. We're going to talk about what great looks like in consumer. So what some of the qualities of the most popular consumer apps will look like. We're going to talk about where we go from here, how we're going to get every consumer product on chain over time. At Privy, we talk a lot about, what will it take for a consumer product to break out? And new tech often needs to power experiences that are orders of magnitude better than the status quo. And so to use an internet analogy, like if you were building a new internet, if you built something that's better than dial-up, that's not going to cut it because now we have fiber. And so with consumer, we need to build something that's, a better experience, a more compelling experience than something like Uber or Facebook or TikTok in order to get, everyone to start using it. And to us, there are 3 things that we get from building on crypto rails that, aren't possible if you're building off-chain. The first is, this idea of ownership. the assets that you're accumulating in your app are yours. You can get kind of shut off from the app, but you still have the assets that you've earned and you can take them with you, which is related to the second point around interoperability. By building on a blockchain, you can take your assets experiences with you from app to app. So you can mint an NFT on Zora and then go sell it on OpenSea or any other NFT marketplace. And the third is around payments. So crypto offers a digital-first instant payment layer, which is a really exciting new capability that's not possible off-chain. Historically, getting that combination of attributes in a product required using something like this, MetaMask. It accomplished, everything that crypto enables really well, but it requires you to be very familiar with crypto. And if you don't care about crypto or you're not willing to go through the hoops to set up your crypto life, this might be too daunting to you. And it's been a big reason why many crypto apps haven't been able to cater to people who don't know much about crypto. And a lot of the first popular crypto app experiences powered by these external wallets, they looked like this. They were great for discrete one-time user experiences. Come in, do a financial transaction, get what you need, leave, and then come back when you need to do your next financial transaction. But they weren't well set up for multi-session user journeys. And the tech stack has come a very long way to enable these richer consumer experiences. So, a lot of the time we talk about what are the barriers to consumer products really breaking out at on crypto rails, and there's sort of a lot of the UX around making crypto apps easy to use. There's scalability, cheap, fast, reliable blockchains. And then there are kind of elements around the transaction experience and making that easier. And for the first time, we have a tech stack that kind of combining all of these attributes allows us to build great consumer experiences. And as a result, we've seen the market evolve quite a bit. So we've gone from, here we're highlighting, what we see as kind of the most popular, most visible consumer products, consumer crypto products of the year, starting with, financial one-time DeFi use cases to much kind of broader DeFi use cases, to bringing art and culture on chain, to gaming, to social interactions, and now having a full social layer. And now we're starting to see these more kind of rich consumer product experiences. But we're at a crossroads, so we have kind of everything we need to build a great consumer experience. But we're not at the point where every app we're using is on crypto rails. And so the question we ask a lot at Privy is what will it take for that to happen? And we see two trends that are both very exciting, that are both accelerating a ton right now, that we think will unlock the next wave of crypto products for consumers. The first trend is crypto native apps, so products that are built on crypto rails. The crypto infrastructure is very much core to the product experience, that are going after a mainstream audience, that are trying to really hide, abstract a lot of the crypto mechanics away from users, but crypto is fundamental to the product from the outset. So one of the most visible examples of this right now is Polymarket, which is a product built on crypto rails, but has attracted orders of magnitude more users than the kind of core crypto native population. And OpenSea accomplished this, Blackbird, the restaurant loyalty app, is accomplishing this, Pump.Fun is accomplishing this, and the number of crypto products that are crypto native, crypto from the outset, that are catering to a broader audience is accelerating a lot. And this is one trend that we think is going to continue accelerating. And we break down kind of there are four common attributes a lot of these experiences have. The first is that they're engaging. Like they're experiences that people want to use and come back to and participate in. So whether that is something like Zora, where you can consume content, you can like content. As a creator, you get rewarded for posting content, to games like FriendPet, to Receipts, which is a fun competitive fitness app on chain. We're seeing the baseline of just a fun experience that people want to engage with again and again as the most common attribute for crypto native products that are breaking out into a broader audience. The second, and one that's very kind of close to home for us at Privy, is UX for everyone. So even though it is a crypto experience at its core, it is friendly and familiar to people who know absolutely nothing about crypto. So whether it's what we have on the left with Pirate Nation, which is one of the most popular crypto games, which allows users to sign in with Google login or Discord and get a fully self-custodial, powerful wallet under the hood that could do anything you need it to on chain, to Anime, which is a fun ecosystem of experiences centered around anime, where you could sign up and start collecting on-chain assets, but you have no idea that anything you're interacting with is crypto. To B3, who implemented an experience we call guest mode, where you can get a wallet without actually creating an account, which is an experience that's familiar to people who shop online, for example, and aren't going to create an account in order to purchase something. A lot of the UX elements of these apps are accessible for people who don't know anything about crypto. The next is real-world tie-in. So a lot of the most popular apps we see are manifesting in the real world in different ways. So whether that's Blackbird, who has many of the most popular restaurants in New York, there are physical pucks at the restaurant that you can tap your phone to earn rewards points that you could redeem to either pay your bill or get a free drink at the restaurant, to seeing on-chain assets in Walmart and Target, as the Pudgy Penguins team is accomplishing. Showing on-chain assets in the real world is another very common element for apps that are breaking out. And then the last piece is around account funding and getting people to transact on-chain without taking them through the multi-step journey of getting crypto assets. So we have a video here of one of our customers, Rodeo, who has a really nice Apple Pay funding flow where you can purchase a balance that allows you to mint NFTs in the Rodeo app using Apple Pay. And once you have your credits, as they're framing it here, you could just go and collect the asset, and it feels familiar and leverages payment methods you're already familiar with. So those are some of the attributes of these crypto native experiences that are targeting mainstream users. And then there's this parallel trend of products that were built without crypto in mind, that are leveraging crypto infra to accomplish things that wouldn't have been possible without it. And this is one of the most exciting things we're seeing at Privy right now, and it's accelerating a ton, where many fintechs in particular are starting to leverage crypto for payment rail benefits, and we'll get into some of the other attributes. But this is this parallel trend where these products already have a ton of reach. They have tens, hundreds of millions of users, and they're giving them access to crypto rails. And the attributes that a lot of these projects have in common are, one, they're looking to use crypto rails to give users access to USD balance. So this is a product, Dollar. They're one of the most popular neobanks in Latin America, and they're using crypto infra to give people in Mexico and Argentina access to USD balance. But you would never know there's a trace of crypto infra in the app. It just feels like you have a dollar balance. You can earn your paycheck in USD, which is a great store of value, and then spend it with a card attached to the account anywhere merchants accept card. So that's a really cool trend we're seeing. Another is that mainstream apps are starting to use crypto as just a more efficient payment rail. So this is an announcement from Deal, the payroll company, which allows any contractor on the platform to accept their payroll in USDC. And so not only are contractors getting faster access to the payment, but they're not dealing with a lot of the kind of big FX hits you take on both sides of the transaction if you were converting from a payment in USD to a foreign currency, and the bank would take a pretty big fee on the FX conversion. So that's a really exciting trend as well. And then the last trend we're seeing with mainstream products and experiences building on crypto rails is some of the interoperability benefits you get from building on chain. So earlier this year at Coachella, users who had specific assets that they bought on OpenSea could then go onto the Coachella website and link the same wallet they used to buy the assets on OpenSea and unlock VIP passes. And there was a special kind of section of the Coachella venue where users could go and get access if they had this NFT in their wallet. And this is like a very early example of some of the cross-app experiences where users can take history or purchases they've made in one crypto app or one thing on chain and unlock things completely elsewhere. So the two trends that we're really excited about that we think will unlock the next wave of crypto usage are, one, these very kind of crypto deliberate products that are finding ways to attract a mainstream user base, with Polymarket as like a great example of this. We think that's going to continue accelerating. And then on the other hand, you have all of these products, fintech and largely fintech, but over time we expect many more, that are looking to build on crypto rails to unlock some of the interoperability and payment benefits you get. And in our view, these are moment in time distinctions. Eventually, we're just going to talk about crypto as an enabling technology that products build on. And so this, crypto native versus mainstream product is a very moment in time distinction. We think, these two trends will converge and everyone will start building on crypto rails in order to access the things you get that make crypto special. We think kind of as that plays out, it's important to keep your focus on the things we get from crypto and what we're all building toward, and not concern ourselves with, okay, I believe crypto needs to evolve in whether it's this chain or this user base or that user base, and just really focus on what are the unique benefits we get from building on crypto rails. And the last thing we'll leave with is we really believe there's never been a better time to be building products on chain. You have all of the infrastructure coming together. You have all of the energy behind crypto, the visibility we're getting as a market. And we're really excited to see the next wave of products that come. So thank you all very much for the time. And if there are any questions, happy to take them.
Thanks, Max. I hope everyone took some notes on how to build a popular product. So without further ado, let's go talk about some of the questions. So you can look right here. The first one is, what is an example of a popular feature that drove massive adoption for a project?
Yeah. One of the most kind of novel things we saw in a product since starting Privy was how FriendTech really leaned into an existing social graph to make the first time user experience a much richer experience. You had a bootstrapped, so to rewind for a second, FriendTech, when you signed up, asked users to link their Twitter accounts. And then there was a populated social graph and users that you were familiar with. And that kind of immediately gave the app experience some more life. You had kind of friends and recognizable faces on the app. And I think that is one of the patterns that that team introduced that we still see everywhere today that made for a much richer experience.
Agreed. So the next one would be, why is most Web3 adoption focused on speculative platform like Polymarkets or Memecoin? Is the trend overshadowed the development of real-world utility in the Web3 space?
Yeah. Well, because the crypto rails make for easy transaction experiences, facilitating whether it's trades or bets is like a very kind of easy to stand up use case. We have a framing at Privy where there's sort of, we call it the carrot and the stick. And up until very recently, because the UX around crypto experiences was a bit tougher, it was a bit kind of more hoops to jump through to get up and running in the app. Apps needed to incentivize, why should I use this app, with a little bit more of a carrot, whether that's like speculation or yields, to get the user to jump through the hoops. And we think kind of as the UX improves, you can have less speculative use cases, because it's the same reason why I would get up and start using any product. I can just kind of use the crypto product and enjoy whatever the real world experience is behind it.
Okay, so the next one is the trade-offs required to enable UX. Things like Google login wallet seems to stretch the definition of non-custodial. Is it really non-custodial if I need to log in through a specific provider?
Yeah, so this one gets a little bit into like the mechanics of how Privy works, but when a user creates a wallet with Privy, we split the user's private key into different shares, and they're assembled in a way that neither Privy nor the customer we're working with has the ability to access the user's private key. The user is the only party that can actually assemble the key on their device and control the wallet. And so even though Google is the sign-in method, that's only one. The kind of auth link is only one out of the 3 shares that we split the key into. And so that doesn't kind of make the wallet experience custodial.
Okay, so we have time for one last question. This is a pretty interesting one as well. What's the industry that you think will onboard the most users on-chain in the next 5 years?
Yeah, we're really excited about what we're seeing in the fintech and payments market. So seeing all of these neobanks really starting to lean into crypto payment rails to give users access to USD, faster, cheaper payments, potentially better financial products over time. We think that's a really powerful driver of adoption. And if every banking product over the next 5 years somehow incorporates a crypto payment rail and gets their users' wallets, that's a really massive tailwind for usage in the market.
Thanks, Max. Can we give him a round of applause for the insightful conversation they had? Stay tuned. We'll be right back at 3 p.m. with the next session. All right, thank you. Thanks, Max.
Hello, hello, hello. So, all of you who haven't, there will be a QR code that you can scan, and it will allow you to ask questions. It will allow you to collect a stamp that you actually have been here. So please do that, don't miss it out. There will be a QR section after this. And the next speaker is Rebecca Karczaginski, and she will tell us about how to streamline mass adoption by detecting common mistakes in Web3 design. Give it up for Rebecca.
Swadika. We're going to be jumping into bootstrapping your dApp UX, but first I want to ask two questions. Who here has struggled to make a complex crypto app feel simple to new users? And who feels that resource constraints on their team have made it difficult to create an ideal user experience? If you face these challenges, you're not alone. Together, we'll be discussing how we can implement best practices to help you overcome these challenges and bring the next billion on-chain. Now, before we dive into solutions, allow me to introduce myself. You might know me as the Crypto Bride. About 3.5 years ago, I exchanged NFT wedding rings with my now husband on Ethereum mainnet. Of course, we overpaid in gas. This was before any layer 2s existed, but you know what they say, love is priceless. And about me professionally, I've been designing and leading teams for the past 15 years. Most recently, I led the design of Coinbase Commerce, where I help businesses use crypto payments. Now, as a DeFi design consultant, I help businesses that are tackling the same challenges that you're facing. So with that, let's dive in to how we can bring those next billion on-chain. To guide us, I want to introduce you to a framework that I developed through analyzing dozens of popular DeFi apps. I call it the dApp funnel. It outlines the key stages people go through when interacting with decentralized applications, from their first interaction to transacting and beyond. The stages are connect, configure, transact, and track. Each stage represents an opportunity to either engage people or lose them. Let's begin with the first stage, connect. This is all about connecting with a wallet. As I was doing my research, I discovered that where to start is often unclear. Best practice number 1, make connect obvious. Let me start with what not to do. Don't mislead with interactive zero state. So here's an example on Beefy. You can see that I can enter an amount to deposit, but the button is disabled, and I don't know what to do. Another common mistake is what we see here on PancakeSwap, where somebody comes in wanting to do an action such as swap, but the call to action button says connect wallet. So any kind of benefit to surfacing this interactivity is negated by this disconnect. What's better is how Zora and Lido and a few others are proactively surfacing the login screen. Best practice number 2, streamline options. Is anyone here designing cross-chain dApps? Awesome. Here's another example of what not to do. Don't combine network selection with wallet selection. It's just too much information. It could be handled in multiple steps. Save time by implementing a ready-made wallet plugin. There's so many options out there that will simplify your onboarding. Another great option is to combine the disclosures with your Wallet Connect screen. People who are familiar with Web 2 will likely click on the upper right corner and their logged in account. Don't do what Curve does and a few others that instantly log out. It's quite jarring, disorienting, and instead offer an interstitial menu. This is an example from Arbitrum Bridge where people can access their settings and other options. Rounding out this topic of connect, consider using a passkey. This is a really awesome innovation that we're seeing more people adopt, and I hope to see further streamline techniques as we move forward. All right, moving forward to configure. This step is all about setting up the transaction. It's about selecting the asset, entering an amount, and choosing a network, and sometimes configuring more advanced options. And here the two themes are too many choices being overwhelming, and using technical jargon can intimidate users. Let's start with personalization. Pop quiz. Do you notice a difference between the logged out stage and the logged in stage? If you answered no, you are correct. This is a missed opportunity, unfortunately, on Boring DAO's part, where it's not suggesting a token or a network. Instead, do what Uniswap does here, where it's suggesting tokens in my wallet and even suggesting prior searches from previous sessions. So it really feels like they know me. Another thoughtful approach is personalizing by persona. So look at here how Blur has two different user types. There's the trader, who wants a more information-dense view, and the collector, who wants a more curated experience. Similarly, on Bridge, there's an expert mode. And this is great if you feel like you might be alienating some of your power users by simplifying too much. This way, they can easily access those more advanced features. Starting with good defaults should minimize the cognitive load. But what happens when people encounter errors? We need to enable better recovery and hopefully prevent them. Let me start with a great example of error prevention. Here on Hop, it's suggesting a minimum amount for me to send so I don't get an insufficient funds error. Be sure to check your error messages. This is a really great example of how somebody may have forgotten to translate this into something that makes sense, explaining what happened and what the user needs to do to fix it. And double check that what you're saying to fix it actually works. Instead, deep link into the wallet to overcome that issue. Recover here as Eigenlayer does by switching to a supported network in this case. I recommend progressive disclosure also to simplify the interface. Here on LlamaSwap, the slippage options are visible at all times, which it makes the interface too cluttered and it can increase the drop-off, right? Here's another example on Beefy where it's showing the increments from 0 to 100. Probably not a widely used feature, and it makes it look a little messy. Instead, check out how ThorSwap buries those options underneath the max button. So for the items that are visible in your interface, I recommend showing some education, providing more context to increase confidence in the transaction. So let's avoid using jargon. Here's an example from Rocket Pool, where it's using a term that probably everyone in this room knows, mainnet, but it doesn't map to an option within most wallets. So instead, use straightforward language. Tooltips are a great option to explain in detail everything that a transaction has. I also recommend including a confirmation screen that gives the user an opportunity to review all of the details before moving forward. Assuming all the details in that transaction look good, we're ready to transact. This is the core of all DeFi applications. It's where people authorize access to their funds and transfer. It's critical that people feel safe here. Unfortunately, lengthy approvals can scare and confuse. The best antidote to that is to convey progress. Okay, who's used Aave in this room? Probably everyone, right? It's like one of the oldest, most popular dApps out there, but unfortunately, it uses buttons in a very non-standard way. This is not the best component for showing a multi-step transaction. You see how they appear and disappear without any kind of confirmation? What's a better pattern is what Uniswap does, a stepper, right? It shows what are the actions that are required, what are the status, pending, and confirmed. I also recommend showing in-context feedback through toast messages as Aerodrome does here. Don't misrepresent status. So here's an example from Lido, which is optimistically presenting modals saying you are unlocking, you are wrapping, but it's before I've even had an opportunity to confirm in my wallet. So it's not really accurate, and it reduces my trust in their system. Instead, do as Moonwell does, which encourages, once I've reached the pending status, to continue using the application. Okay, this one's a little controversial, but rounding out the transact phase, let's not do infinite approvals. You see this long, scary red text. With the current constraints we're in right now, maybe a lot of this will be solved with smart wallets. But until then, let's use exact amounts so that it maps to what the user entered into the system, and it's also more secure. Now the final stage, track. This is all about monitoring the status so people know what happened and what they can do next. Here, we observe limited access to historical and ongoing performance. Here are the 3 stages of the tracking lifecycle in most apps. There's real-time, ongoing, historical. Let me break it down. For real-time, we covered that in the previous section, transact. And this is all about in the moment when you're investing, you receive that feedback, right? But ongoing is missing, right? We want to understand the day-to-day performance of investments, including returns and the yield. The patterns we see here are dashboards and notifications. This helps people make investment decisions, what to do next. And then the history, where this is all about record keeping of the past transactions, account statements, and this enables accounting. It's critical that we support each step of this journey in our dApp. So, how do we support ongoing performance tracking? Let's provide APY history. This is an example from Aave. It's very rare. I did not see many of these in my audit. Please share examples if you have them. Anecdotally, a friend of mine takes screenshots of the apps where he's invested to see whether or not his APY has gone down, which is not ideal. Let's also summarize the portfolio insights. This is from Aerodrome, a dashboard that shows kind of the return and the emissions and other things that I earned. This is definitely not the best, but I challenge you to provide better examples. I want to leave, rounding out this ongoing performance topic, I feel like a missed opportunity here is push notifications for crypto. I think there are a few solutions out there, but it's very much lacking. Here's an example from a TradFi account. I received an email notifying me that the yield went down on one of my accounts. How do we know if we're about to get wrecked? That's kind of a core use case for a notification. And I welcome some solutions there. Finally, raise your hand if you've ever tried doing taxes on your crypto. It's a nightmare, right? So on Uniswap, you can see that there's transaction history, but this is not a common feature in most apps. And here on DBank, you can see an example of aggregating statuses, but again, this is a third party, it's a little lagging, and the source of truth should be on your dApp itself. All right, so we covered all of that. Woo! So here's the big takeaway here. I hope that you can implement some of these best practices in your dApp today to enable better adoption and retention. I'll let people finish taking their pictures. Please share your feedback on X, but first I want to leave you with one final idea. What could we build together if we're not building in silos? I propose that we align on Web3 design standards. Imagine a world where every dApp developer had access to plug-and-play components that were fully user-tested, responsive, open source, right? It would enable greater efficiency. You could focus on your core project area. It's a proven model. We've seen this with Android and iOS, and also the very popular Bootstrap framework. And finally, it's ecosystem strengthening. It would help onboard the next billion because they would become familiar with the patterns across every single dApp rather than learning bespoke implementation. There are a number of tools that exist today. There are pros and cons of the wallet integrations and SDKs out there. Some of them are promoting certain wallets or chains, but I think we need a neutral, community-driven solution. So I'm looking for people to build this together with me, front-end developers, designers, researchers. Please reach out if you'd like to be a part of this. Thank you so much. Kapunka.
Great talk. Amazing, Rebecca. Okay, let's ask some questions. If you guys have a question, you have to use the code to post it on the app, and I will read it out. Okay, let's start with the most voted question. So first one is about using tooltips on mobile. What is this alternative? Because it's hard to use tooltips on mobile.
That's a good question. I've seen different patterns implement like a mobile version, which would be like a modal, or like a bottom sheet, I guess, if it's a native app.
Okay. Do you think wallet pop-ups, again, so
okay, a lot of,
are
this is fair. Actually, what was the stat? Only like 10% of the most popular dApps actually do have a mobile optimized experience. So definitely it's an opportunity for us to build more responsive libraries. I think, there are different use cases, right? There's some serious traders who prefer desktop. And so my audits were desktop components, but clearly there's definitely a lot of need for mobile as well. So the wallet pop-ups for approval are bit.
So the next question is, don't you need product market fit before you can consider UX?
Oh, that is a great question. I definitely agree on that. And there was a really great talk yesterday about how to quickly validate ideas by just really mocking up two parts of the flow, the point of discovery and then the point of value. And then you can decide whether or not to build the middle of the product experience. So it could save you potentially a lot of effort.
Okay. The next question is, should user know they're using crypto?
Yeah, there are so many great topics about this, or talks about this at this conference specifically. I think longer term, as we're looking at onboarding the next billion, it's not necessarily what I shared today. It is abstracting it and making it so simple, probably likely behind a very simple interface.
Okay. Next question is about using tables on mobile. How do you approach that?
There are various options, I guess. You could either stack, I don't know, I'm not sure if I'm the best person to share this right now, but yeah, there are different patterns that you could look up.
Okay. When do you think chain abstraction will be the new normal in DeFi?
Chain abstraction. I wonder if it's what's the hindrance? I'm not quite sure about that. Is this, who wrote, just want to, somebody want to explain?
What is hindrance?
Or yeah, like what is the hindrance of, what is preventing people from extracting the chain?
Is somebody who asked this question here, maybe?
Oh, okay, so this is kind of like the other question around it being, like all of the complexity being hidden. Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. I think that is the future. And I think we'll see a lot of advancements when Petra's upgraded in Q1, so let's stay tuned. I think what I shared today was focused on the technology that's available right now, what you can build today, but that's definitely soon. And then later, I think, is the standards where we kind of, as a community, agree on the best practices and how to implement common patterns.
Okay. Next question is, should we be moving towards embedded wallets inside apps that are less portable, or continue to pushing portable horizontal wallets, which are not perfectly suited for each app?
Which are not what?
Perfectly suitable for each app.
Yeah.
Like MetaMask versus the wallets that you get inside of your application.
Yeah. I watched one of the talks about this, and I guess like right now it seems like there are some wallets like Privy and others that will create per DApp, but the vision I think is to consolidate across.
Okay.
The focus of this was DApp UX, not wallets though.
Okay, I think that's it for the time, for the Q&A. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you everybody who asked questions, and next talk is in 5 minutes. See you. Welcome to this session where all your questions about embedded wallets are going to be answered. And for that, we have here Cindy and Greg. Please give it up for Cindy and Greg.
Hi, everybody. It's good to be here. So today we're giving a talk about what evolving standards, different account models, and how that changes usability. Okay. This talk is basically going to be about Endgame Wallets and the connection between wallets and dApps. Am I? Okay, sorry. All right, so a little bit of background of what the UX looks like today is that dApp UX today is constrained by the concept of the account model. So what that usually means is that when you visit a dApp, the purpose in life of that dApp is constrained by the thing that you're trying to do on chain, and also the private key signatures and like how you interact with that dApp. All right. There are a lot of account abstraction talks, I realize, at this conference, so I don't want to spend too much time, but these are some properties that you get when you're signing with a single signature. So, your entire account gets connected, key management's all on you, no native batching, and yeah, you have to have native gas tokens. These are the common pitfalls that I think most of us are familiar with. So, no recovery or upgrades, signing a message for virtually every action that you have to do, and also having blocked experiences on dApps where you need to connect your wallet to be able to see a quote, or you need to be able to connect before you do anything. All right, so what's at stake here is something that I'd like to call the appification of dApps. So instead of like the dApp experience being one thing and then using like a legacy app and being another thing, it would be great if they're more blended. And the properties of that would be enhanced security, smooth onboarding, and what I want to say, convergent applications where you're blending on-chain, off-chain, and cross-chain components. Oh, I'm blocking the QR code. I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll come over here. All right, so what I want to do now is give a tiny glimpse into what greater programmability and security on smart contract wallets actually looks like on a UI. I don't want it to be too detailed or implementation specific, so these are just general examples of what can be done in the future. All right, so with smart contract wallets, they can run code, and with that, you can get conditional logic. One use case that I think would be pretty interesting is like, let's say that you are a dApp and you manage portfolios, and you want to add a security service that says, if there is an on-chain condition that is met, and we are able to prove that there's an exploit or there's a vulnerability in this dApp, please remove my exposure and unwind my positions. So in order to do this, you have to pre-sign it, and then you would be waiting for the condition to be met, and then you won't have to unwind it manually as you do today. Other things you get with smart contract wallets, you can do cross-chain calling and balance aggregation because you can query the state of other contracts as a smart contract wallet. So this means that, let's say I want to buy an NFT on Zora, and I only have funds on Optimism and Mainnet. This doesn't have to be a problem because we can aggregate the balance and bridge it for the user on their behalf. So this means that the click path is getting much lower, so you're not clicking as much and approving everything, looking for which bridge has the liquidity that you want, and numerous other things that we have to do today. Okay, this example is the most important one to get right because user ops are not like highly adopted right now. It's still pretty early, so the thing that we need to nail is the onboarding and the issuing of the smart wallet. The smart account. So what I say here is modular authentication allows users to define the dApp's level of access. So this is not unlike when you sign in with Google, and Google's telling you, oh, when you're going to Calendly, I'd like to see your contacts and your calendar and what you have set up there. We could do this on-chain as well with smart accounts. So in this example, I want to show that it's looking for a specific domain that you have set, and then it wants to request access to a spend limit or maybe usage of modules that this dApp wants to use. Okay, so those are some very high-level examples of what can be done in the future. or even now. So the upshot of all of this is that you can get better blending of off-chain, on-chain, and cross-chain components. This is a nod to the convergent application thing that I was talking about, so that dApps don't feel as single purpose. The thing is, though, like many complex systems, when you introduce new solutions, you can also risk introducing new frictions. And I'll gloss over this very quickly, is that now that we want fewer approvals, currently right now with the standards that we have is that you do migrate to a new account and funds get fragmented. Even though there's fewer approvals, that is a user friction that we might have to deal with. Obviously, the evolving standards, and there's different ways in which that we can try to deal with this. So there's also enhanced programmability. This means like the contract can run code. It's like currently the EOA, they don't have, like it can't actually read state or anything like that. So EOA is still initial signer for it, so that's another user friction that is possible. Gas abstraction, paying gas in other tokens other than the native token of the network. This is not gas optimized yet because we're still prior to 7702 being on Pectra, I think. And then we have account recovery. These can introduce unfamiliar user patterns. So the one that the one that I want to focus on is the onboarding aspect, which would be the modular authentication, because there's a plethora of solutions that you can choose from for implementing the onboarding of smart accounts. And so I want to hand it over to Greg so that he can show you some best practices on how to implement a helpful experience.
Thank you, Sydney. Sorry. Okay, perfect. So I forgot where we were at. How many people here are familiar with like the CAPES, chain agnostic improvement proposals? This is good. We need to change that. How many of you are familiar with EIPs? Keep your hand up. How many of you actively check the EIPs of the ERCs? How many of you are wallet developers? How many of your applications deploy smart contract accounts? Yeah, we have to change all of this. Basically, in order to get any of this done, we need to start focusing on standards more. And so I'm going to verbally assault you all with some very important ERCs and show you exactly how we get to, frankly, what's probably the end game wallet to dApp interaction, where those pieces fit together and how we do it. It's going to take a couple of ERCs, CAPES, to get there. Frankly, though, they're all available, they're live, and there's other versions being iterated on, so we're not too far away. It's just going to take some work because we need more people actively working and looking at standards. These are the main ones we're going to be talking about. 275, 4337, which we should all be familiar with, 7702, 77, that's supposed to be 555. 7715, 7679, and RIP 7575, which I'm not going to cover. Let's start, though, with some like visual stuff, and then I'll kind of stitch it together at the end. When you first go, this is a website that's live, basement.fun, launched by B3 team. When you first go to the website, you get to experience the entire website without ever needing to get a wallet prompt, without needing to actually install anything, without even needing your funds. The way they do that is by embedding they put an embedded wallet behind the scenes for you. And there's a reason they go with the embedded wallet behind the scenes. It's because you don't have to actually, they don't want to force you into a smart contract account right at the beginning, because that would just cause further fragmentation if you come to the app later with your own account that has a smart contract wallet enabled. Now we're already just fragmenting, we're splitting up your accounts where they don't know about each other. So now you're having to maintain effectively 2 separate bank accounts. I don't know if anyone's done banking with 2 bank accounts, but it's like unenjoyable. So I don't know why we'd force our users to do it. Similarly, which is 7555 and CAPE 275, we have this issue. Do we have any mobile app developers here? Maybe mobile game developers? Have you ever tried to actually connect to somebody else's smart account or even someone else's external wallet? It's borderline impossible. And that's because you can't discover. The ability to discover a wallet and then know where it's deployed is practically impossible. That's what CAPE 275 tries to do. It's the idea that you basically look up gregthegreek.eth and instantaneously I'll figure out where the address is, what type of account is it, EOA, smart account, safe account, is it someone else's esoteric implementation, And we can then use a wire protocol, which is the OAuth one, to basically go and connect to them. Because we do know, everyone's familiar with passkeys. We know that that's probably the best way to remove seed phrases. But how many of you know that your passkey is scoped to the website you issued it from, or the app you issued it from? That means if I generate a public key from the passkey, it's only going to be found there. If I go to chainsafe.io and I issue passkeys that way, if I go to then sprinter.tech and try to issue a passkey there, I'll never get the same pub address. And this is a fundamentally big problem because we're all issuing passkeys with our smart accounts. So we need to create a way to bridge that gap, and that's what 7555 aims to do, and I'll get into it a little bit. We're going to stitch this all together. Don't worry, it's going to be less confusing, I promise. 7715, this is also an interesting one because what we do is we start to say, hey, if I'm going to remote into somebody else's smart account, and I'm going to ask to use that smart account with a passkey that I don't have, I don't want to constantly go back and forth. The UX breaks. You're constantly flipping out of like a mobile game that's supposed to be pretty like keep you in the game. And now you're going out to sign every single time you need to do something. So what 7715 tries to do is it basically says, hey, we're going to let a random key, aka this is where we tie the embedded wallet back into the picture. The embedded wallet can now act as a signer to the wallet for a given period of time. And if you're thinking about the Web 2 model, this is a JWT token. All we've done is brought back the JWT and said, put some cryptographic properties to it. And that's how we can maintain it. So you can maintain your UX in the app and use an embedded wallet. Now you don't need to deploy them a smart contract account. You can use what they already have in pre-existing infrastructure. Finally, 7579. This is an interesting one. You do want a smart account features. There's stuff that the smart account doesn't actually provide you. It's simply a plugin. Build it as a plugin. You tell the wallet to register the plugin. You get the full benefit of deploying a smart contract account for someone without fragmenting their balance. You remain the existing experience. And the big thing to discuss here is, which I'll get into, and then, is it the next slide? No. Oh yeah, it is the next slide, perfect. And so these are all the EIPs, ERCs, that stitch it together. And what we'll do is we'll go through a little interactive game of actually stitching together to show you kind of like how the end game in 1 to 2 years' time will actually look like. Because we have a lot of teams that are doing really good infrastructure work at the application layer, but frankly, because we don't have all of these things plumbed in, we are frankly setting up the applications for a little bit of failure, and there's going to be a period in time where we're going to see mass migration of like self-deploying app infrastructure outwards. And my main argument I have for this is there exists 2 spectrums of UX that we need to maintain as an app developer. There's your local app UX, which we have full control over, and that's why we're suggesting you deploy with embedded wallets, because you can fully control it. You can make your perp dex that's fully on-chain look and feel exactly like Robinhood. You get all the benefits. So there's no reason to go anywhere else. The other thing is we have wallet land UX, and most app developers think we don't have control over this. And that's where we're hoping to tell you something else, because you do. You have to control that you don't change it. The minute you go and change someone else's experience of how they bank effectively, with your app, it's breaking it. And when you deploy a smart account into the application layer, we've gone back to the old principle of, think about like a Starbucks. You have to put money into the Starbucks app. Your bank now no longer knows how much money. If you moved $100 in there, you don't know that you have your bank account value plus $100 that you have unspent in Starbucks. You just have minus 100. We have the ability to not do that. We have the ability to not fragment and deposit funds, but rather borrow funds directly from the bank with a scoped permission. And that's what we're going to achieve here. So what do we need to do to get this done? The whole pipeline is going to look like this. We want people and wallet infra teams to deploy 4337. We want them to be the smart account issuer. If they're not the smart account issuer, if the app ends up being the smart account issuer, you need to be able to let the user rage quit. You need to be able to set permissions. Like, are you comfortable as an app developer saying, oh yeah, I want to make sure when I get into a chain abstracted multi-chain future that the user always has 1 ETH in mainnet because they always want to make sure they have gas to pull out some Aave positions or compound positions that I don't know about. They might want that preference. But are you really ready to actually deploy all that infra, or do you just want to focus on your app? Let the wallet handle that part. We then always, passkeys are the way to go. It's already like this today, and it's only going to get better. We have solutions to do like multi-account passkeys where the address persists. The app is where you're going to deploy the embedded wallet. Within that app, we see CAPE 275 come in. And I want to think about clicks, so keep your hand up thinking about the clicks we're going to do here. When the user first auths onto your website, they're going to type in their identifier, email, phone number, ENS name. They'll click enter once. I'll then go and you then look up in the registry, you figure out who issued it, who their provider is, the SmartCon account provider, and you go to that website directly. This is now going to look like an iframe. This is what 755 does. Think about that iframe you're used to, you know, when Google says, hey, someone says, can you log in with Google so I can get access to your calendar information? It's the exact same flow. That's going to pop up the destination where the smart account is. It might be the Gnosis Safe website. Once you get in there, along with that message, we're going to pass in 7715. That's now going to say, hey, I'm a perp desk. I want to trade 1,000 USDC every hour for the next 24 hours. That means your total bound is 24K worth of USDC that could be taken by this application, but it's strictly defined, the same way Google strictly defines your login process. 7579, I talked before. You want that extra smart contract functionality on the same wire protocol, the same 7555 wire protocol. That should be 7555. You'll be able to attach whatever else you need. You need that extra functionality as a plugin. It's simple. You just add it in. The OAuth screen shows the exact same, same view. 7811, for anybody that follows standards, you probably haven't seen this yet. It came out like a few days ago. But like the simple thing is, when you're an app, how many of you develop your app and then go, okay, cool, step one, hit the RPC for like every available token balance that this user has? There's no need. It's already been done for you. The wallet knows what the user has available. And in a cross-chain, multi-chain world, the wallet also knows how much is available against other chains, as well as what the spending power is. I have USDC. I need to use ETH to go buy an NFT. It knows that I can convert USDC. The app doesn't need to know about that. So this makes an extension for it. There's a plethora of other ones we can add on to here. But if you think about it, at the end of the day, what happens with this experience? Remember how I said to think about the number of clicks we did for the user here? There's 2. We've reduced it to 2. You go from looking up your account, automatically generating the pop-up iframe. If anybody's used Coinbase's wallet recently, there's that iframe that pops up. That's your OAuth window. The user clicks. 1 click, OAuth window's up, 1 more click to confirm, and now you have the full power of that smart account locally while only using an embedded wallet, and you can ensure the security remains constant because the permissions are there in place. And you now have the full flexibility. You never had to deploy any sort of wallet infra. You don't have to care about the wallet infra. You don't have to even care about what type of implementation do they have, because you can attach the plugin you need. So you can ensure, even as long as they're 4337 compatible, you can boot in anything else you want. You don't have to go and deploy them a custom implementation. Your onboarding experience just 10x's right out of the gate. This is what the end game realistically will look like. How close are we? We started with 7555. Realized we needed 715. This one's almost done. There's a few last little things needed. Modules by Rhinestone's been done forever, and frankly, if you haven't looked at them, you should. This will be pretty quick. 275 is live, Lit's using it. And we already know we've got passkeys and 437. We just need the permissions module to finish. And we need to get the main wallet providers to start adopting the slug so that we can have those pop-ups happen. And you have a full OAuth journey that when you go to onboard your grandmother, it just looks, or your mother, it looks exactly like how they do by logging with Google. And you can issue all the infra underneath blindly. And so this is the end game for wallets. This is how we envision it. And frankly, we need more people looking at standards and helping just see what's out there and realize what they can do with what's available. Because all this already exists. We can have this. We can have a 2-click journey, and you get a smart account without ever having to deal with that infra yourself. Oh, there's more slides. Ooh. Yeah. Time for it.
Cool.
You want to do it?
I don't know. Yeah, time for ground zero. Good DApp experience. Thank you guys. Let's keep in touch.
Okay, we have time for questions. So if you have questions, you still can ask them. We have 2 questions already. So first question is, what is that we're missing or need to change on layer 1 in order to enable better experiences for everyone, and not just a specific layer 2?
Native account abstraction that doesn't look like 7702. Something like more closer to 3074 that actually achieved its goal. There's a lot of chains that actually have that at the base layer. And 7702 is good. It's a migration tool. It's a stopgap. We're going to have to release more account abstraction features down the road natively. But unfortunately, that's like the biggest one.
Okay, so next question is about passkeys. You said that the problem with them is being scoped to specific sites, but later you said they're actually good, that we should use them. So what is the solution here?
2 separate problems. So the one problem is that when I issue a passkey, you get a public key. Like when you do a passkey authentication, Face ID, Touch ID, whatever it may be, that issues you a public address. And it works the same way that a YubiKey works. And what happens is they basically say, cool, what's like the DNS record? And they match that DNS record to a new public key generated on the passkey chain. So the problem is if I go to another website, it's going to either get a new one or create a new passkey. And so you can never have that same address persisted through. And so that's why you have to push outwards. If you want access to the signing key of the smart account, you actually need to go to whoever generated the passkey in the first place. And that's why we need that OAuth window. It's the same way Google doesn't let you just like OAuth inside of like an API call inside some random website. It would just be very insecure.
Okay. Next question is, if we connect our wallets to apps in this way that you describe, and there's all our savings on these wallets, is it going to be safe enough?
How many of you trust Gnosis Safe or Safe? Lovely. Do you trust Safe to provide you the UI you need to ensure you're signing the right message? This isn't rhetorical. Okay, good. In that case, if you trust them to provide you the correct UI when you sign a message, why would they not provide you the correct UI when they say, hey, by the way, this thing's going to drain your account? Instead, it's going to say, hey, it just wants to spend like 1,000 USDC for the next like 2 hours. And then the token expires, and they have to refresh that token. Same thing as a JWT with your bank. If you trust the people providing you the wallet, then you should have no problem actually using it in this system. It's the same problem with, it's exactly why I said, you as an app developer, are you actually comfortable deploying all this infra? Even the person giving you the smart account, are they giving you all the infra you need to ensure your users are safe? Push the barrier to the wallet.
There's a last question, I think.
Next question. In the end game, are token balance is still held on external wallet or smart contract address?
4337. So smart account.
Okay. And banks often have the backup of support. Will the wallets provide the same backup?
I mean, pick a good provider. MetaMask support's pretty good on Twitter.
I don't know. I think this question's really interesting. It's more like an insurance type of question because I think banks are like, they have FDIC. It seems like this question is asking about like support of user funds, which I think is external to wallets themselves.
Or recovery mechanisms.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, if there are no more questions, that's it. Please give it a round of applause for Greg and Cindy. Thank you. And in this session, we have Andrew Liu and DC Posh telling us about how we can use intent addresses for cross-chain interactions. Welcome on stage.
Hi, everyone. Really glad to be here today. My name is Andrew, and this is my coworker, DC Posh, and we are from the Dymo team. Over the past few days, there has been a lot of talk around the fragmentation of Ethereum and how all the L2s are separate and creates a bad user experience for trying to interop between these L2s. The past few months, we've been working on something new at Dymo that we're excited to show you today. This is a step forward towards unifying Ethereum using technology that already exists today while maintaining the core values of permissionlessness and trustlessness. And let's get started with DC introducing the problem of fragmentation and what it looks like today.
Sounds great. Hey, everyone. Yes, I didn't forget about this, by the way. They scheduled us back to back, so I just got off of a panel on the next stage over. Came straight here. Glad to see you all. Let's talk about this. So we're going to, oh, let's see. Do you have the clicker?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. So the problem we're going to talk about today is one that I think many of you are going to be very familiar with. How many of you here have used Polymarket? How many of you here have ever seen a screen that says something like, you know, only send this token on this chain, other funds might be lost? All right, more than half for sure. And this is a very common UX right now. So it's like, select Polygon as the network, not Polygon ZK EVM, or you may lose funds. And it's also a problem that you've probably heard a lot at Devcon, where it's like a lot of the talks here are like about rollup fragmentation and about chain abstraction and about things like that. And I think the aspect of what we're about to show you that we're really excited about is that we're going to only talk about things today that work today. So I think there's a lot of interesting sort of forward-looking things that people are talking about around things like chain-specific addresses, around things like wallets that have bridging built into them. But we're going to talk about things that work right now with wallets, sort of on any chain, and even with custodial apps like Coinbase, like Binance, like Lemon. Yeah, what we're shooting for is something like, this is from one of Vitalik's recent pieces, this idea of one Ethereum, something that feels like a cohesive ecosystem. And what we're shooting for is something that feels as easy to use, as smooth as something like Apple Pay. So you have, like one action, you click send, and it does whatever you wanted it to do. Yeah, I'm going to talk very briefly about sort of the background of like Create2, about cross-chain accounts, about sort of the ideas that inspired this. And then we're going to talk about intent addresses, which is the new thing we're presenting today. How many people here have heard of or like know what Create2 is? Oh, hey, wow, that is, okay, very technical audience. That's great, perfect. Yeah, so it lets us commit to a contract. We can make an address that only one specific contract with specific functionality can exist at that address. The sort of original main use case for this, what a lot of it has been so far, is these cross-chain accounts. So we should do the next slide with the diagram on it. Yeah, perfect. So this is this idea of like, okay, EOAs work everywhere. You have things that only work on certain chains. So for example, like if you heard of the Wintermute hack 2 years ago, where they had a Gnosis safe that hadn't yet been deployed on a different chain, and then someone sent funds to it. It was a sad time. With this, with like cross-chain accounts, universal accounts, you can use Create2 and 4337 to make an account that just works on every chain. And even like new EVM chains that don't exist yet, that one specific contract will be deployable there. There's a whole nice design space around that. And we thought, what if we could go one level deeper? What if we could make this more general? And so what an intent address is, let's do, yes, perfect. So intent address lets you accomplish an arbitrary action just by sending funds to that address. So if you can imagine, like, let's say I want to put $70 into Polymarket. We can generate an address that represents that intent. And then if I send $70 worth of any coin on any chain to that address, then relayers will be able to come in and permissionlessly do the rest, but only that. So there's no counterparty risk. You're not necessarily trusting anyone. It's just by sending money to this address, you're expressing an intent of, like, I want $70 to show up in this other place on this specific chain. And so these are the kinds of things. So sending funds via a transfer, via a permit, and you can accomplish all kinds of things, like a deposit. That was the example that I started with. You can do swapping and bridging. You can even do arbitrary contract calls on the receiving side. We did a really nice launch with our friends at Ethereum OS, Freedom Factory. They're making a new kind of hardware wallet. And the pre-sale for that involves, like, minting a pre-order NFT. And that's an arbitrary contract call, but you can still do it via a single transfer. Yeah, with that, I'm going to hand it back to Andrew, and he's going to walk you through the different steps of, like, how we can do progressively more with intent addresses.
One way you can think of intent addresses that would make it easier is think of it as sending funds to someone's wallet address, and they execute a contract call on your behalf. Now, this sounds kind of worrying. You're sending tokens to someone that you potentially don't trust, and they can do anything on-chain with your funds. This is what the problem that intent addresses solve. You send tokens to an intent address, and this intent address permissionlessly and trustlessly guarantees that only one action can be executed on-chain. How do we do this? We use create2, like DC mentioned, to do this. For those of you that don't know, create2 is a way of deploying smart contracts. It takes a hash of your contract code and generates a deterministic address that you know beforehand. If you change the code, you change the address that the contract is deployed to. This way, you know beforehand exactly what the contract is going to do when you send the tokens to this address. So we'll use an example here of minting an NFT on using USDC. So I transfer tokens to this create2 address, and then now anyone can come in, deploy the contract to the address, and this contract can only do one thing. It can only mint an NFT with a contract you specify. It mints the NFT by sending tokens to that contract and gives the NFT back to the user. Now, what's the point of doing all this fancy stuff with create2 when you can just use your EOA wallet? The first thing it enables is a single wallet pop-up to execute this contract interaction. The normal flow has always been approve the contract, then execute the contract call. This is something we've become numb to in Ethereum, and a terrible UX for users that we've just accepted as something that we have to deal with. With intent addresses, if you noticed, all you have to do, all the user has to sign is one transfer interaction. No more two pop-ups, just a single pop-up to execute an on-chain call. Another benefit this gives you is it allows people to pay or to interact with contracts on-chain using an exchange. So you can now mint an NFT, interact with any contract on-chain with a Coinbase or a Binance account. You transfer funds to a predetermined create2 address, and that address executes the contract call on your behalf. Now, how does this move us towards a unified Ethereum? One really cool thing intent addresses enable you to do is arbitrary bridging. So you can set an intent address which sends the funds into a bridge, and then on the other side, retrieve the funds out from the bridge. Here's an example of how we can do that. So now let's say I want to mint an NFT on Base, but I only have Ethereum on Optimism. What can I do with intent addresses to do this? I'll first transfer my Ethereum to an intent address. A relayer comes in trustlessly and swaps the Ethereum for me and sends it to a bridge. In the contract, I can guarantee that at least X dollars of USDC must come out of the swap, otherwise the contract reverts and the relayer can't execute that function. So the relayer completes the swap, sends it into a bridge like CCTP, and then later on the destination chain, this is the cool part, I can now trustlessly execute the contract call on the destination chain. How do we do this? When the bridge completes, it transfers USDC to the same intent address on the destination chain. This contract, because Optimism and Base are both EVM chains, I can use the same contract code and have it hashed to the same create2 address on both chains. So the contract on the destination chain will now approve the NFT contract and make a call with USDC. You've just seen how I trustlessly sent funds to an intent address and had my intent completed on a separate chain, completely separate chain, fully trustless, fully permissionless. Anyone can come in to complete this contract call, and your funds will never be stuck because you yourself can complete it. What does this enable for you? Well, I don't need, as a user, I don't need to have gas on the destination chain. If someone was building an app with intent addresses, the relayer holds gas on both chains, and the user only needs to hold gas on the source chain. This is because the relayer completes the contract call for you on the destination chain. What's next from here? Well, CCTP and other bridges often take a few minutes. For example, CCTP can take up to 20 minutes to complete the bridge. How can we do this instantly? I want to do something on another chain and have it instantly complete. Here's how fast finish and claiming works. On the source chain, the flow is the same. I send ETH to a contract, a relayer comes in, swaps it, and initiates a bridge for me. Now, on the destination chain, the relayer will, as soon as they start that source transaction, they have a guarantee that if they trust the bridge, 20 minutes later, the funds will arrive. So what they can do is they can immediately execute the contract call for me. So they call a fast finish function on an escrow contract, and this mints the NFT for the user. What the escrow contract does is it tracks who finished this, this contract call for the user. And then later when the bridge completes, instead of sending that to the contract or to the user, you send it to the relayer who finished the contract call on behalf of the user. So if you look at the funds of the relayer on the destination chain, they execute the contract call, they're down, let's say 100 USDC to mint the NFT. And then 20 minutes later when the bridge arrives, they get paid back for that 100 USDC that they executed on behalf of the user. So 20 minutes later, the bridge completes. The bridge transfers the USDC to the intent address. And then now the relayer can deploy the intent address. And because the relayer address is tracked in the escrow contract, the intent address knows to send the funds to the relayer instead of the user. To summarize what intent addresses does for unifying Ethereum, it builds a better user experience. No more 2 wallet round trips, only a single wallet pop-up. You can pay with your Coinbase account or your Binance, and this enables a larger user base to interact with your app. You sponsor gas on the destination chain, so your user no longer has to hold gas on 2 chains to interact with your contract. Better interoperability. Your user can pay you with any coin on any chain and have trustless and permissionless guarantees that the intended action they wanted to execute gets executed. Funds will never be stuck because the user themselves can complete the action if no relayer comes in and does it for them. How have we used this in the real world now? One of our partners, Small Brain Games, built this app called Tomorrow News. It's a prediction market that lets you bet on tomorrow's New York Times headline. You enter in what you think the New York Times headline is, and the more accurate it is, the more you get paid out. However, they only accept Ethereum. What we did for them is we built a deposit flow that allows users to send any coin on any chain, and it automatically bridges and swaps using the intent address mechanism to deposit funds into the app. Another one of our partners is Freedom Factory. They're building an open source, open hardware wallet that runs on Ethereum. They have a checkout page that only accepts USDC on base. And what we enable them to do is accept any coin on any chain to pay for their wallet. If a user doesn't have ETH or degen on base, they can pay with their coins on Optimism, their coins on Ethereum, their coins on Binance Smart Chain.
Yeah, let's play the demo. I think they've got it.
Here's a quick demo of intent addresses. So
oh, it's got no audio. I'll just narrate it. So this is the like an example of an intent address in action. So we're going to click any crypto. This is actually the DymoPay modal. This is our what we've built around intent addresses. Shows all of the different tokens. We're going to do a single transfer in one token. Oh, over to this side. Okay, deal. And almost immediately, you should see this say payment completed. As soon as that shows, the fast finish on the destination chain has already cleared. Rollup Ethereum is really fast and cheap now. We have 1 cent, 1 second transactions, really beautiful. And so you can see this is already done. And then under the hood, 20 minutes later, the relayer will get paid back via CCTP. That's all we've got there. Sweet. Should we do the bonuses? Mm-hmm. Perfect. We have a few bonus round things. We're going to show some other things we can do with intent addresses beyond all of the stuff we just showed you. So the core of it is like make an experience that kind of feels as nice as like Apple Pay or Google Pay, but it lets you do anything on Ethereum from one transfer. But what if you don't even have gas on the source chain? We talked about not having gas on the destination chain. For assets that support it, like USDC, we can do entirely gasless intents this way by just having the user sign a message that is a permit, for example, a USDC permit message. And then the relayer does everything else. Then another interesting place that we can go with this, so intent addresses have this property that they are ephemeral. So we create an intent address representing one specific action, and then once that action is done, that contract doesn't need to exist anymore. Self-destruct, some of you are probably familiar with the history, but it's been like a problem opcode in the past. It used to have a gas refund associated with it. That was deleted because it caused problems. But at this point, self-destruct only exists atomically within a single transaction. You can create a contract, you can self-destruct it later within that same transaction. So we actually think that there's no more reason to not have the refund. And having the refund would be really nice for use cases like this. It would make intent addresses a bit cheaper, and it would incentivize anyone who's using ephemeral addresses like this to clean up after themselves and not pollute the state tree. And then lastly, once this is more, once this idea has more mileage on it, and we know the common use patterns, right now it's this new thing, it's exciting, but once it's sort of more Lindy, we could write an ERC that allows a really beautiful progressive UX, where wallets that support it can show the intent. Where I say I'm sending, what I'm actually proposing is a transfer to an address, but it will show you, yeah, you're actually sending, this much USDC to Vitalik.eth over on, Optimism, this other chain. It can surface that to you, and then for wallets that don't support it, it'll just show as a transfer to a bare address, but it degrades gracefully. It still works. I think that's just about all we've got. Let's go to questions.
Wow, guys, you have 15 questions lined up. Yeah, this is so interesting. So let's start with the first one. What is the incentive for Relayer to deploy the Create2 wallet, since deploy contract is usually expensive?
You want to do that?
So there are two ways you can do this. If you're running an app and want to use intent addresses for your app, you can run your own relayer to provide a better user experience for your users. your users won't have to pay gas, and you can do cross-chain actions on their behalf. Another way you can incentivize relayers is to have a tipping mechanism. So the user sends some tokens to the contract, and then you can bake into the contract that the relayer collects like a 3% fee or however much you want to incentivize relayers to pick up these intents and complete them for the user.
Yeah. Another thing I would say is deploying contracts is actually not that expensive on L2, which is this system is definitely built for the Rollup universe. One nice thing there is that these contracts are very small because we're doing like minimalist proxy contracts that point to like an immutable implementation contract, and they just have constructor arguments that basically encode the parameters of the action of the transfer, the payment, whatever it is. And so the size of contract code that you're deploying for one of these intent addresses is fairly small. I'll answer this next one because it's closely related. Do intent addresses lead to increased chain state bloat? This is why we would like the self-destruct refund back. We actually run our intent addresses currently without chain state bloat with self-destruct at the end. But there's currently no incentive to do that. You don't actually gain anything from it. And so having that also come with like effectively like a gas discount for cleaning up after yourself would be great.
Okay. Next question is, if multiple people transfer tokens to an intent address, how can the contract know who sent what in order to reward them separately?
Totally.
So the intended way an intent address is to be used is you generate like an intent address per user or per interaction. And this way, you know like which user is going to send tokens to the contract. And if other people send it, it could be like funding for the user. So for example, with the NFT example, for each user that wants to mint the NFT in your app, you could generate a new intent address specifying them as the recipient. And then you could also, for example, purchase a gift for your friend and transfer tokens to that intent address. But the intended way it's to be used is once per interaction per user.
Totally. And that said, it does support multiple assets going in. So you can do this very nice thing. Let's say I want to do an action that takes $100. I want to place a polymarket bet. I can send $50 worth of token A and $50 worth of token B to an intent address over here on base, for example. And any relayer can come in, swap those however it needs. The intent address is just going to guarantee that like whatever they do, $100 of USDC have to go into the bridge and then fast finish it on the other side. So you can do multi-payments, but yeah, it's not, they're one per action.
Okay, next question is, do these intent addresses look like accounts on a Solana except for the relayer?
The ticker is ETH. I don't know about that.
Okay. How much gas would it cost to incur the trigger, to start to trigger the action on intent address? Assume it's just ERC20 transfer.
So in our experience, in particular on L2s, it's really cheap to use this intent contract mechanism. So for the gas cost you pay as a relayer is the cost to deploy the contract, and then the cost to execute the function on the contract. So for an ERC20 transfer, that's like much less than a cent, and the cost of deploying the contract is also less than a cent. So in our experience on L2s, it's been less than a cent to use intent addresses.
Totally.
This is connected to the next question, which is, what is the additional cost of deploying contract code for every transaction?
Yeah, actually, I have a two-part answer to this. So currently, we're seeing these intent addresses, these intents going through for on the order of a cent in gas costs. If blobs go more into price discovery and blobs become more expensive, the interesting thing here is all of the other things, compute, contract deployment, all of these things actually stay cheap on L2. The one scarce resource at that point is call data, and there's some really nice things we can do to optimize how much call data we use. So we anticipate this is going to stay cheap.
Okay, that's it. Time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for coming.
And see you in 5 minutes. And in this session, you will learn about Chain Abstraction Master Plan by Stefan Goslin. Please give him a warm welcome.
Wow. I remember the first Devcon in 2017. It was not like this. Production value is so good now. Hey, everyone. Super excited to be here. My talk is titled The Chain Abstraction Master Plan. So I'll talk about a few concepts that we started a company to explore and try to go into what we think we can achieve by using these things. So let's dive right into it. To set the context, I want to go back into sort of what I would consider the main phases of Ethereum and the challenges that we sort of had to explore and face along the way. Initially, when Ethereum came out, the idea was that it would be the world computer, you would have a synchronous environment, there would be one blockchain, and you would put everything on it. And so I would term this to be the big Ethereum stage of Ethereum. Then something happened in 2020, which is the chain ended up being unusable because gas prices spiked to an insane level. I think this was sort of the start of DeFi summer and yield farming and all this fun stuff. And so the new idea came out, which was let's actually put everything on a handful of rollups. And I would call this the big rollup phase of Ethereum. And then more recently, we've sort of seen that the rollups themselves started to split up into their own thing. And so now the idea is you have sort of an app that's on its own rollup, and so you have clusters of rollups. Now, my claim is that this is sort of fundamentally broken for all the reasons that people experience with fragmentation, and there's a particular solution that's needed to be able to enact it. And that solution is called resource locks. So resource locks is really the thing that One Balance was founded to explore and propagate. And our goal is to really bring this as a fundamental component to the entire Ethereum stack. So let's go into resource locks. Let's talk about intents, and let's talk about how it helps achieve atomic interop. This is a graphic of the resource lock stack. We published an article called The Cake Framework that explores some of this. The resource locks is just this piece in the middle here. So it's one of the many messages and interfaces that need to be introduced to be able to achieve a fully chain abstracted sort of endgame for Ethereum. And it only works when you have some of these other components that are being added to the system. The thing to notice here is that this is an intent-based architecture, right? So it uses solvers to be able to execute transaction on-chain on behalf of users, and then proving the execution back to wherever the execution originated from. Now, the magic behind resource locks is really what allows us to achieve this seamless interoperability in Ethereum. So let's go into talking about what a resource lock is. It's really composed of two things, and there's many shapes and sizes of resource locks. So it's finality protection and equivocation protection. And this is actually one of the core properties that blockchains offer. Just the problem is that blockchains offer it in a very, very expensive way. So if you sort of abstract away the concept of these two things, and then you add them up with the concept of an intent, which is specifying input state and output state, you can achieve something that we refer to as resource lock intents. And so this is what we sort of believe is a fundamental messaging format for anything that will be cross-chain if we want all of Ethereum and all chains to operate as a unified component. We can explore how intents and resource intents compare to some of the other interop approaches and their trade-off. So a canonical bridge, this is how do you pass a message between two L2s in the most secure way possible. You have to start the message on the first L2, send it through the fraud-proof mechanism, wait 7 days, and then pass it up through the canonical bridge on the other L2 for messaging. And the core thing you have to wait for here is full finality over the message passing, which is why it takes up to 7 days for optimistic rollups. How can we go faster? Well, one way that we can go faster is just be optimistic about the finality. So when you deposit crypto inside of a custodial exchange, you don't wait for the full finality oftentimes. You wait for some optimistic version of finality. So for an L2 deposit, usually you'll just wait for a single rollup blob to be posted to the chain, and the exchange sort of considers that to be final enough to be secure. But you still have to wait for this sort of full rollup blob to be put in. So how do we go faster? Well, intent bridges have become much more popular, which is an approach to actually send the message through a solver, have the execution happen on chain, and then prove that back to the origin chain that it was successfully included. The problem here is that you're still relying on the source chain for providing the resource lock, which means that you still have to have inclusion times on the origin chain before the solver can do the inclusion on the destination chain. So you're still fundamentally 2 inclusion times away from atomic execution. And then resource locks take away that requirement for execution on the source chain and says, actually, all you need is a signature from the user, and you can automatically and instantaneously go and execute on the destination chain. So this is sort of fundamentally the fastest way that you could do interop, because you're always operating at the destination chain speed. So this falls under the category of interop that we call sort of atomic interop, or atomic execution interop, as opposed to atomic inclusion or atomic composability. And I want to compare it with some of the other approaches that are being discussed for atomic interop. So if you look at sort of in-cluster interop between the ZK rollup land and the optimistic rollup land, you'll see some of this terminology come up. So AgLayer and Elastic are both ZK rollup clusters, and they are limited by some fundamental constraints. So one is the proving speed of the rollup itself. So you cannot send a message within this interop system faster than the proving speed of a ZK proof. And if you were to assume that you had real-time proofs, which is sort of like a standard that we're looking for, even that in that world, you're constrained by the fact that you can have cascading reorgs across 2 different rollups. So if, for whatever reason, the L1 that you're posting your blobs to or your proofs to ends up reorging away that blob, and you end up posting a different set of transaction, any other rollup within this interop ecosystem that's listening to that post will have to also reorg. And so you sort of have these the security assumptions that are conditional on other security environments. So it's not ideal. Superchain and ARB clusters have very similar sort of guarantee requirements. So it requires a super builder, which is just a sequencer that's going to be sequencing both any of the rollups that are being touched by the multi-chain message. And the implication of that is that you're completely foregoing chain sovereignty, which means that every single rollup within this optimistic interop cluster need to behave according to the exact same rules and need to upgrade following the same assumptions. And so if you have, within the superchain environment, the unit chain and the base chain, any upgrade to the sequencer or their behaviors would have to be coordinated and have to be mutually trusted. Because the risk is that if the unit chain has a fault for whatever reason and produces an invalid message, it could cause also a reorg on the base chain. And so these cascading reorgs make it very, very difficult to achieve this in a scalable way. What about resource lock intents? Do these have any trade-offs? Well, yes, they also have trade-offs. While they're not susceptible to some of these reorg issues because of the resource lock nature of it, they are constrained by the liquidity that's available through solvers, and they also are susceptible to black swan risk. For example, if all the liquidity ends up moving in one direction at the same time, the liquidity providers could shut down, and you would be unable to actually execute the transaction that you're looking for. So where does sort of one balance fit in? Well, I hope I made a case for why resource lock is like a useful primitive for atomic interop between L2s. And our approach is really to provide a toolkit for any apps and wallets who want to benefit from this instant cross-chain execution to be able to do so. This provides basically the full chain abstraction experience for these wallets, right? A completely chain-free, bridge-free, and gas-free user experience. And we have an app that you can go and try out that has cross-chain swaps and experience what this feels like. The other product that we have is what we call resource locks as a service. So this is a product really tailored towards infrastructure providers, and it provides these guarantees of reorg and equivocation protection. It really allows for a completely trust-minimized destination chain speed execution. We also implemented just before Devcon what we call teleport. So this is a token wrapper for ETH that allows you to instantaneously send ETH to any other chain or rollup without having to wait for inclusion time. And so, yeah, it's a really cool way to be able to transact on any chain at the speed of that destination chain. I have this slide as a bit of a troll to a slide that we saw earlier this week, which is, I think it's important for us to be ambitious about solving the problems that Ethereum has sooner rather than later, and achieve sort of the UX gains that we want, given the environment that we're in. And so, what's the timeline for this? Well, it's already live, right? Like this chain abstraction stuff is sort of built out tech, and it's ready for anyone that wants to experiment with it and build it into their applications in prod for them to do so. And so, yeah, they encourage everyone that's thinking about operating and building apps or wallets to look into resource locks and understand what are really the benefits that they bring. So that's it. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Okay, we have 3 questions. So first question is, why does everything need to be fast as fuck? Can we leverage the better channel capacity usage by load balancing?
Fast as fuck is the optimal goal, right? You could say that, like, what is the actual time that you're looking for from like a UX perspective? I think like a 2-second goal of like being able to execute is pretty good. Now you can say, okay, can you achieve that through like regular other channels that I've described in the framework? Maybe, but you're still susceptible to all of those trade-offs that I explained. And so even if you have like seemingly faster channel messaging, you still have a bunch of trade-offs included, which is why I think resource locks on top of it will always be used.
Okay, the next question is, do relayers need to have liquidity on every chain and rebalance accordingly, and is this a problem?
Yes and no. So instead of relayer, I like to use the solver terminology. And you can have solvers that have inventory, which you would refer to as market makers, or solvers that don't have any inventory. And the ones that don't have any inventory essentially pull the liquidity from liquidity pools on destination chains. The other thing that you can have is you can have native bridged assets. So realistically, the majority of the volume when you go in a cross-chain setting is going to be ETH or some stablecoin. Stablecoins benefit from being natively mintable on any of the chains, and so you don't actually need to hold inventory on that token in those chains. You can instantly mint it there. And there's also work being done on the ETH side to be able to make canonical minting of ETH on any rollup. And that will also prevent the need from having inventory on those rollup for solvers.
Okay, what are the security guarantees of source chain signature validation by the relayers on the destination versus systems like 7683, and why should we trust this more?
Signature validation by the relayers on the destination versus system. Okay, I don't get the middle part of this question, but I can say, like, okay, what's the difference in the resource locks between an intent bridge and a resource lock bridge? So 7683 is like this intent standard, and it provides some of the fields that you would have when you're trying to do resource lock resolution on chain. I think it doesn't specify anything about the commitments that are being made about the state of the account when you're inputting it. It just so happens that right now we're doing this by putting it on the source chain. But there's a bunch of mechanisms that you can do to secure resource locks that are fully off-chain. I won't get into them in this presentation, but I would just point you to our ETH research post about resource locks.
Okay, seems the time's up. That's it. There are more questions, and you can find him here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have Nicolas Lara, who will tell us, well, hard-learned lessons that rollups on Ethereum can learn from Cosmos. Give it up for Nicolas.
Hello, everyone. So Sonny was supposed to present this talk. He couldn't be here today, so I'm going to be presenting on his behalf. My name's Nicolas Lara, and I work at Osmosis, which is the leading DEX and liquidity venue of the Cosmos ecosystem. And since this is an Ethereum conference, I'm going to first do a quick introduction of the Cosmos ecosystem, in case some of you are not familiar with it. The Cosmos ecosystem is a network of independent blockchains that are generally, but not always, built with the Cosmos SDK. And the main thing is that they interact with each other using this protocol called the Inter-Blockchain Communication Protocol. Now, this is how the network looks right now. It's a bunch of chains. They're following pretty much every crypto use case that you want to build. There's a chain for it. And the central idea that we've been building around is that each of these chains can make all their engineering decisions based specifically on this use case that they're trying to build around. So you have chains that are a DEX, a privacy chain, liquidity chains. You could have DA layers. And all of those could customize sometimes small things like block times or block sizes, but it could be bigger things. It could be different execution VMs, could be different mempool, consensus algorithms, or it could be using the MPC capabilities of the validator set. So okay, so we've been building in this heterogeneous environment for a long time, which means we have to think about all these different types of chains and like all these differences that appear in them, or have these protocols that are higher level. So if you're building applications that interact with all of them, then you cannot really rely on all of them being the same. And this is what this talk's about, like the problems that have arisen when dealing with this in Cosmos, the solutions that we built to address them, and the open issues that we're still trying to solve. So there we go. Why does this matter for the Ethereum ecosystem? So the idea of L2s is not really new. It's been around since forever. But the amount of L2s and like the difference between them and how much they're interoperating with each other and like the different ways in which they communicate has been growing a lot lately. And I don't think anybody really believes in this idea that one chain will actually win outright and that you will have everything happen in one place. We're instead building these apps at a higher level that have to interact with multiple chains to be able to do what you want to provide to users. So the first thing you need to build when doing something like this is a message passing protocol. And that's what IBC is. I'm not going to go into all the details of how IBC works internally. But basically, IBC uses light client verification of the counterparty chain state and off-chain relayers that update the light clients and notify chains of posted messages. There are other designs of general message passing. There's like notably Layer 0, Axelar's GMP, and Hyperlane. And they all serve as this base layer, but I think IBC is one of the most secure and general architectures for this. And a new version of this is actually being developed. It's codenamed Eureka right now. And that's actually going to make it easier to bring IBC to EVMs because it simplifies the protocol a lot. Now, one of the first things that you implement once you have a a general message passing protocol is token transfer, right? The general way you implement token transfers, you lock it in one place, you pass the message to the other chain, you let them know that that has happened, the other chain can mint the token. Now, one thing that I've seen, even for like the more advanced intent-based token transfers that are still being proposed, is nobody thinks about implementing multiple token transfers. That's like a lesson that we've painfully learned. They spent countless hours and people like trying to work around the fact that you can only transfer one token at a time. That was done wrong in the initial implementation for this in IBC. It's been rectified on the newer one. But once you start transferring value, then one thing you have to think about is like, what do your accounts look like, right? In this heterogeneous environment, your accounts don't necessarily look the same everywhere. You cannot assume that just this type of address is going to represent you everywhere. And So one thing we do in Cosmos, simple, we encode this as spec32, we add the chain name at the beginning, and there are trade-offs that makes it harder to recognize the address directly. You look at it, you're not really sure if that's your address or not, because there are these checksum bytes at the end. And there's actually a really good solution for this on EVM, that is this ERC. Just stick the name of the chain in front of it. But the problem with this is that you actually don't really know who owns this account, who actually controls it. Because this might be true, but even for EOAs, you could have a chain that has implemented account derivation differently. So even if you control that account on one chain, you're not sure that you can control it on the other. And that gets even more complex when you consider something like smart contract accounts, or even just something as simple as a multi-sig. You would end up with something like the Wintermute hack, where somebody sent tokens to an account that they are supposedly controlled, but was not initialized on the receiving chain. So a hacker was able to snipe it. So what we can do instead to avoid these issues is to lean heavily on registries. We've tried a couple of registry designs in Cosmos. None of them has actually stuck. So I'm guessing this means that the design of this protocol is not as good as it could be. But you actually do have a de facto standard in ENS domains. And I think this is the best bet that we have, to have a general registry system that you can use across all chains. But of course, I think it should evolve a little bit. You need to have, there are three important parts that you need to have. That is like the top level owner of an account. You need to have sub-accounts, and you need to know which chain you're interacting with. So having something like that, it generally would help you identify the account, but it will lead to one very obvious problem, that is like you're linking all of your accounts. And yes, you could use statistical methods to determine which accounts are linked to each other, but that becomes a lot easier when you're just giving that information away. So I think instead you could use this concept of asymmetric names. Asymmetric names is when you have these names that are interactively verified. So you could generate accounts on the fly that are used only as a receiver. And you have a way, those are all derived from your private keys, and they're all controlled by you. So it becomes kind of like a UTXO model. But something that's even better is that you can then take those tokens that you have received there, and they could be just streamed through a privacy layer to the account where they're actually supposed to live at rest. And in something like Cosmos, this would go through a set of different chains before it lands where you need to have it. Now, once you introduce abstract accounts or smart contract accounts, you end up in the situation where you have created this set of complex permissions that you have on one chain, and you want those permissions, like, this is how you interact with your accounts. You don't want to have that in every chain. So once you have set this up, you don't really want to have to transfer that to every chain. And once you want to change your permissions, then you would have to actually adapt it on every chain that you've interacted with. Instead, one solution from Cosmos is this idea of interchain accounts. Interchain accounts use this controller-host architecture that allows you to create an account from one chain to the other. So like your account on one chain can have an account on the second chain, and you can control that only by sending messages from the controller on the controller chain. Now, there we go. There's one big problem with this, and it's latency, right? If you have one account that is your main account that is controlling everything else, once you want to do an interaction with any other chain, you would actually have to initiate it on your controller account. And even if that is a very fast chain, you would end up having a latency of, like, at best, 1 second. And that's probably not good enough for what we want to build. So even when you do that, there are, like, even if you're OK with your 1 second and controlling everything from one account, you have two other problems. One is that you need to initialize your accounts in every chain. You cannot just start using a chain that you haven't used before without creating an account there. And the even more important problem is composability. You normally want to interact with 3 different accounts, 3 different chains. And in all of those chains, you want to execute different actions. If you wanted to do that by controlling your chains from one central account chain, then you would end up having to sign all these messages. And you have to do this off-chain coordination of which order things are going to happen, what happens with failures. And instead, what we want to do is we want to have this general model of cross-chain execution. You want to start your interactions in any chain, and as you do that, the interaction should automatically move through all the steps that are needed to complete. So if you want to send tokens to a chain, swap them there, then send those 2 tokens to another chain and LP there, you should just be able to sign one message and express that you want to execute that, and all the other executions should just happen automatically. And that is something that we've built for Cosmos, and we've built it in this way of having nested messages where you specify what is going to be happening on each step. Each one of these messages is either a token transfer or a contract execution, and it's followed by another of these operations. And if you zoom out to what this is actually just monads, right? Like this is just one big operation that gets processed, and as the operation is processed, it returns you 2 of the same operations, one for success and one for failure. If you succeeded, you execute success. If you failed, you execute failure. And as you have that, that is just a general model of computation that you can use to do basically any sort of execution across all chains. Now, there are challenges for this, right? Once you're dealing with these 2 chains, who's doing the execution? You initiated the action in one chain. What account is doing the execution on the second one? And the way we've solved this is we've created, as you transfer tokens, one account gets created for you automatically on the receiving chain that is only existing there for this particular execution. Now, that account has received the tokens and can act on them. As that account sends the token somewhere else or executes new actions, new accounts get created for that. So those can only be controlled for this particular execution. Now, this has a nice side effect that you actually have to send your tokens along with your transfers. So you don't have to rely on like having tokens be there in those accounts beforehand. Now, who's paying for it? In Cosmos, unfortunately, right now, this is altruistic relayers. In ETHland, you actually could just use a paymaster for this, which is really good. And we're working on like a fee system for getting around this in Cosmos right now. Now, you're posting the execution data on-chain. Like, as you start your execution, you're saying, this is what I want to do, and you're getting that on-chain. That can be pretty costly in some chains. So what you want to do is you want to try to avoid that. And if you think this is costly, you could just, instead of posting the whole execution, you could just post a commitment to it, just post a hash. And when you relay your messages, you can include the execution information. Now, you have to deal with dynamic information. That is really difficult. I think the best solution we have for this is having some sort of query language that you can actually use to act on the previous execution's results. But this is not something we've implemented. It's like too complex, and like the advantages are not good enough. I mentioned before cross-chain latency, and the cross-chain latency here is not the same that I was talking about before. Before, you had this issue of when you start your execution, you have to wait for the execution to start until the second chain receives it. Whether here, the latency is just the amount of time this execution needs to take anyway. If your actions requires 3 token transfers and 3 actions on each chain, that's the minimum amount of time that this should take. And of course, if you are saying what you want to execute on the first step, and then things are going to happen, say, a minute later on a different chain, you'll have this MEV issue, right? But first, I think this is not something that you need to solve at this execution layer. You need to solve it at more of a privacy layer. And the simplest way to get around this is just what I said before for execution data being on chain. You don't post all of it. You just post your commitment, your hash, and then as you execute, you actually reveal what needs to happen. There are some standards that I think would be really useful in ETHland to implement all of these, but like the hard part, even after we have this, is what is the top-level protocol that we're going to implement that is going to allow us to communicate both with EVM chains, but also with Cosmos and also with Solana. There's like a way of specifying your cross-chain interactions that you can use across all these chains. Now, even when you've taken care of all that and you can do this execution across chains, one big issue that we have in terms of UX is this idea of asset fragmentation. What users actually care about is which underlying assets you're interacting with, what risk you're incurring on, and being able to just use those assets on applications, right? So if you have an application that works across multiple chains, you end up having many different variants of one asset that are spread out in different chains, and they may or may not have the same name. And they also may not have the same liquidity. They may not be able to be used in every application. So centralized exchanges do the opposite, right? They show you just one version of the asset, and they just don't expose the risk at all. You just don't know what's underlying there. You assume it's variants of the same asset, and hopefully it is, but you don't really know it. And at Osmosis, we've developed this concept of alloyed assets. Alloyed assets is just basically a pool of all these variants that can be swapped one-to-one. So then the LP token of this pool actually becomes the canonical version of the asset. In this case, you would have like a Bitcoin that is the representation of Bitcoin on Osmosis. It's just the union of all these variants of Bitcoin that have been bridged. Now, this is, of course, socializing the risk. But users can also choose to use the variants directly if that's what they want. And certain applications that don't want to use this alloyed asset can also choose to just use one variant. Now, one cool thing is that the original issuer of this token, if you have on-chain governance or even with off-chain governance, you could be the one that decides which variants are allowed in this alloy, right? Like you could have, for example, the Ethereum Foundation start these pools in different places and say, these are the tokens that are allowed here. Other people will provide liquidity, but these are the tokens that are allowed as canonical ETH. And the same way it could be like for chains that have on-chain governance can decide which assets will be part of this. Now, a cool thing with this thing is that it doesn't really need to be something that only exists on one chain. You would be tempted to just take this asset and like send it everywhere, but then you're basically just creating one more variant of the asset, right? So what you can do instead is just have these pools exist on every chain. And that is what is considered across all chains the canonical version of one asset. So everywhere when you're referencing Bitcoin, you would be referencing this thing that is a version of Bitcoin that has been bridged through these 10 bridges that we, through social consensus, consider to be valid bridges for Bitcoin. And those could also be just rebalanced across themselves. And I think a lot of this that I've been going through is basically that we need better cross-chain standards, something that doesn't work just within one ecosystem and that works with chains that are very different to one another. And yeah, this probably leads to standard proliferation. But I feel like some standards do win out. It's not necessarily true that the more standards you add, the more standards you have. Eventually, people will move towards the better ones. And I think in general, we want to move more towards this user-centric view of blockchains. Users want to have accounts that are easy to identify. They want to see all their assets across all chains. They want to have better execution across all chains that they can easily specify. They want to have protocols for asset identity, so you know which assets you're interacting with, but without having to you yourself go into all the details about the risks. And they want to be able to share their account permissions between chains. We're trying to apply all these lessons to our new product that is called Polaris. And Polaris is a token portal to trade all assets on all chains through one app. And we're hoping to be able to build better cross-chain standards along the way. We're going to be interacting with pretty much every chain out there. So when there are no good standards out there, we want to help build it. So yeah, if you have good or bad experiences either building or using cross-chain applications, just please come talk to me, because I'd love to hear what you think and try to work together in like making better standards and unifying them and improving them. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Nicholas. Let's see the questions.
Yeah.
So we have 3 questions for now. First one is, how do you see the lack of middleware functionality in many bridges compared to IBC's ability to execute commands through middleware and IBC memo, impacting mass adoption and UX in cross-chain ecos?
Yeah. We need better bridges. we need callbacks on bridges. IBC is, obviously I believe in IBC everywhere, but yeah, if we don't have IBC everywhere, if we use other bridges, let's use the ones that have callbacks. And I think as we start implementing functionality that use these type of like middlewares and callbacks, then that's the ones that people are going to use because they just provide a better better possibilities for building applications.
Okay. Next question is there a Cosmos version of the ERC 7683 standard?
Since I'm not an ETH person, if somebody can tell me the name of 7683, then I can probably answer that.
Is there anybody who, I don't know. So,
yeah.
Who has the question?
Is it a cross-chain intent? Or is
they're
it
shy. Okay. You can answer this later in this question.
Yeah.
Okay. Next question is, what is the biggest benefit of having a standardized interoperability standard across the ecosystem versus various bridges in Ethereum?
Mm-hmm. So I think there are 2 different things. Like the interoperability standard would be for being able to, like, regardless of whether you have one bridge or multiple bridges, you could have one interoperability standard built on top of that. So, and I think the advantage is applications can build using basically this language, and then if a new bridge that is better comes along, your application will still work there. Now, versus having various bridges, I think it's good to have various bridges. They have different properties, and yeah, if some are better, they'll hopefully win.
Okay. Next question is, why not use the EEA cross-chain interop spec that was recently released?
Is it 7702? No? I'll probably have to look at it. Like, I think we worked on if it's recently released, I guess the answer is we built this before. So, oh, wonderful. Yeah, I'd love to look into that.
Okay. Next question is, you mentioned the privacy layer before a transfer from up chain to another one. Isn't it possible to ends up, sorry?
Yeah.
We lost the question. Is it to ends up being targeted by the governments like Tornado Cash?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I feel like everything can get targeted, even just like blockchains in general, but that's why I like the idea of having this as an optional layer that you can have. Like in the case of these ephemeral accounts, I was thinking like, so your name registry actually provide this different set of accounts that you can interact with, right? Like things get pushed to them. And then you have, again, basically an UTXO model, right? Like you have all these things that you control and you can move through there. And that gives you some sort of privacy. Now, if you actually want this to be streamed through a privacy layer, then what would happen is you would have something that is slowly moving this thing to another chain that does privacy and then moving out of it. Yeah, if that chain gets shut down, then you probably would have to do privacy somewhere else. And yeah, I think other privacy solutions would come out.
Okay. Next question is, how will Polaris handle the reorgs of layer 2s?
How Polaris will handle reorgs of L2s? I don't know. That's a good question. So Polaris is working at a higher abstraction level. So I believe like whatever our provider APIs are doing there is what we'll do, like for EVM chains. But yeah, again, good question. Give me your opinion out there.
Okay, we have 20 seconds, but it's not enough to answer the next question. So you can take it there, and thank you a lot. Yeah. we have now 5 or 4 very short lightning talks. And most probably for some of them, we won't take questions on the app. There won't be Q&As, but you can catch the speaker afterwards and ask them your questions. So first up, we have Marshall, and he will talk about interoperability between layer 2s.
Awesome. So I have a lot of information to get through. So I'm just going to get right into it. This is specifically about trustless interoperability between L2s. Bit of a wordy title, so I've just decided to keep it here. But basically, the motivation for this talk today is when I joined the space somewhat recently, I decided to kind of look at the interoperability problem immediately. And right upon doing so, you can see everybody kind of has different definitions for how they talk about these things. We see atomic inclusion, atomic composability, synchronous atomic composability, asynchronous composability. These are very confusing things. So my aim today is to sort of clear this up and figure out what we actually need to make these things happen. So I came up with what I call the 6-level framework for discussing interoperability trustlessly. This is a broad overview. In the interest of time, I'm going to move beyond this, but I'll give you a second to take some photos and just get an understanding of what is sort of the impact of each of these levels. So getting right into it, this is the default case. This is what we have right now. If you want to move between rollups, you can't really interop. You have to withdraw. You have to wait. Once your funds are out, then you can deposit in the next destination rollup that you want to go to. But this sucks. Atomic inclusion. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting. I think the way to understand this is we have a bundle of transactions and we have some shared sequencer that can guarantee inclusion, but it can't tell us whether things are going to execute successfully or not. So we can see over in the bottom here, rollup B might revert one of the transactions. So the impact of this is that it's actually really difficult to take advantage of any sort of system with just atomic inclusion guarantees, because if you want to create a bundle of dependent transactions, you can't. Because if one reverts, then this is going to have issues on the whole system. So the necessary infrastructure would be somewhat of a lazy shared sequencer, and we can go into the technical nuances after if you have questions. So I'll just keep moving on. The third layer is where things definitely get a lot more interesting. This is shared settlement, and this is what we're going to see a lot of in the next year. So things like the AG layer for Polygon, ZK Syncs, Elastic Chain, Superchain, they are all doing this. And the definition is having multiple rollups all settle to the same shared bridge contract. There's usually a proof aggregation step involved in the middle as well, but that's technically not necessary, and we'll get into why maybe afterward. And so the advantages and capabilities of having shared settlement is that you don't have to wrap assets to go across chain. Because we're sharing the same bridge contract, we don't have to worry about managing the accounting on all these different bridge contracts on the L1, so that's great. We can go native ETH to ETH, and that's all in the protocol, no bridging required. So we need a shared bridge contract. We optionally need relays. Again, not going to get into the nuance of that. And we need proof aggregation to do this as well. So next we have atomic execution. And the idea here is the exact same as atomic inclusion, but now we can guarantee that these transactions will execute. And when I say execute, that means they're going to create the required state change that they were intended to create on the chain that they were intended to go to. And this is really, really important because now for things like cross-rollup arbitrage, we have guarantees. If you don't have guarantees, you might get involved in a case where one of your arbitrage transactions goes through, the other does not. You don't actually profit. People do this right now. This is kind of what SexDex Arb is for the most part. I mean, if you don't get top of block space, but it's suboptimal. So we want to have something like this that guarantees that transaction bundle to go through. And now we start to need more shared components in the middle. We need a shared sequencer. We need a super builder. Technically, talk to me after. And a soft finality layer. Technically, talk to me after. This is where I want to spend a little bit more time. So this is what I think should be the goal, for now, at least. And this is block level composability. This is a really crazy diagram, and I'm not going to go through every single step of it right now. But basically, the idea here is that we can compose between rollups within a single block. So a lot of times on Twitter, you'll see people talking about, oh, we need synchronous composability. What does that mean? This is one way that they mean that, where you can have this dependent cross rollup bundle of transactions. And this is really important because now you can do things like single block cross rollup swaps and limit orders trustlessly. And the trustless component means that you don't need a liquidity bridge, you don't need to trust any sketchy intermediaries. You can do this all with minting and burning in a safe way. You do need a shared sequencer or a super builder. Again, I keep, we'll talk after if you're curious about why I keep going or super builder. It's actually pretty nuanced and really interesting. And then the soft confirmation layer, again, not strictly necessary, but this ensures the validity of the bundles. So you can think about creating this cross-rollup bundle of dependent transactions as a somewhat risky thing to do, but if you have this soft confirmation layer that ensures, hey, all these transactions were well formed and we've simulated them, we can give a pre-confirmation on that bundle so we can ensure that we can do what we want to do. This is the final step, and this is technically the holy grail of cross-rollup interaction. This is basically a smart contract to smart contract layer of interop for these rollups. Now, the really interesting thing about this case is that it basically ensures that any state change prior to any call can be reverted if the call reverts. So this is what we want in smart contracts right now. You make a call out to another smart contract, the call reverts for whatever reason. Any state change that happened prior to that call must also be reverted. And that's really, really important for the developer experience because you can't take advantage of any cross-rollup opportunities if you don't have that, because you don't want to act on state that did not occur in the domain that you wanted it to occur in. So this would be like the holy grail, best case version. This is amazing, but it's really difficult to get. And yeah, so the advantages and capabilities, smart contract-like experience across all rollups. This is amazing. We can guarantee that any state change can be reverted. Cross-rollup flash loans are possible. We need VM level changes. We need a shared sequencer. We need super builder. We kind of need as much shared state as possible without literally being on the same rollup. So what's the takeaway? Block level composability is the right goal. We should not be optimizing for cross-chain flash loans. We need shared state to compose, so we need a shared sequencer, we need a shared super builder, some sort of shared state to go back and forth here. And the last point, I've got 7 seconds left. Rollup clusters, you're going to hear a lot of people talk badly about these because they're walled gardens. They're fantastic. They're really good for the middle ground, and we're going to work up to a place where we can bridge between all of them. So thank you.
Thank you, Marshall. That's it. We are not taking questions. If you have questions, please find him here. Next up is Joshua, and he will talk about advancing Ethereum scalability. He will explain EIP 4844 and other exciting stuff. Welcome, Joshua.
All right, thank you. Thanks for having me. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to explain the whole history of blockchain architecture. It's going to be a lightning thing. It's not going to be difficult. It's going to be diagrams. And let's walk it through. Okay, a little bit of history lessons. So Bitcoin was the first ever implementation of the blockchain. Now, he didn't really say it, but there are 3 key things that everyone who jumps into blockchain needs to think about in terms of how architecture is designed. So firstly, you have state. So state is like how much money do you have, what has happened, is it a yes or is it a no for a contract, stuff like this. You have block space and processing. So what that means is you have state, but this state needs to change and you collect transactions. And these transactions then need to walk through its path towards a new state. So you do need some kind of a place to put these transactions, and you need a place to put these transactions on the chain so that everyone can see. In Bitcoin, it was always that same one node at a P2P level, that same architecture that's shared across many, many, many nodes. And essentially, the third part is, okay, we have a state. This state is moving over time. We call that blockchain. And then the third thing is which chain, which what we call fork rule, which chain is the truth of the data. And we call that consensus. You can think of it this way. There are true finite concepts in life. There's capital that's finite, there's machines that's finite. So one way or another, with finite machines or capital that's going to vote on which is the true state of things, that's the way forward. And you can see that large area is kind of like how much that capital or economic security is. So over time, like people were like, okay, let's find more use cases. So and when they did that, you know, they just like initially it wasn't too interesting. So things were like, you know, just fork Bitcoin, implement similar ideas around state transitions, block space processes, and crypto economic security. Now, that's where Ethereum comes in, right? So that's where crypto economic security has a very new lens, right? So crypto economic security is not just about the stake that's been done by validators. Now, with applications that live on the chain, that state actually on the application level with ERC20s and all sorts of different assets, fungible assets, non-fungible assets, they become like new areas of crypto economic capital that has to be secured by the fundamental layer. That's where we talk about rollups, right? So rollups is where that fundamental capital that sits on the L1 then gets into a position where, okay, it's kind of like being used to choose forkfulness of the layer 2 rollup. So you would think that the layer 2 itself, there's also a block space and coprocessor, there's also a state, and that state requires some transaction function across a set of blocks. Yeah, and initially this was really expensive because we put all data into what we call call data, and that's on a place right directly onto Ethereum. Subsequently, we developed this thing called blobs, which is kind of like a data layer that's a first-class citizen, where it's sort of like a separate fee market from general transactions, and it only lasts for like a short period of time, a bunch of weeks, before it's destroyed. So that way you can prove things with these blobs to move the chain forward, but you don't need to keep all the data on chain. That's when we actually have new kinds of data availability as well. There are new L1s created like Celestia, which have their own state transitions, but their goal is to keep data temporary. That is sort of like, you know, and yet again looks like a fork. And then subsequently, we have like EigenLayer and Symbiotic and Karak, which then talk about restate capital, where then they use restate capital as a way to then create new protocols, and that creates things like a data availability on like EigenDA. Now, all this being said, made fees really cheap. So the issue is that all the L2s are really cheap, but what about the fees on the L1? So new types of designs like base rollup architecture help sequencing on the L1, so to collect more fees and MEV. And these things are like still in progress. The question is profitability of base rollups, whether this will be something sustainable over time. Yeah, but with that, it creates new ways to use the restate capital that I talked about. So you can imagine Ethereum is a 12-second block time, but you want a pre-confirmation, something that's really fast, just like the 2-3 second you find on Mantle network. And so the way to do it is like restate capital from EigenLayer and Symbiotic that can then be included in some kind of an inclusion list. Yeah, with that, that's where we are. Inclusion list, base rollups, question mark, standard rollups, L2s, optimisms, and validiums are different kinds of ways for off-chain data. And we are truly an infinite garden where there's so many architectures. This ecosystem has so many, and we'll continue to push the best architecture for this ecosystem. Thank you.
Wow, that was on the spot. We are going to take a couple of questions for this session, so you can ask them through the application, or you just raise your hand and ask, and I'll repeat into the microphone. So, does anybody here have a question? Okay, if not, they can find you later and ask you anything.
Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Please welcome Marek Olszewski, co-founder of Celo, who will share how they transitioned from layer 1 to layer 2. Welcome, Marek.
Hey everyone. My name is Marek Olszewski, and once again we're going to be talking about Celo's transition from an L1 to an L2. You've probably heard that we're making this big transition, and we really hope that we can become a case study for other L1s to follow suit. And so today will be a talk really targeting those other L1s with our learnings. And I tried to make this fun for you all, so I made this in the style of Zelda. Any Zelda players in the audience? Cool, we got a few hands up, great. Well, hopefully you'll enjoy the slides. And so what does Celo's transition to an L2 look like? It looks like us taking our EVM core, which is shown here as kind of our little protagonist, and all of the nice additional features that we've built into the Celo blockchain, like the ability to pay for gas with tokens, like the ability to send value to phone numbers, and of course, ultra green money, this mechanism that offsets all of the carbon that the network produces every time we transact. And we've taken all of this and we've repackaged it into an OP stack base L2 that's sitting on top of Ethereum. And so once again, we really hope that this transition that we're going through can be a really nice case study for other L1s to potentially follow suit as well. And this talk is really almost a map, you could say, of 5 learnings from our journey that these other L1s can learn from. Okay, so learning number 1. First learning is if you're going to do this transition, you should do it as a hard fork. When many people think about doing this transition, they immediately think, okay, this is the way to do it, right? Let's just launch a second L2 chain, and then we can have our users figure out how to migrate from the L1 to the L2. And this is, maybe appealing because it's not much work to do, but it's a lot of work for the end users and for developers building on these chains. And so this is not what we're doing. Instead, we're actually hard forking to become an L2 network at a certain block height, where before that block height, the network will be progressing as an L1. And then after that block height, the network will change to a new client that will then run as an actual L2. And we've learned over this period where we've been building this out that this is in fact quite difficult. We like to say that this is actually more than just a hard fork. It's actually a hard fork. 2 rocks and a fork. And it's hard for all of the obvious reasons, right? Like the metaphor of rebuilding a plane while it's flying at cruising altitude, I think is very apt. We're literally moving the engines back and forth, rebuilding the plane while it's in the air. And, the advantage of this is that in the end, only full nodes really need to do any work around this migration. Only they need to actually upgrade and participate in this transition. Your end users and developers building on top of the chain, they don't have to do any work, right? All of this is transparent for them. Really only the full nodes have to do that work. And again, the people who are running these full nodes, they're technical, they have experience with hard forks. This is not something that's too complicated for them. They can handle that. So on to learning number 2. Learning number 2 is to use an existing L2 stack. We thought early on, hey, why don't we build our own L2 stack? Let's just upgrade our existing client into a new L2 stack. But we didn't want to increase the number of L2 stacks that exist in Ethereum. There's already a lot out there. It's a lot of fragmentation that this is causing. And we concluded that it's actually better to just pick an existing stack. And so we ended up choosing OP stack and EigenDA for data availability. Of course, we'd recommend that you do your own due diligence and figure out which stack is best for you. But certainly, I think picking an existing stack, not introducing more fragmentation, I think is the way to go. This, of course, means that we're effectively switching clients at the time of the upgrade. So there will be an L1 client that's running today and an L2 client that will be running after the hard fork. And this, again, means that there's a little bit more complexity around this hard fork, right? Full node operators will have to actually shut down one client and start a new client. And this again adds to the hardness of this hard fork. But again, we think it's worth it. There's a bit of additional complexity for archive node operators because archive nodes, of course, should be able to respond to queries about all blocks and all data from the whole history. And so archive node operators will actually have to run 2 clients that are connected to each other so that they can respond in unison to RPC requests across all time periods. Okay, on to learning number 3. This is related to the last one. When you have a new client, you run into the situation where the new client has to somehow be able to interpret the chain data from the first client. And you can either modify the new client to be able to do that, or you can migrate your chain data so that it fits a format that the new client can understand. And we think that this is the way to go. And so that's exactly what we're doing. At the point of the hard fork, we're going to be running a chain data migration script that repackages the data in a way that's compatible with the new client. And this dramatically simplifies a lot of work. The new client doesn't have to be rewritten to understand the chain data of the old client. Okay, learning number 4, embrace Ethereum. So after we announced that we wanted to make this migration, there were a few other L1 chains that also made similar announcements. But if you looked a little closer, it was clear that they were not really embracing this idea of settling on Ethereum, becoming a true L2. Instead, they were talking about canonical bridges and things that looked a little bit more like halfway towards actually creating an L2. And so our advice for these folks is just take the leap of faith, embrace Ethereum. I think your communities are going to be excited, and the Ethereum community has been really welcoming of us, and we don't think that you're going to regret it. Related to this, I think you might have some differences from Ethereum in your protocol, and our advice here is to really distill those differences down to a patch queue on top of Geth. Okay, the final learning number 5, is to rethink where your token lives. This was a big one for us. As an L2, you have the choice to actually have a token that lives on Ethereum in addition to the L2. And so that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be deploying a new token on Ethereum with the max supply. And then we're going to put the entire supply of that token into the native bridge so that it's there already in escrow, backing, in effect, all of the tokens that exist on the L2. And so this is a really interesting design. We think that it's one that others should follow. And we're really excited about it. Okay, so final thoughts. If you are thinking about transitioning to an L2, then our recommendation for you is just do it. You're not going to regret it. Take the leap of faith. We did, and we're really thrilled about it. We highly recommend doing the same. And if you want to follow our progress, we have one more testnet that we're going to be upgrading next month. And then at the beginning of next year, mid-January, we'll be hopefully upgrading our mainnet if everything goes well with that testnet upgrade. And so, yeah, mainnet is coming, and we hope you'll be excited for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marek. If you have questions for Marek, please find him beside the stage. Thank you a lot. So for this talk, we have 10 minutes talk and then 5 minutes Q&A. So open your apps and be ready to ask your questions. We have Peter, who will talk about how smart contracts can read data from layer 1 if they're on layer 2. He'll go into it in deeper. Thank you and welcome, Peter.
Hello. Thanks a lot for coming. I'm very happy to see so many of you here tonight. I know it's been a long day, and this is the last 2 talks, so thanks for staying here. So my name is Peter. I'm a protocol engineer at Scroll, and today I want to tell you about a recent rollup improvement proposal that is called L1 S-Load. So let's start by talking about what is L1 S-Load. Essentially, L1 S-Load is a precompile that is deployed on L2s like Scroll and other L2s that you as a dApp developer who deploys your dApp on L2 can use to read state directly from L1. So if there's any Solidity devs around here, this is how it looks. So this is the contract that you would deploy on L2. It's very simple. You can just take the L1 contract address. You can provide 1, 2, or up to 5 storage keys. You encode it and then call this precompile. And then at the end, you get the result back that you can decode and use in your application logic. What happens under the hood is that the sequencer fetches this data for you through a JSON RPC request. Or it can even look as simple as this if you provide some higher level libraries. You know, just call the L1 S-Load read unsigned int, and there you can use the data in your L2 contract. Now today at the venue, I passed this door, and I like this kind of as a metaphor. So L1 S-Load is essentially about keeping the door to storage open to your L2 dApp. Before we go into the implementation, let me highlight some use cases that we've discovered because we've been running this through some hackathons in the last few months. One of my favorites is this cross-layer tornado cache. Imagine that you can deposit some tokens into the shielded set on L1, and then you can withdraw on L2. Very seamless user experience. Or imagine that you deploy your dApp on an L2 that doesn't have ENS. In this case, you could just use L1 S-Load to directly look up names from the L1 ENS. Another example is DeFi. So you could create a DeFi dApp where you can borrow on L2 by directly using collateral on L1 without bridging this from L1 to L2. And for account abstraction wallets, you might have heard about key stores. The idea is that you manage all your keys on one chain, let's say on L1, and when you update your keys, you add or delete a key, this update is automatically propagated to all your wallets on all the chains. So this last example would look like this. In the L1 contracts, you would most likely have some kind of a mapping where you store the authorized signers. And on L2, it's very simple. You just calculate the storage slot that you're interested in, and then you can call L1 S-Load read bool. The sequencer fetches the data for you, and you can decide in your L2 wallet whether this signer is authorized or not. So L1 S-Load makes this very easy to implement and also very easy to use as a developer. Now that you have a general understanding of what is L1 S-Load and what are some use cases, let me talk about why do I think we need to provide this in the sequencer level. And the way I think about this is that this is a service that the sequencer provides to you, basically MPT proofs as a service. Because this is all doable already without relying on this precompile, but it's very complex as a developer. First of all, relaying the state root information from L1 to L2 in a verifiable way is very complex. And then for any interaction on L2, providing this MPT proof is costly and also complex to develop. So let's just do the sequencer and the prover do the heavy lifting so that you as the dApp developer can focus on the cool application logic that you want to develop. There have been some alternative proposals to L1 S-Load in the past few years. Two that we know of are L1 call and remote static call. And these are more powerful in a way. So from your L2 contract, you can directly call a view function on L1, basically execute a full EVM function. But these are, in our experience, not very friendly to ZK rollup. So the proving is costly. And also, for instance, Scroll's execution environment, for which we have a prover, is slightly different from L1. So if within that prover, you would need to implement another execution environment for Ethereum calls. And that makes this very hard to develop on ZK rollups. On the other hand, L1 S-Load has the issue that if you interact with the contract and it's upgraded and the storage slots change, that might be a challenge, or that might be an issue. So this is something you need to consider as a developer. In that regard, L1 call would be more powerful. All right, now let me show you how this is implemented in our reference implementation in the sequencer. There are two prerequisites before we jump into the implementation. The first prerequisite is what I call trustless block hash relay. So the L2 network, scroll in this example, needs to have a notion of what is the latest L1 block. Basically, it needs to have a view of the L1 chain, including the state root, because you need the state root to verify these proofs. Some rollups already support this. The way it works in our system, although it's not launched on mainnet yet, is the sequencer optimistically relays blocks from L1 to L2. We verify that these indeed form a chain of blocks. And then when we finalize this back on Ethereum, we check that the sequencer relayed the correct data. So if the sequencer tries to cheat, then it will be unable to finalize this on L1. So this is doable, but this is one of the prerequisites. The other prerequisite is that any L2 node, including non-sequencer nodes, so follower nodes, must connect to an L1 node. Because as I mentioned, this precompile call is translated into an RPC query. So currently, not all rollups enforce this. You might just follow the unsafe chain from the peer-to-peer layer from the sequencer. But if you want to support L1 load, then all nodes need to connect to an L1 node. Given these prerequisites, it's actually quite simple. The execution part of the precompile is quite simple. I copied the example from our Go Ethereum fork. So you would just need to extend your EVM implementation to add a new precompile. And what it does is, first of all, it needs to read the latest layer 1 block that we know of. In our case, this is stored in state, but this might be implemented in other ways. Then it needs to parse the inputs that the developer provided, execute a batch RPC call. So even if you reach 5 storage slots, the latency is the same because we can batch these queries. And then resume execution and return control to the EVM execution. So that was the execution. And on the verification side, as I mentioned, we need to verify the block hash relay. So verify the L1 header chain and verify that the sequencer relayed the correct information. And then as part of the proving process, the sequencer also fetches these MPT proofs so that you as the developer don't need to do that. And inside the prover, we need to verify all these layer 1 MPT proofs and make sure that these were all correct. Now, we have this rollup improvement proposal, but this is still a draft, and there are still some open questions. And the main goal of this talk is to involve more people. So if you're a developer who might be interested in using this, then we'd love to hear from you, see what you need. And if you are an L2 protocol maintainer, you're maintaining a sequencer node and you're interested in adopting this, then we'd also love to hear from you to share your input. So I want to highlight 3 open questions. One open question that we received from devs actually is like, do we want to allow L2 applications to read L1 state at arbitrary height? So not just the latest L1 height, but maybe older state. Definitely for some applications, this is required. But this also has some drawbacks. For instance, if you allow reading old state, then the nodes must connect to an archive L1 node. And for some L1 nodes, like Reth, I believe this is not even possible because it cannot serve historical get proof requests. Another question is, how do you deal with RPC errors and latency when you execute these calls to the L1 S-load precompile? Latency is a big question mark to me because if there's a latency between the L2 node and the L1 node, the RPC query, that might affect the throughput of the system. That might slow your system down. So you need to consider that when you price this precompile. And if you encounter an error, you need to decide, do I retry or do I drop this transaction? And finally, defining the gas cost is also tricky. So in our proposal, we have a very simple pricing mechanism, basically a fixed cost per precompile call and a variable cost or another fixed cost per the number of slots that you're querying. But this is not all. You also have to pay for producing and verifying these MPT proofs. That is probably we can do some benchmarking to price that. And what's kind of tricky is to price this RPC latency. Like what is the cost of doing this RPC query on the sequencer as opposed to processing other transactions? So we still have some way to go. This RIP was proposed in June, and it's now gaining some traction. We've been exploring some use cases, But the next step would be to involve more L2 dev developers and L2 protocol teams. So as I mentioned, we'd love to hear from you. Just recently, we set up a working group Telegram channel. So if you're interested in joining the discussion, feel free to join. If you cannot join for some reason, then feel free to message me on Twitter, and I add you. And I really hope that we get support from at least one other L2 team, and that we can ship this feature on at least 2 L2s, maybe in 2025. And in this presentation, I also have some resources, both the reference implementation, the ETH Magicians link, and we also have some resources for devs, DevNet, and some example code that you can use to get some inspiration. That's all I have for today, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. We have a few questions. So first question is, what happens when I load a state from L1, but then L1 reorgs?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the question is, when does the sequencer relay this? If the sequencer is conservative and it waits for L1 to finalize, then this won't happen. But then the user experience is not very good because the latency is 12 to 15 minutes. If the sequencer relays it earlier, maybe after a couple of minutes, then you as the L2 need to be reorg aware. So you need to detect reorgs and you need to reorg along with the L1 most likely. But I think this is the same problem that L2s have with deposits. So any information that's relayed from L1 to L2, be it L1 S-load or deposit transactions, have the same issue.
Okay. Next question is, what is the latency of data relay from Ethereum to L2?
Yeah, so that's essentially, it boils down to the same question. Like, if you want to be conservative, just wait for finalization. If not, you need to reorg along with L1. In reality, it's not terrible because I think L1 hasn't had a reorg deeper than 7 slots, or is extremely unlikely. So as long as you have a mechanism to reorg if there's a deeper reorg, then this won't really be triggered in most scenarios. But there's still the issue on L1 of the inactivity leak. What if L1 doesn't finalize for a long time? In this case, definitely being more aggressive and not waiting for finalization would be the way to go. Otherwise, user experience would suffer.
Okay. Next question is, why is it only limited to 5 keys?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you need more than 5 keys? If yes, then please let us know. 5 was just an arbitrary number. We didn't want to make it unbounded. For most application use cases that we explored, 5 or less was enough. But if you think it's not enough, then this is still draft, so we can still change it.
Okay. Which state or block does this opcode load from? Is it the latest Ethereum block?
It is the latest Ethereum block that this L2 blockchain knows of. So there needs to be, on this L2 network, it has multiple nodes, sequencer and follower nodes. They need to have a consensus about what is the latest L1 block that they see. Otherwise, execution to close to this precompile would diverge. But this could be implemented in different ways. I mentioned this as one of the prerequisites, and I would say this is not in the scope of this RIP, but it's a prerequisite that could be implemented in different ways for different rollups.
Okay. What happens if there is a small reorg for the specific L1 node at the tip? Then the L2 sequencer would process incorrect data to the L2. How would execution continue on the L2?
Yeah, same question as before. So you would need to most likely reorg along with L1.
Okay. How do you configure switching the RPC node on a live sequencer?
How do you configure switching? Well, I mean, you can get fancy. I mean, the easiest solution is to just connect to one node, but obviously that's not robust. What if the node is down? So ideally, you would set up multiple L1 RPC nodes. Ideally, multiple types of L1 clients, and then have a load balancer. And then you can dynamically switch off and add nodes. That's robust for the sequencer, and for L2 nodes, probably it's enough to just run a single L1 node.
Okay. Is this the same as the previous questions, or is this a separate question? When I load L1 state, should I specify L1 block number?
It's a different question. In the current version of the spec, you cannot specify an L1 number. In a previous version, you could. So as I mentioned, this is one of the open questions. And I guess we need to learn more from developers to decide which way to go.
Okay. When will L1 S-load be available on mainnet?
Soon, I hope. So, but this is not very useful if only one rollup ships it. So I hope at least 2 rollups can ship it next year.
Somebody wants to know what is RIP.
So RIP stands for Rollup Improvement Proposal. This is similar to the EIP process that is for L1. And we have a less binding kind of collaborative process for L2s that is called RIP.
Oh, time's up. Thank you. And if anybody has any more questions, please find him by the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for this talk, we will again have Q&A at the end, so open your phones and get your questions ready. And now we have Uma Roy. She will talk about full validity proving on the OP stack. Welcome, Uma.
Hello, my name is Uma. I'm one of the co-founders of Succinct, and today I'm going to be telling you guys about introducing full ZK validity proving into the OP stack. So let's start off with kind of motivating the problem, which is why are ZK rollups interesting and important to the Ethereum endgame? So today, the Ethereum rollup-centric roadmap is how Ethereum is going to scale. And within that, I think it's commonly acknowledged that ZK rollups are the only way that a lot of the problems we're facing today as an ecosystem will get solved. For example, we'll get fast finality, we'll get interoperability across all the rollups, unified liquidity for users, and overall, it'll help improve UX greatly. Inherently, we can kind of think of why ZK helps solve all these problems, because decentralization, with all the different Ethereum nodes rerunning and re-executing transactions, inherently has some overhead, and ZK, by giving us verifiability, fixes this. So ZK rollups have been around for a long time. Historically, we've known that ZK has been very important, but until recently, ZK rollups have been really challenging. You'd have to write in specialized languages, SDKs, and DSLs to actually encode an Ethereum EVM state transition function in a ZK circuit to be able to prove it. And then, in general, there were a lot of compromises. You had type 1, type 2, type 3, where you can't use the native Ethereum storage format or sometimes even be bytecode compatible due to the limitations of ZK. So how are we solving this? Well, at Succinct, we're building a ZK VM, not a ZK EVM, a ZK virtual machine, where you can just write Rust and then use ZK. So what does that mean? As a developer, you can just take arbitrary Rust code. Behind the scenes, it gets compiled to RISC-V, which is a standard instruction set. And then we prove the execution of RISC-V code and get out a ZK proof. And SP1 is really, really fast, and I'll talk about this a bit later. And that's kind of one of its big innovations that enables the future of ZK rollups. So if you use SP1 and you take it in the context of ZK rollups, let's kind of examine the before and after. Before SP1, it was very difficult to make a ZK rollup, right? You had to have a lot of specialized expertise, a specialized cryptography team. Now with SP1, you can just write your EVM state transition function in normal code and then get ZK proofs of that. Before SP1, to actually make a ZK rollup, it took a lot of customization. It was hard to maintain, add precompiles, and customize it in any way. And then when the EVM upgraded, you'd have to write all your custom circuits and upgrade them too, which was a huge developer burden. With SP1, I like to joke it's as simple as cargo update ref or cargo update revm, and you get all the latest changes to the EVM. Additionally, with SP1, the security surface area is a lot smaller because you're able to reuse existing libraries and components like ref and revm in the Rust Ethereum ecosystem. You get EVM compatibility by default, so it's just type 1. And then it's also pretty cheap, as I'll discuss in a little bit, which is also awesome. So with SP1 and this idea of a general purpose ZK VM that can be used to execute Rust code to write an EVM state transition function, ZK rollups are now pretty awesome. So that's kind of the high level of why SP1 is so great. And now let's actually kind of go through building a ZK rollup with SP1. So step 1 is actually proving the block execution of an Ethereum block using SP1. So how do we actually do this behind the scenes? Well, we take Reth, which is a Rust implementation of an Ethereum client, and then you actually take a Reth program, you execute a block, so you verify all the signers of a transaction, you process those transactions in Rust code, and then you use SP1 to generate a ZK proof of that. So in more detail, what does this mean? First, we get all relevant Merkle proofs and storage slots and accounts and state needed to execute the block. Then we construct an input with all these relevant witnesses. So that includes the entire state that we need to execute the block. And it requires all Merkle proofs to actually check this state against the parent block hash to make sure it's verified. And then we actually execute that block within a program that we run within SP1. And that's actually a pretty simple program because, again, we can just use ref and execute the block itself. And then finally, we generate the proof. And we actually did this using SP1 and wrote all these programs that I'm describing in the above steps. And it was around 1,000 lines of code. So it's pretty simple, kind of a weekend project level thing of actually proving Ethereum block execution with SP1. And this is something that used to take teams of people years and years, and now SP1 made it a weekend project, kind of illustrating in practice why it's so awesome. One thing that people always like to ask is, how much does this actually all cost? It sounds so simple, but is it actually practical? And the answer is yes. So from benchmarking on SP1 on a cloud prover, you can see that the costs are actually in the range of tenths of cent per transaction. And these are actually some numbers that are kind of older. In the more recent months, we've improved these numbers even further. And so it's actually very practical to prove transactions in Ethereum blocks using SP1 today. I also want to discuss why SP1 intuitively is so good at these types of workloads. So in normally executing an Ethereum block, even on a normal computer, you spend a lot of time in these cryptographic operations like Ketjack and SecP256K1. And SP1 has this system where you can have custom circuits for those operations interconnected with our normal RISC-V CPU circuit. And that really accelerates the proving of those computations by an order of magnitude. We also implemented an optimized GPU prover, and we have a bunch of other algorithmic and cryptographic optimizations that make SP1 very performant and kind of give the costs that I had on the previous slide. So the main takeaways from kind of this exercise are that the costs are really cheap, tenths of a cent to prove each transaction. It's easily customizable. The lines of code is really small. It's upgradable. It kind of satisfies all the awesome properties we'd want of making a ZK rollup. So now I want to cover now that we've been able to prove the execution of Ethereum block and transactions, what's the next step of fitting it into an actual rollup? And I kind of like to say that executing an Ethereum block and generating a proof of that is one of the easiest parts of making the rollup. There's actually a lot more steps involved. Now, thankfully, we can take SP1 and we can insert it into an existing open source rollup stack, OP stack, to make a full-fledged ZK rollup. So what is OP stack? At a high level, it's as I mentioned, this open source rollup stack. And it has a bunch of different components, like a sequencer for taking user transactions and posting it to Ethereum, a bridge contract optimism portal where users deposit funds and withdraw funds. And finally, it has this L2 output oracle that today you have a proposer that proposes the state root, and then there's a fault-proof game that we know as the optimistic fault-proof system that kind of is responsible for making sure that the posted state root is correct. And that has the 7-day withdrawal window and all that other fun stuff associated with optimistic fault proofs. Now, how we turn OP stack into a full ZK rollup is we just swap out one simple component, which is that L2 output oracle that has the state. And instead of having the fault-proof game, we just take that component, and now we verify a ZK proof of the OP stack rollup state transition function using SP1 and using our SP1 verifier on-chain. And so the upgrade process is actually really simple to take an existing OP stack rollup and turn it into a full ZK rollup. We first upgrade the contract to take in this proof of the state root. And then we have our proposer basically generate proofs using SP1 behind an API call and then posting those proofs to that smart contract. And behind the scenes, it's actually a bit more complicated. For the sake of time, I won't go super into detail, but actually we generate proofs of ranges of blocks at a time, and then once every hour, we aggregate all those proofs together to post to Ethereum, and that's kind of the architecture of how we actually do this proof generation. So finally, I want to talk about what 1 hour of finality with ZK validity actually enables. I think the best thing is that it enables users to feel comfortable with actually putting money into a chain and knowing in the worst case scenario that they can withdraw their money within an hour. It also adds capital efficiency because bridges don't have to rebalance. And what's really great also is that it helps more rollups to become stage 1 today. And so I think having 1 hour finality is very, very important for the future of ZK rollups. And my final slide is I want to highlight that all of this is actually practical today. So we have this working, it's running, it's integrated with a bunch of rollup as a service providers. The costs are really cheap, as I mentioned previously. And yeah, we're excited to kind of see the future of all rollups on Ethereum be ZK rollups with the ZK VM approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Uma. We have a bunch of questions for you, so let's start with those. How does OP Succinct verify that witness matches data committed on chain?
So when we verified the proof on chain, the thing that's passed in as one of the public inputs to the proof is the L1 block hash from the L1 block hash opcode. And against that L1 block hash, you can kind of open all parent headers, and you can also open what blobs were posted to the chain, and you can walk back from that block hash, arbitrarily, and open all the blobs that are relevant for deriving what the L2 blocks are.
What makes SP1 different from RISC-0, ZISC?
Yeah, so there's a bunch of ZK VM projects. So RISC-0 also proves the execution of the RISC-V ISA. I would say that what's most different about us versus their approach is our precompile, where we can have specialized circuits for certain operations like hash functions, like catch-ack and signature elliptic curve operations and verification that make it particularly fast for all these rollup workloads. So I think our costs are very, very cheap on all these blockchain workloads today. ZISC, I don't know a lot about. I think it was actually only recently announced. I believe they're doing RISC-V, but they're doing the 64-bit variant, whereas we do the 32-bit variant. But I think they're relatively newer. And then there's some other interesting projects like Jolt, which is developed by Andreessen. They don't use the hash-based schemes that we do. And then there's another approach, there's many approaches. There's one, I believe, called Valida, where they prove an ISA that's not quite RISC-V, but inspired by RISC-V. Yeah.
Okay. So is OP Succinct production ready? What's missing before rollups like Base can become a ZK rollup?
Yeah, so OP Succinct is production ready. We have a few test nets working today, and some chains that are excited to take it to production soon. What's missing before Base can become a ZK rollup? Well, I think, the technology is still relatively new. I think ZK Base only recently added ZK fault proofs in general. So, and many of the other OP stack chains still do not have fault proofs. So this is all like relatively new tech, even the OP stack. So it just takes time to adopt technology, especially when there's billions of dollars locked in these contracts.
Okay. Given that SP1 proof generation is slower than RISC-0s, why should I choose SP1?
Seems like there's a interested party in the audience. I think today SP1 is the only ZK VM that can actually run these OP Succinct rollups, and we're actually running them. So I think the premise of this question is just false and kind of a troll question. So yeah, you can choose SP1 because it's working today with all these OP stack rollups.
Okay. Can we use SP1 to prove a small part of the execution trace instead of proving the whole block trace?
Yeah, so you can prove any RISC-V program with SP1. So you can prove, individual transactions at a time. You can prove parts of a block. Whatever you want. You just have to manually split up yourself and then perhaps stitch the proofs together later.
Okay, let's squeeze one more question. There are 5 more in the line, but we don't have so much time. Is client-side proving possible with SP1?
Yeah, you can run SP1 on your phone or on your web browser. It'll just be very, very slow, so it probably will not be as fast as you want. But you can do that today, and that's kind of an active area that we're excited about to work on over like the next few months, is make that experience better.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Uma. And if anybody has questions, feel free to ask her by this side of the room. And that's it for today. We are done. This was the last talk. Congrats to everybody who stuck with us for the whole day. That's amazing. And enjoy the evening.
อิสระปะล่ะออนไมค์เองด้วย เร็วครับทุกคน SLV ของเราไลท์ซาวด์ไลท์ซาวด์สเตท OB สตรีมมิ่งกราฟิกหมดทุกไฟล์แล้วยังอ่ะทำไมวันนี้ดูคนน้อยกว่าเมื่อวานวะฮะอ๋อใช่พี่เคถ่ายรูปให้หน่อยถ่ายฉันที่ฉันใส่หมวกนั่นแหละครบแล้วเนาะกราฟิกจอ OB ไลฟ์สตรีมซาวเดสมอนไปไหนมาแล้วขาดเดสมอนไม่เป็นไรครับก็อย่างแรกขอโทษที่หลุดสติหลุดตอนนั้นนะครับขอโทษครับไล่ตามนี้นะครับเซสชั่นแรกเราไม่มีปัญหาอะไรจะมีแค่คนไม่เข้าเนาะยังไม่มีแขกมาเข้างานนะครับแล้วก็รันไปเรื่อยๆจะมีเซสชั่น7ที่Double Intro Animation ถูกเล่น2รอบนะครับ1 Issue แล้วก็จะมาที่ Issue ที่11เซสชั่นที่11ที่วิดีโอมันไม่ถูกฝังลงไปในสไลด์เราต้องกด Play ให้นะครับแล้วก็เซสชั่น14ลูกค้าขอพูดเต็ม7นาทีไม่มี Q&A เซสชั่น15เราเริ่มเร็วไป1นาทีครึ่งนะครับจากตารางเพราะว่า MC ลืมแล้วส่งก่อนนะครับเซสชั่น16เราให้ลูกค้าพูดเต็ม7นาทีไม่มี Q&A แล้วก็เซสชั่นสุดท้าย Picture in Picture QR Code ถูกสตรีมขึ้นไป1วินาทีนะครับขัดไม่ทันนะครับมีใครติดตรงไหนอีกไหมครับเซสชั่นที่เท่าไหร่นะพี่สาย3 โมงครึ่งเซนดี้อ๋อสไลด์โอเคเช้ามีสไลด์พี่เจมีปัญหาตรงไหนอีกไหมครับติดตรงไหนไหมมีทีมไหนติดตรงไหนอีกไหมครับวันนี้โอบิติดไหมว่าหน้ามืดหรืออะไรทันอยู่หมายถึงหน้าคนพืชมืดไหมไม่ใช่หนูนะหมายถึงว่าแต่โอเคนะถ้างั้นก็ไม่มีอะไรแล้วครับวันนี้ก็ชิ้นขอโทษที่ชิ้นสติหลุดไปแวบหนึ่งแค่นั้นที่เหลือก็ไม่มีอะไรครับแล้วก็แยกย้ายครับเดี๋ยวชิ้นไปประชุมฝั่งนู้นขอบคุณทุกคนครับ